The school beauty asked me to help her have a child. Psychological counselor Lu Xuan, on his last job of his career, unexpectedly crossed paths with a beautiful campus queen. A few months later, he surprisingly became a dad. Unprepared for fatherhood, he luckily activated the super dad system. Ding! First interaction with the baby, reward of 50,000 yuan. Ding! First time holding hands with the baby, reward of an ocean view mansion. Ding! First time teaching the baby to walk, reward of 1 billion yuan. Thus began the legendary life of a super dad. Chapter 1, Congratulations, you're having twins. Qingcheng City. At the Heart to Heart Cafe. Hello, I'm Lu Xuan, a part-time counselor here to help clients resolve their worries. You're my last client as a part-time counselor, so I'll give you a half-off discount. Feel free to share any troubles on your mind, I'll do my best to cheer you up. Lu Xuan entered the cafe, heading to the reserved table where his client was waiting. As he was about to graduate, Lu Xuan planned to make this his final counseling job. He had taken on this part-time role mainly to deepen his knowledge and improve his ability to communicate with strangers. After 2 years, he felt he had achieved his goals. This last session would complete the journey. His client, who went by the username Misty Rain, was an exceptionally beautiful woman, bright eyes, white teeth, delicately arched brows, and pure, snow-white skin that made her seem innocent and endearing. Jiang Yuqin observed the young man in front of her. He had sharp features, bright eyes, and a sunny, optimistic appearance that could easily charm any girl. After glancing at him, her cheeks flushed with a shy blush, and she quickly averted her gaze. I've had a lot on my mind lately and just needed someone to talk to, she said. I'm here to listen, Lu Xuan replied. To help ease her troubles, Lu Xuan needed to understand the root of her distress. Addressing it at its source was the key to making her feel better. Let us go to a bar instead, Jiang Yuqin suggested hesitantly, glancing down in embarrassment. A cafe doesn't really have the right atmosphere for talking about things like this. You're the boss. Lu Xuan smiled slightly. The two left the cafe and headed to a nearby bar. Intoxicated not by the wine, but by the company. Sharing a pillow to sleep beside sorrow. That night, they both drank to excess. The next morning, sunlight streamed into a hotel room. Lu Xuan opened his eyes, rubbed his throbbing head, and turned to see a woman lying beside him. The woman was completely naked, lying with her back to him. Startled, Lu Xuan quickly scanned the room, noticing clothes scattered messily on the bed and floor. Looking down, he realized he was also completely unclothed. He rubbed his temples, trying to remember what had happened. Last night had been his final counseling session. His client was a sweet, innocent-looking woman. They had initially met at a cafe, but she suggested going to a bar. They had ended up drinking heavily while she shared her troubles with him. Beyond that, he couldn't remember anything. The situation was clear, they had overdone it and ended up at a hotel, engaging in something that words couldn't describe. Honestly, Lu Xuan felt panicked. This was something that had never happened in his counseling career. He quietly climbed out of bed, gathered his clothes, and put them on. The movement woke the woman beside him. She screamed, quickly grabbing the sheets to cover herself. Miss, I'm really sorry, Lu Xuan stammered, trying to explain. Turn around. Don't look, she shouted, both angry and embarrassed. Lu Xuan swallowed his words, immediately turning away. Then there was a flurry of rustling sounds as she searched for her clothes. Is it safe to turn around? The noise stopped, and Lu Xuan took a deep breath before asking. Not yet, she snapped, picking up her bag and heading to the door. This was mostly my fault, Lu Xuan said hastily. I must have had too much to drink and couldn't control myself. Don't worry, I'll take responsibility for this. Who asked you to take responsibility? She stopped, giving him a fierce glare. Let us pretend last night never happened. I don't want anyone to know about this. Let us act like we never met, or don't blame me if I'm not so polite. With that, she left the room, slamming the door behind her. What the hell just happened? Lu Xuan muttered, smiling bitterly as he rubbed his temples, then sat down on the bed. Suddenly, he noticed a stain of red on the sheets. Lu Xian's eyes widened in shock. What? Just now, from her words, he had assumed she was used to such things and was unfazed by it. He hadn't expected it. This was actually her first time. He wanted to take responsibility, but she didn't want it. What could he do? In this vast world, the chances of seeing her again seemed slim. With a bitter smile, Lu Xuan stood up to leave, when he suddenly spotted a card on the floor. Picking it up, he saw it was a student ID. Chingcheng University. Class of 2019. Art Department Class 3. Jiang Yuqin. Oh my god. It turned out she was the campus beauty of Chingcheng University. Chingcheng University was right next to Lu Xuan's school, Chingcheng University of Technology. He was also a senior, enrolled at Chingcheng University of Technology in 2019. Lu Xuan had heard about Jiang Yuqin, the celebrated beauty of Chingcheng University, but had never met her before. He never expected that his last client as a counselor would turn out to be her. This goddess, admired and dreamed of by countless male students, had ended up sharing an intimate night with him. If the guys at Chingcheng University found out, he'd probably drown in their jealousy. Lu Xuan had never entertained the thought of dating a campus beauty, whether from Chingcheng University of Technology or Chingcheng University. In his mind, he just didn't believe he could attract such a goddess. Quickly, he took out his phone and dialed her number. They had exchanged numbers before meeting the night before, but she had used the alias Misty Rain, so he didn't know she was actually named Jiang Yuqin, the campus beauty of Chingcheng University. The call rang for a while before she declined it. Lu Xuan smiled wryly and sent a message. You left your student ID in the room. Let me know where you are, and I'll bring it over to you. Thinking he might get a chance to see her again, Lu Xuan couldn't help feeling a little excited. After a while, Jiang Yuqin replied, Leave my student ID at the security office at the entrance of our school. Tell the guard I'll pick it up after class. Lu Xuan sighed. It seemed she wasn't giving him any chance at all. So he went to the security office at the entrance of Chingcheng University, handed over the ID to the guard, and explained the situation. Time passed, and 3 months later, the winter break was around the corner. After the break, it would be the final semester, which meant mostly internships and minimal classes. As long as they passed their exams, they could graduate. Chingcheng City Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Jiang Yuqin sat on a bench in the hospital corridor, holding a medical report in her hands, her eyes red and tears silently streaming down her face. The doctor's words echoed in her mind. Ms. Jiang, you're pregnant with twins. Congratulations. With graduation approaching, she just wanted to share a beautiful night with someone she liked, fulfilling a quiet longing in her heart. Never had she expected to get pregnant, let alone with twins. She was still young, hadn't even graduated yet, and wasn't at all prepared to become a mother. Chapter 2, Let us get married. Jiang Yuqin's first instinct was to terminate the pregnancy. However, the gynecologist explained that, since the twins were already 3 months along, a forced abortion might have severe consequences, potentially leaving her unable to have children in the future. What should she do now? Thinking of Lu Xuan, Jiang Yuqin took out her phone and hesitated for a long time before dialing his number. Lu Xuan. Jiang Yuqin's voice trembled with sobs. What's wrong? Lu Xuan was startled to hear her distressed voice. Don't panic. Just tell me what's going on. I won't let anyone hurt you. Where are you right now? I'm at the City Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Jiang Yuqin cried even harder. Half an hour later, Lu Xuan arrived at the hospital and found Jiang Yuqin. She was still crying, her eyes red and tear streaks visible on her cheeks. What happened? Lu Xuan walked over, offering her a tissue. He wanted to wipe her tears but wasn't sure she'd welcome it. Jiang Yuqin took the tissue, dried her tears, and handed him the report with a choked sob. Lu Xuan accepted the report, puzzled. After a quick glance, his eyes widened. Twins. Lu Xuan felt dizzy. Jiang Yuqin had called him over, so these twins must be his. He was going to be a father. Neither he nor Jiang Yuqin was ready for this. His first reaction was to consider an abortion. But seeing the doctor's note, which indicated that an abortion would likely prevent her from having children, he dismissed that thought. He couldn't let her go through that, it would be too cruel. Jiang Yuqin had called him to understand his intentions. If he was willing to take responsibility, she would keep the babies and start a family with him. If not, she would raise them alone and cut ties with him entirely. Lu Xuan, I first noticed you back in freshman year, at a social event between our two schools. Watching you give that speech, I started liking you. But when I asked around, I found out you had a girlfriend. I wasn't going to interfere, so I stayed out of your life. Then, half a year ago, I heard you and your girlfriend broke up. I knew you were working as a counseling coach, so I finally gathered the courage to arrange a session with you just to meet you. I suggested going to a bar because I planned it out. I added something to your drink, which is why you kept drinking more. I didn't want to leave college with regrets, so I made that choice. If you're angry and don't want to take responsibility, then go. I'll raise the twins on my own. I can't go through life without children. Jiang Yuqin's gaze was firm. She couldn't bear the thought of never having children. Lu Xuan was stunned. He hadn't expected the famous campus beauty to have liked him all along, let alone gone so far just to keep from having regrets. And now, after that one night, she was pregnant with his children. But he wasn't ready to be a dad yet. They hadn't even graduated. Still, could he let her raise the children alone, acting as both mother and father? After all, the twins were his children. Besides, Jiang Yuqin was beautiful and gentle. With such a lovely wife and twins on the way, what more could he want? If he had to become a dad a little early, so be it. Lu Xuan made his decision. He would be with Jiang Yuqin, build a family, and raise their children together. At that moment, a voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've made the right choice and activated the Super Dad system. System reward, a villa in Century Gardens. What? Lu Xuan was dumbfounded. He awakened a legendary system. As a fan of online novels, he knew exactly what a system was: a tool to transform an ordinary person into a legend, a key to reaching the peak of life. And the system's first reward was a villa in Century Gardens. How generous! Did this mean he no longer had to worry about housing? His parents wouldn't need to be involved at all. System, which villa in Century Gardens did I receive? He knew Century Gardens. It was a renowned villa community in Qingcheng where most residents were millionaires. Host, your villa is villa number 9. It's fully furnished and move-in ready. The property certificate will be delivered to you soon, the system replied. Thank you. Lu Xuan was thrilled. With a system, reaching the top of the world was within his grasp. In just one day, he had a wife, kids, and a system. All of this was thanks to Jiang Yuqin. Without her, he wouldn't have awakened the Super Dad system. In his heart, Lu Xuan silently vowed never to let her down. You're welcome, the system replied warmly. So, how can I earn more rewards? Lu Xuan asked. Now that he had a system, he wanted to make the most of it. He had a house, but no money. He didn't want to mortgage the villa he just acquired. Right now, money was essential to ensure a good life for Jiang Yuqin and their babies. He wanted to give his family the best. As long as you spend money on your wife and kids and interact with them, you'll trigger rewards randomly, the system answered. Simply treat them well, and you won't lack rewards. That's simple. Lu Xuan was surprised. Treating his wife and kids well would bring rewards. That was easy. Even if the system didn't say so, he'd still be good to them. It's that simple. The system confirmed. Lu Xuan took a deep breath, pulled Jiang Yuqin into his arms, and gently said, "Let us get married." Jiang Yuqin looked up at him in surprise. A moment ago, she had thought his silence meant he didn't want her or their children. Do you really mean that? She asked nervously. It was clear that she lacked confidence, knowing that this was partly her fault. Of course, Lu Xuan replied softly. I said I'd be responsible. Finding a wife like you makes me very happy, not to mention you're carrying my children. The only question is, will you marry me? Yes, of course I will. Jiang Yuqin's face lit up with joy, tears brimming in her eyes. Being with you is a dream come true. Chapter 3, Where did all that money come from? After leaving the hospital, Lu Xuan dropped Jiang Yuqin off at school and returned to his dorm. Since they planned to marry, he would have to inform his parents, meet Jiang Yuqin's parents, and discuss the marriage arrangements. And then, there was the matter of the villa. He needed a reasonable explanation for that as well. Shortly after arriving at his dorm, Lu Xuan received a package. Inside was the property certificate for Century Gardens Villa number 9. After sorting everything out in his mind, he called his parents and explained the situation briefly. Lu Xuan's parents rushed over from the suburbs, bringing the family's household registry along. In a hotel room, You little brat, what's going on? How did we suddenly become grandparents? His mother, Lu Xuan, demanded. Didn't you break up with your girlfriend Ju Minute? Is the child even yours? I'm telling you, don't let yourself get tricked into raising someone else's kid. Lu Xian's father, Lu Hongzhua, sat silently with a serious expression, but it was clear he shared Lu Xuan's concerns. Mom, I broke up with Ju Minute and have a new girlfriend now, Lu Xian quickly assured her. You already found a new girlfriend? And she's 3 months pregnant. Wu Huan's eyes widened. Lu Xian nodded, figuring it was best not to tell his parents it was a one-night stand that led to all this. His traditional parents would likely disapprove of Jiang Yuqin if they knew. So, what's your new girlfriend like? Wu Huan asked. Wu Huan had met his ex, Ju Minute, before, and hadn't he been fond of her, finding her too materialistic. She'd been relieved when they broke up, hoping Lu Xian's new girlfriend wouldn't be the same. She's wonderful, completely different from Ju Minute. You'll definitely like her, Lu Xian said confidently. Good, Wu Huan sighed in relief. But we'll still need to meet her. Of course. Since we're planning to get married, I'll introduce her to you. Also, she's carrying twins. What? Both Wu Huan and Lu Hongzhua's eyes widened. They hadn't expected their son to bring them 2 grandchildren all at once. Are you serious? Wu Huan asked, her breathing quickening as she tried to process it. Even Lu Hongzhua looked at Lu Xian with newfound excitement. Twins were rare, after all. Of course, I wouldn't lie about something like this. Lu Xian handed over Jiang Yuqin's medical report for his mother to see. This is wonderful. 2 grandkids at once, how lucky we are. They confirmed the report and couldn't help but be overjoyed. There's one more thing I need to tell you, Lu Xian said. As long as it's not too big a deal, I'll agree to anything, given the grandkids. Wu Huan beamed, clearly already in love with the idea of her new family members. Lu Xian was speechless. His mom's affection had already transferred to the twins, and they hadn't even been born yet. I bought a villa in Century Garden, Lu Xian announced. What? How did you afford a villa? Wu Huan exclaimed. She knew villas in Century Garden started at over 10 million when they first launched and were now over 20 million. I made some money in the stock market. This was the cover story Lu Xian had decided on. With the system's continuous rewards, he could explain any financial gains as stock market profits or investments. He couldn't let anyone know about the system, not even his family or future wife. Who knew what trouble it might bring if others found out? He was fortunate enough to have a generous monthly allowance of 50,000 yuan. Using that to make investments and turn a profit of millions seemed plausible. Wu Huan nodded approvingly. So, you weren't wasting money after all, you've actually earned enough for a villa. Impressive. Indeed, very impressive, Lu Hongzhua added. His parents had clearly accepted his story, so they discussed the next steps, introducing their families, arranging meetings with Jiang Yuqin's parents, and going over wedding details. Lu Xian then texted Jiang Yuqin to let her know about meeting his parents the next day, asking her to arrange for her parents to come to Qingcheng. Jiang Yuqin, I'll follow your arrangements. I'll let my parents know and have them come tomorrow. Lu Xian, great, Yuqin. I'm heading back to school. Do you want me to bring you anything to eat? Seeing the sweet message from the man she loved, Jiang Yuqin couldn't help but smile. She stared at her phone with a silly grin for a moment before typing, I'd love some duck neck and edamame, thank you, darling. After texting, she held her phone close to her heart, feeling shy yet blissfully happy. 20 minutes later, Lu Xian arrived outside the female dormitory building at Qingcheng University with her snacks in hand. Since he couldn't enter, he sent her a message. Soon, Jiang Yuqin came outside, bundled up in a thick coat. With all the layers, no one could tell she was pregnant. Thank you, darling. She took the snacks from Lu Xian and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. Her kiss set off a commotion among the students passing by. What, our campus queen has a boyfriend? No way. I just lost my chance. Who is he? I've never seen him before. Well, there are so many people here, it's not surprising we haven't met him yet. He looks kind of cool. They actually look pretty good together. What? That guy's not even from Qingcheng University, he's from the tech school next door. No way. Our campus queen got snatched by a tech school guy? I know who he is. He is the vice president of their student council. I saw him at an event once. But I thought he already had a girlfriend. What is he doing with our campus queen? Chapter 4, Truly Bold. Ding. Host buys his wife a late night snack. Wife is thrilled, gives a kiss, reward of 5 million yuan awarded. What? There's a reward for this? Lu Xuan was stunned. Earning 5 million like this, wasn't it a bit too easy? Excited, he reached out and pulled Jiang Yuqin into his arms. Jiang Yuqin didn't resist. Instead, she felt sweet and rested her head on his chest, feeling incredibly secure. This scene was captured by several students and quickly shared across the campus online. In no time, the news spread like wildfire between both universities. Breaking news. The campus beauty from Qingcheng University has a boyfriend. The beauty and her boyfriend embracing publicly. Don't miss this juicy scene. Shocking. Qingcheng University's campus beauty's boyfriend is actually. Photos of the two embracing circulated everywhere on the campus forums. After parting with Jiang Yuqin, Lu Xuan returned to his dorm. His 3 roommates were already waiting for him, having clearly heard about his relationship with the Qingcheng University beauty. Lu, you're now the public enemy of all the guys at Qingcheng University. To pull off such a feat on your own, I'm impressed. You're something else, managing to date Qingcheng University's campus beauty. Come on, tell us, how did you do it? You're dating the campus beauty and didn't he even tell us? Not cool. Yeah, if it wasn't he for the news, we wouldn't he have known a thing. You owe us a treat. Lu, the real question is, have you two, you know? The 3 roommates teased him, firing off questions one after another. This all happened so suddenly. I didn't he have a chance to tell you guys, but I'll treat you all to dinner sometime soon. Lu Xuan casually deflected their questions and sat down. What is the situation now, though? Have you two done it? His roommate Wang Chao pressed, not about to drop the question. What do you think? Lu Xuan shot back. I'll be marrying her soon, and I'll invite you guys to be groomsmen. What? Are you rushing things a bit? Yeah, marrying before graduation, is this serious? Weren't you the one who always said you wouldn't get married until you were 28? What changed all of a sudden? Is the campus beauty that irresistible? His roommates looked at him in disbelief. She did change me, Lu Xuan said with a smile. I want to marry her and start our lives together. No surprises here, the wedding will be happening soon. Lu Xuan didn't mention Jiang Yuqin's pregnancy. It wasn't the kind of thing he wanted to broadcast. She was already 3 months along, and in a while, her belly would start to show. They needed to get the marriage license and plan the wedding soon. His roommates were all dumbfounded again. Wow, you're bold. I admire it. Getting married before graduating, you're one of a kind at our tech university. I support you. A girl like that, better to lock it down early. Otherwise, after graduation, she'll be hard to find. The next morning, Lu Xuan went to the dorms at Qingcheng University to pick up Jiang Yuqin and take her to meet his parents for breakfast. Along the way, they ran into Lu Xuan's ex-girlfriend, Ju Minute. Lu Xuan held Jiang Yuqin's hand, intending to ignore Ju Minute, but Ju Minute stepped in front of them. Lu Xuan, impressive, huh? Even with your family's company bankrupt, you still managed to date the campus beauty, Ju Minute sneered. Are you done? If so, please step aside. Don't ruin the mood for me and my girlfriend, Lu Xuan responded coldly. You? Ju Minute's anger flared up. Your family's company is bankrupt, what right do you have to act so high and mighty? Lu Xuan frowned. Who said my family's company went bankrupt? Indeed, his family company had faced issues before, but they had resolved them. Ju Minute seemed unaware of that. No matter, it didn't matter now. He only cared about his wife and children. Ju Minute sneered, that's common knowledge. Anyone can find out. Lu Xuan wanted to say more, but Jiang Yuqin spoke up first. So, you're Lu Xuan's ex. Thank you for letting him go, otherwise, I wouldn't have had the chance to be with him. Ju Minute glared at her. If you're with him, you'll regret it. His family's company is bankrupt. Jiang Yuqin smiled softly. I'm with Lu Xuan because of who he is, not because of his family's assets. Even if he had nothing, I would stand by his side. That is something a woman like you wouldn't understand. Having kept an eye on Zhu Minute since dating Lu Xuan, Jiang Yuqin was well aware of the kind of person Zhu Minute was. "You're calling me shallow?" Zhu Minute snapped, practically hissing like a cat with its tail stepped on. She knew her nature but didn't like hearing it from others. "Did I say anything untrue?" Jiang Yuqin countered. "You broke up with him and immediately got together with a wealthy guy. Don't tell me that's not true." "You." Zhu Minute had no comeback, huffed and spat. "You two won't last anyway." "Sorry to disappoint you," Jiang Yuqin smiled calmly. With a huff, Zhu Minute turned and stormed off. "Sorry, you had to deal with that because of me," Lu Xuan said apologetically. "It's fine." Jiang Yuqin shook her head. "Let us go. We don't want to keep your parents waiting." Hearing this, Lu Xuan felt moved. Jiang Yuqin's gentle demeanor was a far cry from Zhu Minute's. He was grateful they had broken up, otherwise, he'd never have found a wife like Jiang Yuqin. And without her, he wouldn't have the system. "All right, let us go." Lu Xuan smiled, holding Jiang Yuqin's hand as they headed to the hotel where his parents were staying. Along the way, several students saw them and whispered excitedly. At the hotel. "Hello, uncle and auntie," Jiang Yuqin greeted Lu Xuan's parents politely. "Hello, you must be Yuqin. Come, sit here," Lu Hongzhuo nodded with a smile, while Wu Huan warmly invited her over. At first sight, Wu Huan immediately liked this soon-to-be daughter-in-law. As the saying goes, a person's face reveals their character. Jiang Yuqin's appearance suggested a gentle and kind personality, the perfect match for their family. Compared to Zhu Minute, Jiang Yuqin was a breath of fresh air. Over breakfast, Wu Huan asked about Jiang Yuqin's family. She quickly learned that Jiang Yuqin's father ran a business, her mother was a teacher, and their family background was quite impressive. Chapter 5, Meeting the Parents. After breakfast, they continued chatting in the hotel lounge. Around noon, Jiang Yuqin's mother called to say they had arrived in Qingcheng and had just gotten off the high-speed train. "Mom, how did you get here so fast? Weren't you supposed to come in the evening?" Jiang Yuqin asked in surprise. "We couldn't wait. After hearing the news about you last night, neither your father nor I could sleep. We took an early train," her mother, Feng Lan, replied with a hint of urgency. "Where are you? Are you at school? We'll grab a cab and come find you." Feng Lan sounded worried. Her daughter was pregnant before marriage, and she was anxious to meet the man who would become her son-in-law. "Mom, I'm with my boyfriend and his parents. I'll send you the hotel address so you can come straight here." After hanging up, Jiang Yuqin sent her mother the hotel location and told Lu Xuan and his parents that her parents would arrive soon. Given the travel time, they expected them in about 45 minutes, just in time for lunch. When it was almost time, the four of them moved to a private room in the restaurant and had Jiang Yuqin let her parents know to meet them there. After an hour, her parents finally arrived. They'd been delayed slightly by traffic. Both sets of parents greeted each other warmly and took their seats. "Perfect timing for lunch," Wu Huan said warmly. "Let us order some dishes and chat while we eat." The server handed menus to everyone. Feng Lan chose 3 signature dishes, while Wu Huan selected 5 more, taking the lead in deciding the menu. As they waited for the food, the conversation naturally shifted toward the couple's marriage plans. "So, about the children, what are your thoughts?" Feng Lan glanced at Lu Xuan. "Honestly, my son really cares about your daughter, and he wouldn't be with her otherwise. We adore Yuqin, too, and we're set on her becoming our daughter-in-law," Wu Huan expressed earnestly. "After they are married, they can live with us or get their own place. It's up to them, we won't interfere in their choices. And if Yuqin needs help with the baby later, whether she wants us to help or prefers to hire a nanny, that's entirely her call. Auntie, rest assured I love Yuqin and will always be by her side," Lu Xuan added, stating his commitment clearly. He knew it was crucial to show sincerity to his future in-laws. Jiang Yuqin looked at Lu Xuan lovingly, feeling grateful to be with someone so responsible. Feng Lan nodded, then asked, "They haven't bought a house yet, have they?" "About the housing? I actually already bought a place, Auntie," Lu Xuan replied. "It's a 2-story townhouse in Century Gardens downtown, with 200 square meters. If we need more space in the future, we'll upgrade. As for a car, my family has one, but I plan to get us another soon." Feng Lan and her husband exchanged a satisfied glance. They had assumed Lu Xuan didn't have a property yet and had considered helping with a down payment. But to their pleasant surprise, he already owned a townhouse and in such a prime location. The Lu family's financial standing was clearly solid. The conversation continued pleasantly, and Feng Lan suggested visiting the townhouse. It would ease their minds to see it in person. Lu Xuan readily agreed. He returned briefly to his dorm to get the property deed, then joined everyone back at the hotel. They rented a 7-seater to Century Gardens. As they got out of the car, Lu Xuan carefully supported Jiang Yuqin, ensuring she was safe. Holding his strong hand, Jiang Yuqin felt a sense of warmth and security. Their parents looked at each other and smiled, relieved by the love between the two. "Hello, are you here to view a property? I'm Xiao Li from sales. Please, follow me." A young woman in business attire greeted them at the entrance. "Actually, I've already bought a property here and just came to pick up the keys," Lu Xuan explained, handing her the deed. After checking the document, Xiao Li quickly excused herself to notify the manager. Soon, a middle-aged man in a suit arrived. "Mr. Lu, welcome. Here are your keys. Let me personally take you to your new home," Manager Liu said, handing over the keys. He explained that he'd been briefed by his boss to make sure Lu Xuan was well taken care of. Seeing this, Feng Lan and her husband felt reassured. Lu Xuan had indeed bought a townhouse here, and it wasn't just talk. "Thank you," Lu Xuan responded politely. "It's my pleasure. Your townhouse has been fully renovated with eco-friendly materials and is ready for you to move in," Manager Liu explained as they walked. "Being in the city center, these townhouses must be pricey, right?" Feng Lan asked. "Yes, Mr. Lu purchased his 6 months ago at 80,000 yuan per square meter. The current rate is now up to 500,000 per square meter. This townhouse is in a prime location, with excellent facilities and nearby schools, making it highly desirable." Feng Lan and her husband exchanged another look, visibly impressed. Chapter 6. With the system, money is not a problem. Lu Xuan had just gotten this house from there, but he didn't expect that he had bought it half a year ago and it had already been renovated, using the best possible materials for decoration. They can just unpack and move in. Lu Xuan and Jiang Yuqin are both students, and Jiang Yuqin is now pregnant, so they can move in right away, which saves a lot of trouble. Jiang Yuqin already has a child, so it would be somewhat inconvenient for her to live in the dormitory. It would be much more convenient for her to live in her own home. "Mr. Lu, if you have no other instructions, I'll be busy now. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact me." After Manager Liu handed his business card to Lu Xuan, he left the villa with Lu Xuan's consent. Lu Xuan said to Jiang Yuqin, "Yuqin, why don't we move here first?" Jiang Yuqin looked at her own parents, then at Lu Xuan's parents. Seeing that neither of them had any problems, she nodded and said, "It's up to you to decide." After getting in touch with Lu Xuan, Jiang Yuqin became more and more obsessed with him. She didn't expect that the boy she had liked for so long would be so gentle, considerate, and responsible. Her heart felt as sweet as honey. The parents on both sides are very happy to see the two children getting along so harmoniously. The two children are living a happy and fulfilling life, which is what they want to see. Lu Xuan's mother, Lu Xuan, pulled Lu Xuan aside and asked quietly, "Son, where did you get so much money to buy such a nice house half a year ago?" Lu Xuan replied, "Mom, don't worry, your son's money is absolutely clean. I will never make dirty money. I am rich because you and my dad are so good to me. You give me so much pocket money every month. I don't want that much, so I just play around and follow others to invest in stocks. I didn't expect that I would be lucky and have money to buy this house. But when I marry your daughter-in-law, you and my dad have to help me. I have no money." After hearing what her son said, Lu Xuan finally stopped worrying. "Don't worry, your father and I have already saved money for you. We will only have to worry about your lives in the future. Your father and I will definitely contribute money and effort." Lu Xing thought to himself that with the system in place, money shouldn't be a problem. He said to his mother, "Mom, don't worry about life. I will work after I graduate. I will never let Yuqin and her son down." Lu Xuan felt relieved to hear her son say this, but now that both children are in school, they, as parents, naturally have to worry more. When Jiang Yuqin's parents saw this, they were very happy. They knew their daughter had found her own happiness. They were not even old yet, but they were already going to be grandparents. Their daughter was destined to belong to another family before she even graduated. The couple was happy but reluctant to let their daughter go. Jiang Yuqin's mother Feng Lan pulled Jiang Yuqin aside and asked in a low voice, "Girl, you must think it over carefully." Jiang Yuqin nodded, "Mom, I've thought about it." Feng Lan nodded, "Okay, you've made up your mind, then Mom supports you. You can't focus on studying in the future. You have 2 children in your belly now, and pregnancy is very hard. Lu Xuan's parents are both kind, and Lu Xuan is also responsible and has a good temper. After you get married, you can't be so willful as before. You have to take good care of yourself and the children, and be filial to your parents-in-law." Jiang Yuqin blushed and nodded softly, "Yes, Mom, I will." Jiang Yuqin looked at Lu Xuan. She felt very sweet in her heart because she was marrying the person she loved and who was so good to her. Afterwards, after they had looked at the villa, they simply talked about their marriage in the new house. After negotiation, they planned to let Lu Xuan and Jiang Yuqin move into the new house first, and then find a nanny to take care of their lives. As for the wedding banquet, out of consideration for Jiang Yuqin's health, they decided to wait until after she gave birth to the baby. Tomorrow they would go get their marriage certificate first. When they got married, the betrothal gift was 99,000 yuan, which represented a long-lasting relationship. Jiang Yuqin's parents gave some furniture as a dowry. Both sets of parents were easy to talk to, so the matter was quickly settled. Afterwards, they accompanied Jiang Yuqin to pack her luggage. Jiang Yuqin was now wearing loose skirts. She was pregnant with twins, so her belly was much more obvious than if she was pregnant with one child. So, after packing the luggage, they went to the mall to buy some things that the 2 children would need in their daily lives. Of course, the main things bought were Jiang Yuqin's things. After all, she was now the focus of protection for their whole family. At night, Lu Xuan's parents returned to their home, while Jiang Yuqin's parents were accommodated in a luxury hotel. Lu Xuan looked at the things in the room and felt dazed. In just 2 or 3 days, he would go from being a lovelorn young man to someone else's husband and the father of 2 little babies. He looked at Jiang Yuqin, who was resting on the sofa. Maybe it's because of having a baby, her previously oval face has almost turned into an apple face. She has a straight nose and a pair of big black eyes, which are very beautiful. Every part of her seemed to have a unique beauty, which made Lu Xuan stunned for a moment. Jiang Yuqin is the campus belle of Qingcheng University. She is the object of pursuit of many boys and their goddess. Naturally, her appearance must be good. Her beauty is very natural, which is completely different from the beauty that comes with makeup or other modifications. Jiang Yuqin's face makes people feel more comfortable the more they look at it. In the past, she was always very aloof, which made many people afraid to approach her. As a result, many boys talked about her in private, fantasizing about having a relationship with her and secretly having a crush on her, but no one dared to confess their love. Because of this, her 4 years of college are almost over, but she still doesn't have a serious boyfriend. As for Lu Xuan, his appearance is also quite good. He is not narcissistic. As for his appearance, although he is not as handsome as the school hunk, he can at least rank second, and there are many girls who like him. There is no boy who doesn't like pretty girls. Before he fell in love with Zhu Minute, Lu Xuan also liked Jiang Yuqin. Later, it was Zhu Minute who took the initiative to pursue him. At that time, he couldn't say that he was moved, but he just wanted to try the feeling of being in love and follow the trend. Zhu Minute was very good looking and knew how to please him, so he agreed and naturally gave up his thoughts about Jiang Yuqin. At this moment, Lu Xuan looked at Jiang Yuqin, who was resting on the sofa, feeling quite dazed. He had never expected that one day he would be together with Jiang Yuqin, and that Jiang Yuqin had liked him first, and they even had a baby. Chapter 7. Do they like each other? When Lu Xuan looked at Jiang Yuqin was also looking at him. Jiang Yuqin blushed when they were working together. She blinked and said shyly, "Why are you looking at me? Is there something dirty on my face?" She touched her face subconsciously. Lu Xuan replied, "You are very beautiful." This answer was beyond Jiang Yuqin's expectations. Her heartbeat became irregular after being praised by Lu Xuan. Lu Xuan's praise brought the two closer together. Thinking of the story between them, Jiang Yuqin also felt unreal. She looked at Lu Xuan blankly, with a myriad of thoughts in her mind. After a while, she asked cautiously, "Are you sure you want to marry me? Don't you regret it?" Lu Xuan was stunned for a moment, then shook his head, No regrets. Why are you asking this? Do you feel that we are getting married too hastily, and are you nervous? Actually, there's one thing you don't know. When I first knew you, I liked you very much. But you were the campus beauty of Qingcheng University, so I could only admire you from afar. I didn't dare to get close to you. Later, I was with someone else, so after that, it was you. One thing I am sure of is that my love for you has never changed. You are the person I want to spend my whole life with. The sudden confession surprised and delighted Jiang Yuqin, and she was unable to recover for a long time. Lu Xuan actually likes her too. So, does that mean they like each other? Lu Xuan saw how excited Jiang Yuqin was to talk to Lao Chen. He took Jiang Yuqin's hand, knelt on one knee, took out an exquisite box from his pocket, opened it in front of Jiang Yuqin, and said to her, "Miss Jiang Yuqin, are you willing to marry me and let me protect you and the baby for the rest of your life?" Jiang Yuqin covered her mouth in surprise and looked at Lu Xuan, who was kneeling on one knee in front of her with disbelief. After a long while, she nodded heavily, I do. After she finished speaking, tears fell from her eyes. Lu Xuan put the ring he bought today on Jiang Yuqin's finger, stood up, hugged her in his arms, and gently comforted her, "Silly girl, there is nothing to cry about." As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice rang in his mind. Ding, congratulations to their host for successfully proposing and giving his wife and children a complete family. The system will reward a marriage fund of 3 million, which will be transferred to your account later. Please check it carefully. As soon as the system finished speaking, Lu Xuan hadn't reacted yet when a text message alert sounded from his phone. He took it out and saw that it was sent by the bank. He was secretly delighted. Could this trigger the system and give him a reward? It smells so good, doesn't it? With these 3 million, won't they not have to worry about their future lives? However, Lu Xuan still planned to take a serious class after graduation and ask the system what he should do to trigger the system and get the reward. Now that he already has the system, he will naturally make good use of it. He should not miss the benefits that he got for free. He has to work hard to make money so that he can provide a better life for his wife and children. Lu Xuan and Jiang Yuqin hugged for a while, then asked softly, "Are you hungry? Shall I go heat up the dumplings we bought?" Jiang Yuqin felt warm in her heart and nodded obediently, "I'm hungry." After she had the child, she could eat a lot. During dinner, Lu Xuan was worried that she would be hungry at night, so he thoughtfully packed a portion of her favorite dumplings for her. Now she was really a little hungry. Jiang Yuqin was very happy to see Lu Xuan being so considerate and kind to her. Lu Xuan walked into the kitchen with the dumplings. He had to admit that the service of this system was really good. He was given a renovated villa with everything in it, including furniture and appliances, all of the best quality. His parents had already cleaned it today, but time was limited, so they mainly cleaned the main activity area for the two of them. "I'll find a cleaner tomorrow to clean the house thoroughly, and then I can live here peacefully." Soon, Lu Xuan heated up the dumplings and carefully brought them to Jiang Yuqin. "Be careful about the heat. Let's go buy some daily necessities tomorrow. We are still short of some pots, bowls, and pans." Ding, the system detected that the host prepared a loving midnight snack for his wife. The system will reward you with the super chef skill and a 2 million wife nutrition fund. Lu Xuan was stunned at first, then he was overjoyed. He just cooked a bowl of dumplings and he had money again? Of course he likes money, the more the better, but what is that super chef skill? Is he going to be a nanny at home, taking care of his wife and children? Although he is happy to take care of his wife and children, this cannot be regarded as a career. There is still a soul in his heart that wants to pursue a career, and he plans to start a career after graduation. But Jiang Yuqin is in a special period now, and this skill can come in handy. Jiang Yuqin took it happily and whispered, "Thank you." Lu Xuan naturally raised his hand and pinched her face, "Silly girl, I'm your husband, why are you saying thank you to me?" Seeing that Jiang Yuqin was enjoying her meal, Lu Xuan was also happy. While Jiang Yuqin was eating dumplings, he took another look at the villa. He sighed and said, "This will be our home with the baby from now on." Jiang Yuqin nodded happily. While eating herself, she did not forget to pick up the dumplings and put them into Lu Xuan's mouth. The scene was very warm. After the midnight snack, it was time to rest. After the two of them washed up, the atmosphere inexplicably became awkward. The two looked at each other, and Lu Xuan said tentatively, "Otherwise, I'll go to the living room." Seeing Lu Xuan was about to leave, Jiang Yuqin quickly held Lu Xuan back, you, don't leave, we are both getting married, how can we sleep separately? Actually, there is no need to be so serious, why don't you stay here? When saying this, Jiang Yuqin blushed and her heart beat fast, and she didn't even dare to look at Lu Xuan's face. Although the two of them already have a baby, this is the first time they have lived together soberly, which is really a bit embarrassing. Lu Xuan was worried that Jiang Yuqin was nervous, so he said, "Don't worry, I will be very well behaved. You are in a special period now, I will control myself." Lu Xuan didn't want to be so content. After all, his wife was the campus belle, the goddess that many boys dreamed of having. However, Jiang Yuqin is in a special period now, so he has to endure it. Fortunately, they are already married and there is a long way to go. After they lay down, they both felt very awkward, especially Jiang Yuqin, who dared not move at all. Lu Xuan wanted to get up and play games to ease the awkward atmosphere, but suddenly, Jiang Yuqin on the other side screamed, which scared Lu Xuan. Chapter 8. Her love finally came to fruition. Lu Xuan hurried over and asked nervously, "Yuqin, are you feeling unwell?" Jiang Yuqin said excitedly, No, I'm not feeling uncomfortable. The baby just kicked me. It was just a gentle kick. It was such a wonderful feeling." Knowing that Jiang Yuqin was fine, Lu Xuan breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time became interested. Such a young baby would kick people, right? After the two little ones were born, they called him Dad. Lu Xuan asked, "Can I listen to it?" Jiang Yuqin nodded, "Of course, come here and lie on your belly, and you can hear their heartbeats." Lu Xuan immediately did as he was told and listened attentively, not even daring to breathe too heavily. After listening for a while, he said, "My little darlings, I am your father." At this time, the baby was still young and had no hearing, so he couldn't hear Lu Xuan's kindness at all. The baby didn't respond, but the system did. Ding, congratulations to the host for communicating with the baby and promoting parent-child affection. You will receive a bonus of 100,000 yuan from the system. Warm reminder, you can receive the bonus 3 times a day. Lu Xuan was overjoyed. Is this possible? What this means is that as long as he gets closer to the children, interacts with them and communicates with them, he can trigger the system and get rewards. 1 time is 100,000, and 3 times is 300,000. He can easily get 300,000 every day. He has spent 100,000 yuan on pregnancy. Now the baby is more than 3 months old, and there are still 5 or 6 months left. If he gets a reward every day, by the time the baby is born, won't his wallet be bulging? Then does he still worry about not having money to support his children and wife? Jiang Yuqin was amused by Lu Xuan and laughed, "The baby is still young and can't hear you at all." Lu Xuan replied, "It's okay. This doesn't affect my love for them. I will talk to them like this every day in the future so that they can remember my voice and get close to their daddy as soon as they speak. Don't move. Let me chat with the babies." Jiang Yuqin laughed even more after hearing what he said. The way Lu Xuan lay on her belly and talked to the babies was so adorable. Jiang Yuqin was deeply moved when she saw this scene. This was the happiness she had always dreamed of. Her love finally came to fruition. With the presence of the babies, the two seemed to be closer, and the awkwardness that had just occurred between them when they first slept together disappeared. The night between the two of them just passed by so indifferently. The two of them have a good understanding of each other and are full of expectations for their happy family life in the future. The next day, as soon as they woke up, their parents came. Today, they are going to hold a big event for their 2 children and get their marriage certificate. Both parents brought the household registration of both families. After breakfast, the group went straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau. When they came out, both of them had an extra red book in their hands. The elders of both families were so happy that they laughed continuously. In this way, the two became a legal family and formed their own small family. The two looked at each other and smiled at each other. They are together legally. Afterwards, they went to the mall again and continued buying things the 2 children needed. When they returned to the villa, there was another room full of shopping bags. Lu Xuan's parents also arranged a nanny to take care of Jiang Yuqin. After they left, they also found a cleaning company to clean the house carefully. The villa was now completely new. Jiang Yuqin's parents were naturally happy that Lu Xuan's family was so thoughtful about their daughter. Now that the marriage certificate has been obtained and the home for the 2 children has been tidied up, the next step is to look forward to the arrival of the 2 little babies. As for the wedding, it will have to wait until the baby is born and Jiang Yuqin's body recovers. After returning home, their whole family sat on the sofa and chatted. Of course, the topic was all about Jiang Yuqin and the baby in her belly. Yuqin, our family is in business, and we have a lot of company matters to attend to, so we can't leave. So we let the nanny take care of you. If you have anything to do, just tell the nanny to do it. If you are not satisfied with anything, or have other needs, just tell us and we will arrange it, okay? Lu Xuan's mother, Lu Xuan, said intimately, holding Jiang Yuqin's hand. Jiang Yuqin nodded. Okay, thank you for your concern, auntie. You still call me auntie. Now that you've got the certificate, isn't it time to change your name? Lu Xuan joked. Jiang Yuqin lowered her head in embarrassment and shouted, Thank you, Mom and Dad. The calls of Mom and Dad made Lu Xuan and Lu Hongzhuo laugh so hard that they couldn't close their mouths. Okay, good child. After that, Lu Xuan's parents quickly gave Jiang Yuqin a red envelope. Jiang Yuqin's parents nodded with satisfaction. Since the in-laws were sensible, their daughter's future life would be secure. Lu Xuan continued to say to Jiang Yuqin, You young people have your own lives. I will come to see you occasionally, but I won't come every day to affect your young life as a couple. Jiang Yuqin blushed and nodded. Afterwards, the family talked about wedding etiquette. Lu Xuan said, Although there is no rush to hold the wedding, we still have to prepare what needs to be prepared. When we have time, we can go and look at things like jewelry. We will buy whatever Yuqin likes. Seeing Lu Xuan doting on Jiang Yuqin's mother nodded and continued, My dear relative, you are so thoughtful. So, should we buy the car for the child first? Or should we wait until the two children have their weddings? No one else expressed their opinions. Lu Xuan spoke first, Mom, there's no rush for this, take your time. The most important thing now is to take good care of Yuqin. We can talk about other things later. Seeing that Lu Xuan put his daughter first, Feng Lan and Jiang Yuan looked at each other and nodded with satisfaction. Sensible in-laws and sensible son-in-law are all here. Lu Xuan said to the nanny she had hired, Sister Li, you will have to worry more about taking care of Yuqin in the future. Remember, no matter what the situation, Yuqin comes first. They are both children, still young, and don't understand many things. You should give them more advice. Mrs. Li is the nanny brought by Lu Xuan. She has worked in the Lu family for more than 10 years and is Lu Xuan's most trusted live-in nanny. Mrs. Li replied confidently, Madam, don't worry, I will take good care of the young master and the young mistress. Lu Xuan is a person with a very gentle temper, and Mrs. Li works hard. They are from the same hometown, so they are relatively close. It is also because Lu Xuan values Jiang Yuqin that she sent her most trusted nanny to the couple's home. Mrs. Li cherishes this job very much. Before coming to the Lu family, she had worked in other places. Working in the Lu family is the most comfortable job for her. Chapter 9 I wish I could give my heart to my two children. Not only was the salary high, but the family was also very kind. Such a family was hard to find. If she lost this one, she probably would never find such a job again in her life, so she naturally worked diligently. With Mrs. Li's care, Lu Xuan can feel much more at ease. But she didn't completely let go. She had to deal with the company's affairs while Jiang Yuqin was still pregnant. Then when the baby was about to be born, she would have time to take good care of her daughter-in-law and grandson. We are all women who have experienced this before, and of course we know how hard it is to be pregnant. At this time, the care and concern of family members are very important. Most of the family business is handled by Lu Hongzhuo, but it is not necessary for her to do so. Work is not as important as her daughter-in-law and grandson. She went to work before because she had nothing to do, but in the future she won't be bored and the home will become more and more lively. The work will be handed over to Lu Xuan's father Lu Hongzhuo. They had dinner in the new villa. After dinner, the Lu couple went home, and the Jiang couple returned to their hotel where they stayed last night. On their way home, Lu Xuan said to Lu Hongzhuo who was driving, Old Lu, how much savings do we have? We have to be frugal in the future. Although Yuqin's parents are quite reasonable and don't ask us for anything, we can't let Yuqin down. Isn't it a bit unreasonable to only give her 99,000 yuan as a betrothal gift? They also said that they would buy a car for the two children. I am not very sensible. I should take out all the money I can from my family and prepare well for the weddings of the two children. I must not let the girls down. Let's put ourselves in her shoes. If we had a best friend, we wouldn't want her to be neglected by her in-laws, right? First of all, we have to increase the betrothal gift a little more. Lu Hongzhuo nodded in agreement. Well, I'll listen to you. Yuqin will be our daughter in the future. We have to treat her well so that she can live with our son wholeheartedly. Don't you agree? We will soon be grandparents. Isn't the purpose of making money for our children and grandchildren? If the children are happy, we as parents will be happy too. At first, when he heard Lu Xuan say that they were going to wait for their grandparents, Lu Hongzhuo felt like he was dreaming. It was not until now that he felt less dazed and truly understood that all this was real and not a dream. What they worry about most is their son growing up, starting a family and building a career. They hope he can find a good girl to spend his life with. Seeing Jiang Yuqin being so sensible, they, as parents, were so relieved that they wanted to give their hearts to their two children. Money was nothing to them. It is said that grandparents are closer to their grandparents. Once you get older, you like children very much. When you know that you are going to be a grandparent, the feeling of joy is particularly strong. Seeing that Lu Hongzhuo had no objection, Lu Xuan nodded with satisfaction. She knew the family situation. They had some savings, but that was their only savings. If it was not absolutely necessary, they would not touch the money. This is their family's last guarantee. If they lose this money, they will have no capital to deal with any problems that may arise at home. But now their family is going to marry a daughter-in-law and welcome the arrival of two little lives, which are top priorities for the family. After weighing the pros and cons, the daughter-in-law and grandson are more important. If you want money, just work hard to earn it. Their son already has a family and is so sensible. He didn't spend the pocket money they gave him, but used it to earn more money. They feel relieved just thinking about it. They believe that if they give their son more time, he will definitely achieve something, and then they will have no worries. When I get old and no longer able to earn money, I will just stay at home to take care of my grandchildren and grow flowers and plants. After both parents left, Sister Li called Lu Xuan over and asked quietly, Xiao Xian, are you sleeping with Yuqin now? Lu Xuan chuckled and replied, yes, we are already legal, so we live together. Mrs. Li looked towards the living room and confirmed that Jiang Yuqin was gone before she continued, Xiao Xian, Yuqin is newly pregnant. Now is a dangerous period. You can't do anything intimate, otherwise, the risk of miscarriage is very high. You young people are sometimes prone to impulsiveness. At this time, you have to be more patient and put Yuqin and the baby in her belly first, okay? Sister Li said seriously. Sister Li has worked in the Lu family for more than 10 years and has a very good relationship with the family. The Lu family has a very good upbringing, and Lu Xuan has always respected her as an elder. Lu Xuan grew up under the care of Sister Li, and the two are very close. Mrs. Li usually talks to Lu Xuan in a very casual manner. She spoke to him so seriously because she was worried that the two children were young and energetic and might not know how to handle things properly. After Lu Xuan understood, he nodded repeatedly, Aunt Li, don't worry, I know the severity of the situation. She is in a special period now, I won't do anything to her, don't treat me as an ignorant child. Sister Li smiled and said, okay, you are not a child anymore, you have grown up and become sensible. Aunt Li is also happy to see you so sensible. Then I will not say anything more. There are still some places in the house that have not been cleaned up. I will go and get busy. Ask Yuqin what she likes to eat and I'll make it for her. After taking 2 steps, Mrs. Li stepped back and said. Lu Xuan replied, Aunt Li, you've been busy all day, go and have a rest. You can clean up tomorrow if you haven't finished. Don't worry about Yuqin, I will take good care of her. The system will reward him for making midnight snacks for Jiang Yuqin. How can he not do something with so many benefits? Sister Li was indeed tired. Seeing that Lu Xuan had said so, she didn't say anything else. Okay, then I'll go to bed. Call me if you need anything. After Mrs. Li left, Lu Xuan went to the bedroom. He had to communicate with the baby. In the room, Jiang Yuqin was sitting at the head of the bed, looking at her cell phone. Lu Xuan asked, Baby, what are you doing? Although the two of them had only been together for 2 or 3 days, Lu Xuan called her baby and wife all the time, and it came out very smoothly, as if they had been an old married couple for a long time. Whenever Lu Xuan called her like this, Jiang Yuqin felt sweet in her heart. Jiang Yuqin replied, I'm looking at the tickets. My parents said they will be going home tomorrow, and I'm buying tickets for them. Lu Xuan nodded, okay, then we'll go see our parents off tomorrow. Jiang Yuqin naturally didn't have any, I'll listen to you. When the time comes, we'll buy some things for them to take back. Honey, this is the gift my parents gave me. Jiang Yu took out a card and a small note from the red envelope, with 200,000 written on them. One red envelope is 200,000 yuan, and the two red envelopes add up to 400,000 yuan. 400,000 is a gift for meeting someone. It's really too much. Should we return it to our parents later? Chapter 10. You are lighting a fire. Lu Xuan replied, this is a gift from them, so just accept it, don't be embarrassed. Jiang Yuqin replied, but, this is too much, and your mother also sent me a WeChat message, asking for my bank card number, saying that it would be more convenient to deposit money directly into my card in the future. Lu Xuan said calmly, then send it to her. They treat you like this because they approve of you. If they don't like you, how can they be generous to you? So you should be happy. Don't think so much. Just take good care of yourself and the baby in your belly. Why think so much about other things? Come, let me hear what our little babies are doing. As Lu Xuan spoke, he lay on Jiang Yuqin's belly again and started talking to the babies. Although the children couldn't understand what he was saying yet, it didn't affect Lu Xuan at all. My two little babies, I am your super handsome dad. Are you happy today? Lu Xuan said gently. Jiang Yuqin looked at Lu Xuan with tenderness in her eyes. Whenever Lu Xuan treated her and the babies so gently, Jiang Yuqin felt so happy and dazed. This was something she had never dared to imagine before. Ding, congratulations to the host for communicating with the babies and promoting parent-child relationships. The system will give you a cash reward of 100,000 yuan. At this time, the system's voice sounded again. Immediately afterwards, Lu Xuan's cell phone rang with the sound of a text message. Without even looking, Lu Xuan knew that this was a reminder message from the bank, and another 100,000 yuan had been deposited into his bank card. He can get 3 days rewards in 1 day, so he can't waste any of them. He is not working yet and has no source of income. The system is his only support. 300,000 a day, 3 million in 10 days, 9 million a month. Doesn't that mean you earn more money than any other job? Lu Xuan suddenly thought that he might as well stop working and just start a company. That way, he could tell his family that the money was earned from his company and he wouldn't have any psychological burden to spend it. Otherwise, he would have to think about how to explain the source of the money to his family. Otherwise, if he said that he made all the money from stock trading, it would arouse suspicion among his family members over time. However, starting a company or something like that can only be done after the baby is born. The most important thing for him now is to take good care of Jiang Yuqin and the babies in her belly every day. He is not short of money, he stays at home every day, and he doesn't have to worry about not being able to support his wife and children. If he wants to take good care of his wife and children, he has to study hard to avoid being in a hurry. Ding, the system has just detected that their host wants to be a good husband and a good father. You will receive a happiness fund of 1 million as a reward from the system. What? Is this possible? This system is so interesting. System, do you treat money as a string of numbers? To answer the master's question, yes. This system is so intelligent that it can even communicate with him. Lu Xuan continued to lie on Jiang Yuqin's belly and chat with the babies. Suddenly, he felt Jiang Yuqin's belly move. He said in surprise, "Oh, the baby is moving." Jiang Yuqin also felt it and exclaimed in surprise, "The baby just moved again." They both spoke in unison, their tone expressing surprise. Both of them felt that life was truly a magical thing. I plan to buy a monitor so that I can clearly hear the movements of the babies and their heartbeats. It should sound really nice. Lu Xuan said happily. They are all college students and have learned some knowledge about babies, but learning and experiencing it personally are completely different feelings. It was such an exhilarating feeling, it was so thrilling and magical. Suddenly, the system's voice came into my mind again. Ding, congratulations to their host, for having your first intimate contact with a baby. The system will reward you with 100,000 yuan in cash. The system surprised Lu Xuan again. He decided that after seeing Jiang Yuqin's parents off tomorrow, he would buy some more baby stuff, such as bottles, diapers, small clothes, etc., all of which would be washed and ready for use when the baby is born. Lu Xuan asked Jiang Yuqin, baby, what time did you buy the train tickets for your parents? Jiang Yuqin, it's around 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, so we can get up a little later and have breakfast before going to meet him. After thinking for a while, Lu Xuan said to Jiang Yuqin, baby, after we send your parents away, let's go to the maternity and baby store and buy some baby clothes, bottles and so on. Once we have everything, we can wait for the babies to make sounds peacefully. We can come back in time for lunch and you can take a nap. If you're tired, I can take you back and buy it later. Jiang Yuqin wanted to stay with Lu Xuan all the time, so of course she wanted to go with Lu Xuan. I'm not tired, the babies are still young, and I can eat and sleep better, so it's not that hard. I'll go with you. Lu Xuan nodded, okay, then our family of 4 will go together. Then he smiled gently at Jiang Yuqin. This tenderness made Jiang Yuqin's heart soften and she was surrounded by happiness. Jiang Yuqin felt unprecedented happiness. Lu Xuan was so gentle to her, so gentle that she felt she was extremely happy. She looked at Lu Xuan tenderly, with deep love in her eyes. Lu Xuan also saw the tenderness in her eyes, raised his hand and pinched her nose. Baby, don't look at me like that, you are igniting me. Before Jiang Yuqin could understand what he meant, Lu Xuan had already knocked her down. Of course, he paid close attention to Jiang Yuqin's safety and carried out the operation without threatening her health. After Jiang Yuqin slowly recovered, her face turned red and her heart started beating fast. She didn't even dare to look at Lu Xuan. She wanted to break free from his restraints, but her whole body felt like it had no bones and she couldn't exert any strength at all. Looking at her cute appearance, Lu Xuan couldn't help but chuckle and whispered in her ear, baby, what are you thinking about? I won't do anything. Jiang Yuqin was stunned for a moment before she realized that Lu Xuan was deliberately teasing her. She didn't know where she got the courage from, but she suddenly put her arms around Lu Xuan's neck and kissed him. This time, it was Lu Xuan's turn to be stunned. He gave her a light kiss and let her go. Baby, you are really starting a fire. You have to be responsible for putting it out. After saying that, he kissed her forcefully. Jiang Yuqin's mind suddenly went blank, and she let Lu Xuan plunder her at will. Ding, congratulations to their host and his wife for having close contact and improving their relationship. You will receive a system cash reward of 3 million yuan. Chapter 11. The biggest task is to supervise you. Just as Lu Xuan was kissing Jiang Yuqin wantonly and his hands were restless, suddenly a system prompt sounded in his mind, and Lu Xuan suddenly regained consciousness. Jiang Yuqin is in a special period now, so we can't do anything too intimate with her. He quickly left Jiang Yuqin, jumped off the bed, and distanced himself from Jiang Yuqin. He was suddenly interrupted by the system and brought back to reality. He breathed heavily because he was unable to release his emotions. Jiang Yuqin blushed, lowered her head, and pretended to be calm as she tidied up her messy hair. She didn't even dare to look at Lu Xuan. The closeness just now was so beyond her expectations that when she came to her senses, she was just flustered. After taking a few deep breaths, Lu Xuan turned around and left the bedroom. Before closing the door, he said to Jiang Yuqin, baby, call me if you have anything. I have to go to the next door to relax. I will stay in the guest room tonight. I can't put out the fire if I stay here. Seeing Lu Xuan running away, Jiang Yuqin's heart beat even faster. She was in a state of confusion and passion, but also deeply moved. Lu Xuan was really a very sensible man. He knew that she was in a special period, so he didn't do that to her. The corners of her mouth unconsciously rose, and she looked up and touched her lips, which seemed to still have the warmth of Lu Xuan. She smiled foolishly, recalling the sweetness they had just experienced, and laughed out loud from time to time. As soon as Lu Xuan closed the bedroom door, he ran into Aunt Li outside the door. Lu Xuan was frightened and the fire in his body instantly dissipated a lot. He quickly pulled Aunt Li aside. Aunt Li, what are you doing? Sister Li slapped him in the face without any hesitation. What are you saying about me, you little bastard? I've already told you that Yuqin is in a special period now, you have to control yourself. If anything happens to Yuqin, you will regret it. Lu Xuan scratched his head embarrassedly. I didn't do anything, I just kissed her. Sister Li slapped him again. You can't even kiss her. What if something happens? She's pregnant with 2 babies. You have to be extra careful. Otherwise, when something really happens, you won't have time to regret it. Your mother asked me to come here. Besides taking care of her, my biggest task is to supervise you. You are so good. You made a mistake on my first day here. Lu Xuan scratched the back of his head and replied, okay, I got it. I'll just hold her hand next time, okay. Mrs. Li gave him a look of distrust in response, but in this kind of situation, there was nothing she could do except supervise and sound the alarm every day. After all, he and Jiang Yuqin are still children and easily impulsive. It seems that she will have to supervise him closely in the future. Sister Li said softly, okay, go and have a rest. Lu Xuan responded and went to a room next door. After entering the room, he fell directly on the bed, recalling the brief but exciting tenderness he had just had with Jiang Yuqin. The system just said that after he had close contact with Jiang Yuqin, the system was triggered and he received a reward. This is so magical. Can he trigger the system and get rewards as long as it is related to Jiang Yuqin and the baby? Ding, warm reminder, as long as their host is good to his wife and children, he can immediately trigger the system and get the corresponding rewards. Lu Xuan smiled helplessly. Randomly, that means the system will reward you when it is in a good mood, but won't reward you when it is in a bad mood? Isn't this a bit too casual? He just kissed Jiang Yuqin and got such a huge reward. Does that mean he can also get it in the future as long as he unlocks new intimacy with Jiang Yuqin? As he thought about it, Lu Xuan smiled. This system is really interesting. The next day, Lu Xuan got up early, and after Jiang Yuqin got up, the two went directly to the hotel where Jiang Yuqin's parents were staying and had breakfast together. After breakfast, it was almost time, so Lu Xuan and Jiang Yuqin sent Jiang Yuqin's father to the station. They had to take a taxi to go to their hotel and from their hotel to the station, and then they had to take a taxi again to go home. Lu Xuan felt it was very inconvenient. He suddenly wanted to buy a car. He had enough money now anyway. If he bought one, it would be much more convenient whether he went out or took Jiang Yuqin out with him. Especially since Jiang Yuqin will have various prenatal checkups in the future, having a car will make it more convenient to take care of Jiang Yuqin. The same goes for Sister Li. When she goes out to buy groceries, she takes the bus, going back and forth, which wastes a lot of time on the road. If Jiang Yuqin needs anything, Sister Li cannot help her in time. Therefore, he also had to buy a car for Mrs. Li so that she could go out to buy groceries conveniently. After seeing Jiang Yuqin's parents off, the two went to the maternity and baby store as planned, intending to buy everything the baby would need. Jiang Yuqin's parents were sitting in the car on their way home, and both of them felt empty inside. Jiang Yuqin's mother, Feng Lan, sighed from time to time. Jiang Yuan asked, "What are you doing?" Feng Lan replied, "We never expected our daughter to get married like this. We knew she would get married one day, but we didn't expect it to come so soon." Jiang Yuan nodded and replied, "Yes, I am happy for my daughter when I see she is doing well, but I really can't bear to let her go." Feng Lan looked out the window and fantasized, "Yuqin has a child now, so we can't have a wedding. Otherwise, our daughter would look very beautiful in a wedding dress." The old couple looked at each other and then both sighed. Jiang Yuqin is the treasure in their hands. From the moment they had their daughter, they knew that she would get married sooner or later. But time passed too quickly. "I thought I could stay with my daughter for 2 more years, but I didn't expect that she would find her home so quickly. From now on, they will not be able to be with their daughter every day. They can only call or video chat with her when they miss her. It felt like half of my heart was taken away. It was so painful." As Feng Lan thought about it, tears began to fall unconsciously. "Our daughter has found a good in-law family. The son-in-law and the in-laws are so good to our daughter. We should be happy for her." Feng Lan said this to Jiang Yuan and also to herself. She originally wanted to comfort the old man and herself, but after saying this, she felt even sadder. "Otherwise, you see, I'm going to retire soon, and you can stop doing your business in a few years. Why don't we buy a house near our daughter's home and live here? That way we can be closer to our daughter." Jiang Yuan nodded in agreement. "Sure, I'll work hard for a few more years, and when you retire, we can use our money to buy a house near our daughter. It shouldn't be a problem. If we miss our daughter, we can go to her house to see her. When she goes back to her parents' house, it's also very close. If they are busy, we can help her take care of the children. Those days are so happy just thinking about it." Chapter 12, Surprise. It's just that we can't stop doing business. This is the result of our life's hard work. It would be a shame if we quit. Although it's just a small company, many of the employees have been with me for many years. If we close it, what will happen to them? The two people, who were in a good mood just now, fell into silence again after Jiang Yuan said this. Yes, they can't be so selfish and only think about themselves. After a moment of silence, Feng Lan suddenly thought of a good idea. Otherwise, let Xiao Xian run our company and give it to him directly. Doesn't he still have a suitable job? Let's give the company to Xiao Xian, which will be the first step for him to start his own business. If he can slowly expand the company, wouldn't that be even better? As for those old employees, we will talk to Xiao Xian and treat them better. After all, they have been with us for so many years. Jiang Yuan immediately agreed. Please pay attention to this. Let's ask Xiao Xian what he thinks. If he is willing, he can take over at any time. Feng Lan asked, how much savings do we have now? I have hundreds of thousands of dollars. Jiang Yuan thought for a moment and said, it's probably a few million. I was planning to use this money to buy my daughter a house where she works after she graduates. But I miscalculated. Our son-in-law is very successful and bought a villa directly. We just need to buy them a car. The other miscellaneous items won't cost much. Feng Lan nodded and said, well, as long as they can live a good life, we will be content. When we raise a daughter, isn't it because we hope that she can have a good home in the future? Now that my daughter has found her home, we have finally put our biggest worry to rest. Jiang Yuan nodded and hugged his wife in his arms. The two talked non-stop along the way, but all of it was about their daughter and son-in-law. Lu Xuan and Jiang Yuqin went to the largest and most luxurious shopping mall in Qingcheng and visited some of the best maternity and baby stores in the mall. Also, what do you want to buy? After they entered the door, the salesperson came up to them enthusiastically. Seeing that Jiang Yuqin was wearing loose clothes, it was clear that this was a newlywed couple who came to buy supplies for their child. Buy some things for the baby, such as clothes, bottles and so on. Lu Xuan replied. Okay, then let me introduce it to you, the salesperson asked tentatively. Some customers like to choose by themselves, while others are more receptive to recommendations. Lu Xuan nodded. Okay, we have two babies now, we need to prepare things for them after they are born, so that we won't be in a rush when the babies are born. When the salesperson heard Lu Xuan say that they were two babies, he was surprised and said, are they twins? Oh my god, you are so lucky. Congratulations. Lu Xuan thanked him politely. Thank you, please help us see what we need to buy. Jiang Yuqin and Lu Xuan looked at each other and suddenly smiled gently. The salesperson enthusiastically introduced the product to the two of them, explaining everything from its quality to its uses. When the two came, they just planned to buy some daily necessities, but after they saw all the cute things for the baby, they couldn't walk anymore. All kinds of cute clothes, beautiful toys. As long as he saw Jiang Yuqin couldn't let go, Lu Xuan would say one word, buy. In the end, they bought so many things that Lu Xuan couldn't carry them by himself, so the salesperson in the store helped to carry them downstairs. Jiang Yuqin wanted to help get some small things, but Lu Xuan wouldn't let her. When leaving, Lu Xuan took a lot of things and did not ignore Jiang Yuqin, reminding her from time to time to be careful. Jiang Yuqin felt like Lu Xuan was treating a porcelain doll. At this time, the system's voice came into Lu Xuan's mind again. Ding, the system detects that their host has prepared daily necessities for the babies for the first time. You will receive a cash bonus of 100,000 yuan from the system. As soon as the system finished speaking, Lu Xuan received a text message on his phone. Lu Xuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could get a reward for this. This system is so interesting. It suddenly made him look forward to his future life more. Judging from this situation, he would probably spend every day in surprise. He really likes this system that rewards him for any disagreement. Live a good life and you will get rewards from the system. After sending the two people downstairs, the salesperson gave them a beautiful bag and took out the books inside. Sir, I can see that you love your spouse very much. This is a gift given to loving couples in our store. As long as the couple comes to shop together, they can get a parenting book prepared by our store. It can be very helpful to new parents. Also, this is my business card. If you need anything in the future, we can provide door-to-door delivery. We will deliver what you need to you as soon as possible. Of course, this is only within the same city. Just look at Lu Xuan and his friends' consumption and you will know that they are not a family short of money. When buying things, they mainly consider the quality and their own mood. As long as such customers are maintained well, they will be their breadwinners. Lu Xuan asked Jiang Yuqin to keep it and replied to the salesperson, "This service is very thoughtful. If you need anything, we will contact you." With this service, if Jiang Yuqin needs anything when he is not at home, she can just make a phone call and it will be solved without the trouble of being too busy to take care of her. The salesperson watched the two people leave until their shadows were out of sight, and then she looked away. That girl just now was so enviable. My husband is so rich and he buys things based on his mood. That's not all, he is also so nice to that girl. This kind of life is exactly what every girl wants. At noon, Mrs. Li called. "Are you two going home for dinner?" asked Mrs. Li. Because she was close, Jiang Yuqin also heard what Mrs. Li said. Lu Xuan replied, "Aunt Li, we won't go back for dinner today." Jiang Yuqin looked at Lu Xuan in confusion. Lu Xuan smiled and said something to Sister Li. After Sister Li gave him many instructions, he ended the call. "Aren't we going back?" Jiang Yuqin asked puzzledly. Lu Xuan nodded and asked, "Well, shall I take you to Yu Ru restaurant?" Jiang Yuqin knew Yu Ru restaurant. It was a romantic-themed restaurant where young couples went on dates. Although she was together with Lu Xuan and had even obtained a marriage certificate, the two of them had never had a formal date. "Honey, the cost of that place is too high. Let's just forget it and find somewhere to eat," Jiang Yuqin replied. Lu Xuan held her in his arms. "It's okay, this is our official date, how can I let you down? Don't worry, your husband has money." Chapter 13 My wife is. He can't even count how many zeros there are in the balance of his bank card, and since money could come in at any time, he is too lazy to pay attention. Seeing that Lu Xuan doted on her so much, Jiang Yuqin snuggled happily into Lu Xuan's arms. As long as Lu Xuan treated her well, she would have a feeling that her happiness was unreal. Not only did her secret love bear fruit, it was also sweeter than she expected. Lu Xuan was really considerate. Not only did he take good care of her in daily life, he even thought of something romantic like a first formal date. Yu Ru restaurant was not far from the shopping mall. The two went directly to the restaurant and placed the things they bought at the front desk for safekeeping. Lu Xuan originally wanted to get a private room, but when he saw Jiang Yuqin's gaze linger on a window seat, he decisively pulled Jiang Yuqin to the seat she had just looked at and sat down. This made Jiang Yuqin feel happy again. He was so attentive that he could guess her thoughts and take her into consideration from her smallest movements. She really likes the seat by the window. Not only is the lighting good, but she can also see the scenery outside. Dining in such an environment puts her in a very good mood. In a high-end restaurant, not only is the food delicious, but the service is also excellent. As soon as they sat down, the waiter came over with the menu and considerately brought hot water and poured it for the two of them. After ordering the dishes, Jiang Yuqin looked at the scenery outside the window, while Lu Xuan looked at the scenery opposite. Jiang Yuqin is really beautiful. Even though her face is a little rounder due to pregnancy, her appearance is still top-notch. Lu Xuan felt that he was really lucky. He could marry such a beautiful wife in this life, and this wife loved him wholeheartedly. "Tell me, should I call you baby, wife, or baby wife?" After staring at Jiang Yuqin for a while, Lu Xuan suddenly asked. This sentence made Jiang Yuqin blush. She lowered her head and replied, "It's all right. Call me whatever you like." "What about me? What should I call you?" These days, she sometimes called him by his name, sometimes called him dear, and occasionally called him hubby, but she didn't know if he would like her to call him that. "I'm fine with that too. As long as you call me that, I'm fine with it, my dear wife." Lu Xuan pinched Jiang Yuqin's nose lovingly. "Hate it, don't pinch my nose, it will make me ugly." Jiang Yuqin dodged with a red face. Such close contact would make her heart beat faster. This is her favorite boy, and every teasing move of his can touch her heart. At first, Jiang Yuqin always couldn't control her nervousness when facing Lu Xuan. After 2 days of getting along with him, her nervous feeling gradually dissipated a lot, and the two of them got along more and more naturally. "Honey, have you told your classmates about our relationship?" Jiang Yuqin asked. Lu Xuan replied, "I did tell my roommates about my marriage, but I didn't say I was going to marry you. You're the campus beauty of Qingcheng University, so even if I told my in-laws, I guess no one would believe it." Jiang Yuqin smiled and said, "You are just a school beauty, you are so outstanding, very handsome, and have a very good temper. You don't know how charming you are, otherwise I wouldn't have fallen in love with you at first sight. But, will you feel wronged if you are with me?" Jiang Yuqin often wondered if Lu Xuan would not be with her if it weren't for the child. Lu Xuan replied, "Why do you feel wronged? My wife is a school beauty, which is something many people can't even dream of. We already have a baby, why are you thinking about those things?" Lu Xian's words about having a baby touched Jiang Yuqin's sensitive nerves. "So, you are with me because I have a child, right?" If it was just because of the child, Jiang Yuqin didn't want to use the child to kidnap Lu Xian. Such a relationship may be beautiful at the beginning, but if you don't really love each other in your heart, it will not last long. Lu Xian understood Jiang Yuqin's thoughts and quickly comforted her. "Silly girl, what are you thinking about? It is true that we are together because of the child, but that is because if there is no child, you will think that I have a partner and will not approach me. I will also think that you are out of reach because you are the school beauty, so I will not confess to you. But in fact, I have liked you for a long time and have always liked you. If it's just for the sake of the child, I can just give you more child support." Although Lu Xian said this, Jiang Yuqin was still a little unconfident. I mainly don't have confidence in myself. I feel so happy these 2 days, but this kind of happiness makes me feel unreal. Every day I feel like I'm dreaming. I'm afraid that the dream will wake up at any time." Lu Xian held her hand tightly. "Silly girl, what are you thinking about? I am telling you solemnly now that your husband loves you very much. It has nothing to do with whether you have children or not. Do you understand? Children are just the icing on the cake. They allow us to see our true hearts towards each other." Lu Xian spoke very seriously, and Jiang Yuqin finally stopped doubting. Indeed, it is all thanks to the child that he and Jiang Yuqin can be together. If they did not have a child, he would not have the courage to take the initiative to be with Jiang Yuqin. Presumably, if they did not have a child, Jiang Yuqin would not have taken the initiative to confess to him. If she could, she would have done it long ago. After spending these few days together, Jiang Yuqin's position in his heart has become more and more important. Jiang Yuqin is a very gentle girl, very sensible and beautiful. Who can not like such a girl? He and Jiang Yuqin got along very naturally, which made her feel that they were destined to be together. The two people had a deep bond, and although they had not been together for long, they had no pressure at all to get along with each other and were so compatible that even he was surprised. But he didn't expect that Jiang Yuqin would be so worried, thinking that he was so nice to her because she had a child. Now, both of them have been honest with each other and their feelings have improved a lot. Just when the two were being affectionate, the system's voice rang in Lu Xian's mind again. "Ding, congratulations to their host for opening up to his wife and triggering the system. You will receive a cash reward of 2 million, which will be transferred to your account later. Please check it carefully." Then, the text message sound rang. Lu Xian was immediately tickled by the system's operation. If he could get a reward for this, wouldn't that mean he would have a mountain of gold and silver in the future? Isn't it common to show affection with your wife? When he returned, he asked the system carefully what conditions were needed to trigger the reward. He became more and more interested in the system. Soon, the dishes they ordered arrived and the two began to eat happily. Chapter 14, Eating is fake, covering up is real. Lu Xian ate very little himself, but kept picking up food for Jiang Yuqin. "Baby, I heard from them that the food here is very good. Eat more. If it's not enough, we can order more," Lu Xian said as he picked up some food for her. "If you don't enjoy the meal today, I'll take you there again when I have time. Not to mention that the food here is delicious." Even if the food is not delicious, with Lu Xian's caring treatment, no matter how bad the food is, it will be a delicacy in Jiang Yuqin's eyes. "Thank you, husband." Jiang Yuqin nodded sweetly. While eating, Lu Xian simply started feeding Jiang Yuqin. Lu Xian suddenly asked, "Baby, do you feel my parents are okay?" Jiang Yuqin nodded seriously. "Yes, they are very good, and they are very kind to me and very reasonable. So what do you think of my parents?" Lu Xian nodded affirmatively. "You must. He secretly told me to be more tolerant of you. In fact, my wife is so gentle, you should be tolerant of me. I just don't know what they think of me." Jiang Yuqin smiled and replied, "They like you as their son-in-law so much and keep praising you. I feel really happy. In fact, I was really nervous at the beginning, but now I am not. I feel that I must be the happiest woman in the world, no doubt about it. I have someone I love and who loves me, and I have 2 babies that the whole family is looking forward to. Tell me, am I a big winner in life? Before their child was born, Lu Xuan's parents were already extremely happy with him, which made Jiang Yuqin feel as if she had seen a happy life in the future. Lu Xuan held Jiang Yuqin's hand and replied affectionately, I also feel that I am a winner in life. I have such a beautiful wife and 2 cute babies. The 2 of them smiled at each other, and the scene was as sweet as it could be. Seeing Jiang Yuqin looking at him with eyes full of love, Lu Xuan quickly retracted his gaze and said to Jiang Yuqin, My dear wife, don't look at me like that. Your husband is a young man and can be easily angered. You bastard. Jiang Yuqin let go of his hand with a scolding look, picked up the bowl and lowered her head to eat mechanically. Eating is fake, covering up is real. This guy is so good at teasing that she can't resist him at all. After dinner, the 2 took a taxi home. Lu Xuan had the idea of buying a car again. Taking taxis every day made it inconvenient even to go out for a date. He had to find a time to get this done. He didn't have any idea about the choice of car. He would see what kind of car Jiang Yuqin liked when the time came. As for the price, it is not within Lu Xuan's consideration now. He must have at least tens of millions in his card now. They are all students who have just graduated, and Jiang Yuqin would not choose an outrageously expensive car. After returning home, Jiang Yuqin simply tidied herself up and went back to the bedroom. Since she became pregnant, she felt like she was possessed by the god of sleep and could not wake up every day. Fortunately, Lu Xuan doted on her, so she didn't feel any pressure and could sleep whenever she wanted. Lu Xuan asked Sister Li to put away the things he bought. He then went to the sofa, took the parenting book given to him by the person from the maternity and baby store, and began to read it carefully. Indeed, the contents of the book were all unknown to him, but they were very practical for new parents like them who had no experience. It is indeed a high-end mother and baby store, and the considerations are quite thoughtful. The more he watched, the more interested he became. He was going to be a father of 2 babies soon, so he had to learn a lot before the children were born, otherwise he would only be able to watch and worry after the children were born. He wants to take care of his own child as much as possible and doesn't want to ask anyone else to do it. Otherwise, what if the child doesn't get close to him? The book also contains some nursing issues during pregnancy. If he studies more, he will be able to take good care of Jiang Yuqin. Ding, the system has detected that the host is learning how to take care of his wife and newborn baby. He will be rewarded with special skills, such as reading 10 lines at a glance and super memory. Lu Xuan was surprised. Is this also possible? What kind of magical system is this? It feels like he is being rewarded all the time. If this continues, won't he become a god in a year or 2? He really needs to study this system carefully so that he can develop it more and get the reward. He thought about it carefully. This system was triggered when he and Jiang Yuqin were about to marry her. After that, as long as he did something related to Jiang Yuqin or the baby in her belly, he would get rewards from the system, and each reward was very generous. Lu Xuan felt like his life was on a roll. He was very curious, what kind of skill was this super memory and 10 lines at a glance? He understands the ability to read 10 lines at a glance, which means he looks at things very quickly and has super memory, which means he has a very good memory. Ding, a friendly reminder, host, do you need to activate the skills of reading 10 lines at a glance and super memory? Lu Xuan thought, open it. Ding, now I am activating the super memory skill of reading 10 lines at a glance for the host. At this moment, Lu Xuan suddenly felt that his vision became clearer, and even his mind became much clearer. He continued reading and surprisingly felt that his vision had broadened a lot. The words he had read were already deeply engraved in his mind without him having to remember them deliberately. Lu Xuan exclaimed, this skill is so practical. The knowledge in the book starts from the time of pregnancy and covers the knowledge of children until they are 6 years old. It was a very thick book. According to Lu Xuan's previous reading speed, even if he read all day, it would take him 4 or 5 days to finish and understand it. However, after acquiring the skills rewarded by the system, he actually finished reading the book during Jiang Yuqin's lunch break, and he also memoized everything. Lu Xuan suddenly felt that he had met the system too late. If he could have the system earlier, wouldn't it be easy for him to become a top student? However, this was just a casual thought. He couldn't ask for time to go back. Life is pretty good now. It is written in the book that when the baby is in the womb, parents should communicate more with the baby. This is prenatal education. After the baby is born, he or she will be closer to the parents. During pregnancy, if the pregnant mother can maintain a good mood as much as possible, the baby born will have a better personality. During pregnancy, pregnant women will be more sleepy and need to get more rest. This is good for the development of the baby and the health of the pregnant mother. There are also some phenomena that may occur when a child is just born and related care issues, all of which are written in calligraphy. Pregnant women can also do yoga or something like that, which can help with childbirth. If new parents don't know how to take care of children, they can also take some parenting classes. There will be teachers teaching on the spot, telling new parents what to do, and they can practice repeatedly with simulated babies. Lu Xuan read on the sofa for the whole afternoon. When Jiang Yuqin came downstairs after her nap, she saw him reading the book seriously. She came to Lu Xuan in confusion. "Husband, what are you looking at?" Seeing Jiang Yuqin coming, Lu Xuan quickly stood up and made room for Jiang Yuqin. Chapter 15, Treat her like a treasure in my hand. After Jiang Yuqin sat down, he handed the book to her. "Wife, I was just reading a book. It contains a lot of knowledge about pregnancy care and newborn care. I think it is quite practical, so I read it carefully. It will be much easier to take care of you and the babies after they are born. I have highlighted the key points. You can take a look at them when you have nothing to do. They are very useful." Jiang Yuqin opened the book and took a look. There were indeed many marked areas on it. These were things that pregnant women needed to pay attention to, as well as things that needed to be paid attention to when taking care of a baby. As Jiang Yuqin watched, her eyes became wet. Lu Xuan moved him so much. Jiang Yuqin was attracted by Lu Xuan's sunny appearance from the first moment she saw him. Jiang Yuqin often heard the female classmates around her talking about Lu Xuan. Whenever they talked about him, the female classmates around her had an infatuated look on their faces. Whenever the female classmates around her talked about Lu Xuan, she couldn't help but listen a little longer. After having that wonderful bowl of rice with Lu Xuan, Jiang Yuqin felt sweet in her heart every time she thought of it. She had liked Lu Xuan for so long and finally had him. Although it was just for one night, she was still very happy. Jiang Yuqin had no expectations for the future. She had never thought that she would have a future with Lu Xuan. It was only after she became pregnant that she remembered to contact Lu Xuan. She had already decided that if Lu Xuan didn't want the child, she would give birth to the child secretly. But unexpectedly, Lu Xuan was more responsible than she had expected, and he said he wanted to marry her without hesitation. At first, Jiang Yuqin thought that he married her only for the child. Jiang Yuqin had already prepared herself mentally. It was enough that he loved the child and she loved him. As for his love, it was something she had never dared to ask for. In fact, when she heard her classmates say that Lu Xuan's family was not doing well and seemed to be on the verge of bankruptcy, she had already thought that if she was with Lu Xuan, she might have a hard life, but she was not afraid. As long as she could be with Lu Xuan, she would be content. She couldn't help but think that after being with Lu Xuan and his family treated her so well and treated her like a treasure in their hands. Moreover, the Lu family's bankruptcy was also a rumor. Their family did encounter crises, but they had all been resolved. And Lu Xuan was much better than she had imagined. Not only did he buy a house with his own ability and provide a home for her and the baby, he also earned a lot of money to ensure the life of their family. He was so outstanding. Not only was he rich, but he was also so good to her, to the point that even she was shocked. She had fantasized about being with Lu Xuan, but she didn't expect that she would be so happy after being with Lu Xuan. Lu Xuan also confessed his love to her. The biggest surprise in her life was that the boy she loved also loved her deeply. As she was thinking, Jiang Yuqin suddenly leaned over, kissed Lu Xuan on the face, and then threw herself into his arms. "Thank you, husband. Silly girl, you and the baby are both my treasures. Isn't it my duty to take care of you? There's no need to say thank you to each other. Are you hungry? If you are, order some food and I'll cook for you." Lu Xuan scratched Jiang Yuqin's nose lovingly. "You can cook?" Jiang Yuqin asked in surprise. Lu Xuan nodded confidently. "That's a must. It's no exaggeration to say that your husband is a super chef. The dishes he cooks will be as delicious as they can be." He has now acquired very impressive cooking skills from the system, and his level is comparable to that of a master. He has every right to brag in front of Jiang Yuqin. Really? Then I really have to see it. It's getting late now, so let's save this meal for the evening. I'll just have some fruit in the afternoon. Lu Xuan snapped his fingers and said, "Okay, let's have a fruit salad. You eat and wait, and I can prepare dinner." Under Jiang Yuqin's expectant gaze, Lu Xuan went to the kitchen and quickly prepared a fruit salad for Jiang Yuqin. Jiang Yuqin ate the salad on the sofa and watched TV. Lu Xuan returned to the kitchen and started busying himself. Sister Li was helping Lu Xuan. After Jiang Yuqin became pregnant, she became very sleepy. While Lu Xuan was cooking, she fell asleep on the sofa again. When she woke up, Lu Xuan had already prepared dinner. There are dishes on the table that are colorful, fragrant and delicious, and just looking at them makes me very hungry. Before, Lu Xuan said that his cooking skills were very good, but Jiang Yuqin didn't believe it. They were all students and spent most of their time in school. Lu Xuan was one of those students with very good grades. Students like him spent all their time studying and had no time to do other things. But surprisingly, Lu Xuan was an accident. His cooking skills were beyond Jiang Yuqin's expectations. Not only is he good at cooking, he is also willing to cook for her. Jiang Yuqin is surrounded by a full sense of happiness. "Baby, come here and try the food your husband cooks," Lu Xuan said to her while serving her soup. Jiang Yuqin came and sat next to Lu Xuan. He considerately handed the soup to Jiang Yuqin. The soup had been prepared long ago and was almost cold, just the right amount to eat. There were 5 or 6 small dishes on the table, all emitting a strong aroma. "Honey, did you just make all this? Oh my god, this is beyond my expectation. I thought you were just joking. You really put so much effort into making so many dishes. This soup is delicious, too. I've never tasted such delicious soup in my life." Jiang Yuqin was very satisfied. Seeing that Aunt Li was still standing next to her, she quickly called out, "Aunt Li, you should sit down and eat too. There's so much, let's eat together." After Jiang Yuqin called out several times and saw Lu Xuan agreeing to let her sit down, Mrs. Li sat down. After eating a few bites, Mrs. Li was also amazed. Mrs. Li is the Lu family's nanny and has worked in the Lu family for more than 10 years. She watched Lu Xuan grow up, but she never knew that Lu Xuan was such a good cook and his food tasted much better than hers. Sister Li quickly tried several other dishes, and each one was beyond her expectations. They were so delicious. "What a good boy, he is so good to his wife." Lu Xuan is like half a son to Mrs. Li. Seeing that the little boy has now gotten married and is about to become a parent, Mrs. Li is very happy. Lu Xuan will definitely be a good husband and a good father. Lu Xuan has been picking up food for Jiang Yuqin, and he hardly touches it himself. While being nice to his wife, he also doesn't forget to flatter himself. "Look, I've already told you that my cooking skills are really good, but you still don't believe it." Jiang Yuqin had already eaten quite a bit, but it still felt a little unreal. "Hubby, you actually know how to cook, and you cook so well. It's so delicious. If I hadn't seen you busy in the kitchen for so long, I would have suspected that you ordered the meal from a high-end restaurant." Chapter 16. Even if I turn into a pig, it won't affect my love for you. Lu Xuan smiled calmly. "As long as you like it, I will make it for you every day if you like." Jiang Yuqin waved her hands repeatedly. "No, it's so delicious, too addictive. If I eat the food you cook every day, I will probably weigh 200 kilograms by the time the baby is born. Even if you weigh 300 pounds, I will still love you," Lu Xuan said. Jiang Yuqin curled her lips and said, "No way. If I really grew that heavy, I would dislike myself, let alone others." Lu Xuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Weight is a sensitive issue for every girl. Ding, the host cooked for his wife and received praise from her. "The system rewards you with a cash reward of 100,000 yuan. Lu Xuan smiled indifferently. Just by cooking a meal, he could get rewards from the system. This was really a great life. Before, he was quite surprised, but gradually, he got used to the nature of the system. Lu Xuan smiled and said, "Okay, then I'll make it for you when I have time. If I don't make it for you every day, you won't get fat." Jiang Yuqin nodded affirmatively. "Well, okay, I'll thank my husband first. Honey, your cooking skills are really great. I feel like you can open a restaurant. If you're the head chef, the business will definitely be booming. Seeing Jiang Yuqin eating so happily, Lu Xuan smiled dotingly. After eating, the two sat on the sofa and watched TV. Baby, let's go buy a car tomorrow. With a car, it will be much more convenient to go out in the future. Have you passed your driving test? Jiang Yuqin replied, I have a driver's license, but I just got it not long ago, and I haven't had the opportunity to drive myself. Lu Xuan said, then I will be your driver in the future. You are pregnant now, and it is not safe for you to drive by yourself. Let's go tomorrow morning. Wait until you wake up from your late sleep, and then we can go after dinner. Jiang Yuqin cherishes every opportunity to be with Lu Xuan. Since Lu Xuan has invited her, she naturally will not miss this opportunity. If possible, she would like to stay with Lu Xuan all day long. Let's go earlier so we can come back earlier. I can take a nap when I come back. When you wake up, remember to wake me up. I've been rather sleepy lately. If you don't wake me up, I'll probably sleep until noon. If this continues, I'll soon turn into a pig. Lu Xuan smiled and touched her head. Don't worry, even if you turn into a pig, it won't affect my love for you. The two chatted on the sofa for a while, and Jiang Yuqin started yawning again. I'm starting to feel sleepy again. I really have the potential to be a pig. I want to sleep with my husband. Jiang Yuqin was so sleepy that she was too lazy to even open her eyes. Lu Xuan said quickly, wait a minute, I haven't had a good chat with our baby today. Didn't we buy a fetal heart monitor? It's a good opportunity to try it out and see if it works. After being reminded by Lu Xuan, Jiang Yuqin became interested. She almost forgot about it. She was also curious about what the baby's heartbeat sounded like. Honey, should we go to the hospital for a checkup? The last time I went to the hospital, the doctor told me to go back for another checkup in the next few days. We need to create a file. We have already obtained the marriage certificate, so we need to go and do everything we need to do. Yes, now that you mention it, I remember that I just read in a book that it is time to go to the hospital for a checkup. Wife, let's go tomorrow. Lu Xuan asked. Jiang Yuqin, aren't you going to buy a car tomorrow? Lu Xuan shook his head, no matter how big the matter is, it is not as important as my wife and children. Let's put the purchase of the car aside and go for a checkup first. If you and the baby are fine, then we will be relieved. Okay, then I'll make an appointment so that we don't have to wait in line for so long when we go. Jiang Yuqin found her phone and made an appointment for a prenatal checkup on the website. This is what the doctor told her when she went to the hospital for a checkup. If she made an appointment in advance, it would be much more convenient when she went for the checkup. Jiang Yuqin quickly made an appointment online. Honey, it's okay, but my appointment is already scheduled until after 10 o'clock. It's okay. You can sleep a little longer. We can take a taxi around 9 o'clock. We'll still have time. Let's go to the room now and use the fetal heart monitor to listen to what the babies are doing. We can buy a car later when we have time. Lu Xuan took out the fetal heart rate monitor he bought during the day. During this period, Jiang Yuqin felt that the babies were growing very fast. Their belly was getting bigger day by day, and the little one's presence was becoming stronger and stronger. The reason why she is so sleepy is that the child is growing bigger and bigger and the burden on her body is getting heavier. Jiang Yuqin lay down and let Lu Xuan start operating the fetal heart rate monitor. Jiang Yuqin blushed and was too embarrassed to look at Lu Xuan. Although they are already very close, this is the first time that she exposes her body in front of Lu Xuan. Even though only her belly is exposed, Jiang Yuqin still blushes. This is her favorite boy. In front of the boy she likes, blushing seems to be a standard feature and she often blushes for no reason. Lu Xuan referred to the instruction manual and figured out how to use it bit by bit. Jiang Yuqin felt both shy and happy. Seeing that Lu Xuan cared so much about the children, she felt warm in her heart. With a father who loved them so much, the babies would definitely grow up happily after they were born. Just as Jiang Yuqin was lost in thought, suddenly, the instrument in Lu Xuan's hand emitted a thumping sound of horse hooves. The sound was not very loud, but every sound struck Jiang Yuqin and Lu Xuan's hearts. Lu Xuan was so shocked for a while that he forgot how to operate. So this was the sound of his baby's heartbeat. Before Lu Xuan could come to his senses, the system's voice rang out. Ding, congratulations to their host for hearing the baby's heartbeats for the first time. You will receive a cash reward of 100,000 yuan from the system. This sound brought Lu Xuan back to reality. However, he didn't care about the reward or not at this moment. He listened carefully to the baby's heartbeat. "Little darling, I heard you. Come on, tell your dad, who are you? What about you? Are you a big baby or a small baby?" Lu Xuan listened to the heartbeats excitedly, talked to the babies, and smiled happily like a child. Jiang Yuqin was extremely excited. The last time she went for a checkup, the baby's heartbeat was still very weak. She was in a complicated mood at the time, so she didn't feel the baby's heartbeat carefully. It turns out that the sound of a child's heartbeat is such a beautiful sound. She was so excited that her eyes were filled with tears. After listening for a while, there was suddenly no sound. Lu Xuan explained that the child had changed positions and they had to find a new one. Jiang Yuqin smiled and said, "My little darlings, it seems that you are still very naughty. You can even play hide and seek with your parents. Then you better hide quickly. Daddy and I will come to find you now." Chapter 17, Serving this little ancestor. After hearing the baby's heartbeat, Jiang Yuqin felt even more that life is truly a magical existence. Soon, Lu Xuan found the baby. He and Jiang Yuqin looked at each other and both laughed. This feeling is so happy. There is a home, a baby, and endless warmth. Mrs. Li, the supervisor outside the door, also smiled happily after hearing the noise in the room. It seemed that the two children got along much better than she had imagined, and Lu Xuan was much more sensible than she thought. Seeing how harmonious the couple was, she felt relieved. She smiled and went back to her bedroom. The next day, Lu Xuan woke up early. The first thing he did was to see if his wife was still there. Seeing that his wife was still sleeping soundly, he smiled gently, kissed Jiang Yuqin on the face, and got up to go to the bathroom. He fell asleep very late last night. The sound of a heartbeat is actually just like that, they are all similar, but after he heard the heartbeat of his own child, he felt it was so magical. He was so happy that he almost couldn't sleep all night. When he came downstairs, Mrs. Li had already prepared breakfast, so he went back to the bedroom and called Jiang Yuqin. "Baby, it's time to get up and eat, and go for the prenatal checkup. I want to sleep a little longer." Jiang Yuqin was drowsy and didn't want to get up. Just as she was about to struggle to lie down, she suddenly thought of the prenatal checkup and quickly opened her eyes. "Yes, it's time for the prenatal checkup. I almost forgot about it." Jiang Yuqin stood up from the bed and asked Lu Xuan anxiously, "Honey, are we late?" Lu Xuan looked at her with a wry smile. What a confused little girl. "No, I'm not late. Don't worry, get up and have some breakfast first. We'll still have time to go to the hospital later." Hearing Lu Xuan say this, Jiang Yuqin breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, I'll go wash my face and brush my teeth now." After knowing that she was not late, Jiang Yuqin returned to her previous dazed state. Lu Xuan was immediately amused by her cute appearance. Worried that she might slip in the bathroom alone, he had no choice but to follow her and help this little girl wash and dress. After breakfast, the two took a taxi and went straight to the hospital. They arrived at the hospital quickly. Although they had an appointment, they still had to go around to get the forms and find the department. Finally, they arrived at the obstetrics and gynecology department. Lu Xuan was responsible for running errands, while Jiang Yuqin was responsible for resting and waiting for the examination. Under the guidance of the nurse, the two of them did some routine examinations and then had an ultrasound examination. The two waited for about 10 minutes before they heard Jiang Yuqin's name being called on the radio. As soon as Jiang Yuqin entered the examination room, the doctor saw her and asked in shock, Are you the one who was pregnant with twins before? Is he your husband?" The doctor looked at Lu Xuan next to Jiang Yuqin and asked with a smile. Jiang Yuqin is already very beautiful, and Lu Xuan is also very handsome. The two of them standing together are simply a match made in heaven, and it is impossible to take your eyes off them. Jiang Yuqin replied a little embarrassedly, "Well, he is my husband, doctor, please help me check and see how the baby is." The doctor took Jiang Yuqin's list, motioned her to lie down, and did an ultrasound. "The child is fine now, you should pay attention to rest and nutrition. Also, you have to make yourself feel better and not angry. Although the baby is small, they can feel your emotions. When the time is up, come back for another checkup." The doctor calculated the time for the next checkup. Lu Xuan looked at the ultrasound report in his hand, and the excitement he felt last night came back to him. It turned out that these two little yellow beans were his babies. In a few months, he will be able to meet the little ones. He imagined what the child would look like. If it was a girl, she would be a smaller version of Jiang Yuqin. If it was a boy, he would be a smaller version of him. The more Lu Xuan thought about it, the happier he became. When you are doing activities, you must pay more attention to your safety. You are pregnant with twins, and your body will be much heavier than a baby. Don't go to crowded places, it's not safe. In addition, you must control your diet, don't eat things with high sugar content, don't overeat, and plan your meals properly. Jiang Yuqin was listening in a daze, but Lu Xuan was listening seriously, and from time to time asked the doctor some questions that needed attention. Seeing how attentive Lu Xuan was, the doctor couldn't help but sigh, "Girl, your husband is so nice. Not only does he come with you for the prenatal checkup, but he also cares so much about you and the baby. Such a thoughtful man is really rare." Jiang Yuqin felt warm at heart after hearing this. The greatest happiness in a woman's life is to live a life that is envied and praised by others. Well, he is very good to me and the baby. He cares about the baby more than I do. Jiang Yuqin's words were not exaggerating at all. She didn't understand a lot of nursing knowledge, but Lu Xuan studied it very attentively. The doctor smiled and said, "That's great. When the baby is born, you will be a happy family of 4. Congratulations." Lu Xuan and Jiang Yuqin looked at each other and thanked the doctor. It was already noon when the two came out of the hospital. "Honey, are we still going to buy a car?" Jiang Yuqin asked. Lu Xuan shook his head, "Let's not go today. It's already noon and you need to rest. Let's go tomorrow. If we have anything to do in the future, we will do it in the morning. We must let you rest well so that you and the baby can be healthy." Jiang Yuqin was touched. "I'll go home and rest, and it's the same if you go buy it." Lu Xuan hesitated for a moment and said, "That's fine. The main thing is that it's inconvenient for you now. I can't take you around. I'm afraid you'll be tired. Then I'll go and have a look myself this afternoon. What kind of car do you like? I want to buy a few more. I'll drive one for myself and you for Aunt Lee. I'll also need a nanny car for shopping. When our baby is born, it will be more convenient to take them out. With a nanny car, when I take you to the prenatal checkup, you can rest if you're tired. Do you feel that's okay?" Lu Xuan wrote down everything in the book and knew what tests Jiang Yuqin needed to do during her pregnancy. After the child was born, she would also need to go out frequently for various physical examinations. Jiang Yuqin was touched when she heard this. "Hubby, you are so thoughtful. You even thought of these things. That's fine, but where do you get so much money to buy it? Look at how much you still need. Use the red envelope your parents gave me first. If it's still not enough, I'll talk to my parents. My parents originally planned to buy us 2 cars. Lu Xuan refused. "You should keep your red envelope. We can't take your parents' money. You worry about it. Your husband is not short of money. Now that he has the system, he can earn a lot of money every day. The money in his account is more than enough to buy a car." Chapter 18: Suspension of Study. After I made money from stock trading, I made some investments. I just happened to have some funds come back these 2 days. You don't have to worry about it. I have money. It's not easy for my parents to earn money. We can't spend their money. Your husband will give you money to spend in the future." Lu Xuan pinched Jiang Yuqin's little face, and the touch was really good. Jiang Yuqin was still a little worried and asked, "Then I'll give you the red envelope your parents gave me before, so that you will have more money in your hands." She and Lu Xuan are both students. Even if Lu Xuan has money, it probably isn't much. Lu Xuan refused. No, I really don't need it. You keep it and do whatever you want with it. If it's not enough, I'll give it to you." "Oh, honey, I almost forgot about this. I never gave you any pocket money. I'm sorry. It's my husband who is too careless. I'll transfer 2 million to you in a minute. Buy whatever you like. When you've spent all the money, I'll transfer more to you." As Lu Xuan spoke, he took out his cell phone and transferred 2 million to Jiang Yuqin. Jiang Yuqin was stunned when she saw the money Lu Xuan transferred to her. In her opinion, it was already amazing that Lu Xuan was rich. She didn't think he would be so rich that he would just transfer 2 million to her casually. Where did Lu Xuan get so much money? If we just give him some pocket money, it would be 2 million, so doesn't that mean he has a lot of money? So, how much money does her husband have to be so generous? Didn't they say that the Lu family's company had just survived a crisis? This move was worth hundreds of thousands or even millions. What was going on? Jiang Yuqin was full of curiosity about Lu Xuan's wallet. Husband, how come you are so rich? What secrets do you have? I heard that your company was in crisis. The way you act, I feel like my husband is a wealthy man. Is all this money your own? Or did your parents give it to you? Lu Xuan replied proudly, of course, your husband earned all of it himself. Don't worry, your husband's money is absolutely clean. Your husband would never do anything illegal. What he said was not wrong. Although he had the system to rely on, he still needed to make efforts before the system would reward him. After hearing what Lu Xuan said, Jiang Yuqin felt relieved. As long as Lu Xuan didn't do anything irrelevant, she would not ask what Lu Xuan did. She has no ability to make money, nor does she manage money or her husband's hobbies. Lu Xuan can do whatever he wants, and she just lives her happy life in a muddle, which is good enough. But this doesn't affect her excitement. What a fantastic husband she has found. Isn't it too amazing? He is so amazing even before he graduates. What will happen if he graduates and works hard in society for a few years? Not only is her husband so capable, he is also so good to her. Jiang Yuqin suddenly felt that liking Lu Xuan was probably the best choice she had ever made in her life. Lu Xuan pulled Jiang Yuqin's hand and said to her, baby, I will give you some pocket money every month. You can spend it however you want. Don't worry about money. Your husband has plenty of money. You don't have to save it. If I don't give you enough, just tell me. Don't be polite to me. If I am not careful and considerate, please forgive me and remind me, okay? Of course he would pamper his wife. He was not short of money anyway. If he didn't spend his money on his wife, who would he spend it on? Besides, the reason why he could rely on the system and have a good life was because of Jiang Yuqin and the baby. His good luck was brought by them, so naturally he had to treat them well. Jiang Yuqin was deeply moved after hearing this. He had been good enough to her, but she was still worried that he was not careful enough and not thoughtful enough. Hubby, you are so good to me. Jiang Yuqin threw herself into Lu Xuan's arms. Lu Xuan held Jiang Yuqin in his arms. Silly girl, you are my precious wife, shouldn't I treat you the same way? The two negotiated and let Lu Xuan buy the car himself. The main reason was that Jiang Yuqin was pregnant and very sleepy. If he was always running around, it would affect Jiang Yuqin's rest. If she gets hurt due to her tiredness, it will be too late to regret. Wife, let me discuss something with you. Given your situation, why don't we take a leave of absence from school? We'll go back to school after the baby is born. I am mainly concerned about your health. You are only 4 months old and you are already so tired. You need to sleep for a long time every day. If you go to school, you won't have much time to rest. There are so many students. I am worried about your safety, and I can't be by your side to protect you all the time. Lu Xuan had wanted to talk to Jiang Yuqin about this for a long time, but he had been too busy these past 2 days to have time to do so. Jiang Yuqin thought about it and nodded in approval. Indeed, she now wanted to sleep for 20 hours out of 24 hours a day. It would be impossible for her to go to school in this state. I'll just take a leave of absence from school, and you should go to school as usual. Jiang Yuqin replied. No, I won't go either. I can't bear to leave you home alone. I have to stay at home to accompany you and take care of you, and welcome the arrival of the baby together. Lu Xuan replied. Jiang Yuqin didn't know how to refute this. Lu Xuan was so talented that Jiang Yuqin was deeply moved. Just as the two of them finished discussing it, Mrs. Li called. Xiao Xian, something happened at home and I have to go back. Can you take good care of Yuqin? I will be back in 2 or 3 days. If it is really not possible, I will talk to your mother and ask her to send a nanny over first. Lu Xuan replied, it's okay, Aunt Li, you can go back. There's no need to find a babysitter. I can take care of Yuqin myself. Mrs. Li saw everything Lu Xuan did to Jiang Yuqin in the past 2 days, so she didn't doubt Lu Xuan's words at all. Well, if you don't understand anything, just call me. After ending the call with Aunt Li, Lu Xuan said to Jiang Yuqin, Aunt Li said he was going back home. I'll take care of you for the next 2 days. Let's go to the supermarket to buy groceries. I'll make whatever you want. Jiang Yuqin was naturally happy. As long as she was with Lu Xuan, she would be happy to do anything. After only a few days with Lu Xuan, Jiang Yuqin deeply felt what home is. She had heard before that some people could never find a sense of belonging in their husband's family after being married for their entire lives. But she and Lu Xuan had only been together for a few days, and she already had a strong sense of belonging. It was as if she was destined to be with him, and they were a match made in heaven. This was the first time the two went to their vegetable market together. Just like an ordinary couple, they bought vegetables together and went home together. Lu Xuan and Jiang Yuqin had never been to the vegetable market before. They were buying vegetables awkwardly and discussing what to cook. Chapter 19. As long as you like it. Of course, Lu Xuan always caters to Jiang Yuqin's taste. Now Jiang Yuqin is the key protected person in the family. No matter what he does, Jiang Yuqin's preferences must naturally come first. Honey, I want to eat pork ribs, sweet and sour pork ribs. Can you cook it? Jiang Yuqin asked. Lu Xuan bought the spare ribs and related side dishes without saying a word. Wife, I heard that mapo tofu is delicious. Do you want to try it? Lu Xuan saw that the tofu was good, so he asked Jiang Yuqin next to him. Sure, you're the one who cooks anyway, and I like everything you cook. Jiang Yuqin replied with a smile, feeling happy. It feels so good to be taken care of by my husband. After buying the groceries, Lu Xuan was about to take Jiang Yuqin away when she suddenly pointed to a supermarket next to him and said to him, Honey, let's go to the supermarket to have a look. I feel like we haven't bought all the daily necessities for the house yet. Let's go see if there's anything we need to buy, okay? Jiang Yuqin is a gentle person, and even when she talks to Lu Xuan, she uses a negotiating tone. There was no reason to refuse his wife's request, so Lu Xuan agreed without hesitation. After arriving at the supermarket, the two went straight to the living area. Jiang Yuqin picked up a pair of crocodile men's slippers and asked Lu Xuan next to her, Husband, what do you think of these slippers? Lu Xuan took a look and was completely confused. Why did she buy men's slippers? Was she worried that she would get fat and couldn't wear her own slippers? Then she could just buy women's slippers, right? However, the book says that some women will experience edema in the late stages of pregnancy, so it is okay for her to buy a pair of men's slippers as a backup. Wife, why did you buy these shoes? If you buy them now, what if they don't fit you when you wear them? I'll buy them for you when you need them, said Lu Xuan. Jiang Yuqin looked at him and said with a smile, I didn't buy it for myself, I bought it for you. Lu Xuan was stunned, bought it for me? I have slippers to wear. Jiang Yuqin smiled and said, We have some at home. They are from our family, not bought. I want you to wear what I bought. I also plan to buy a pair exactly the same as yours. Only then did Lu Xuan realize that this pair of slippers was for couples, and the women's version looked cuter. Lu Xuan thought Jiang Yuqin wanted to buy couple slippers, but in fact, Jiang Yuqin had more ideas than that. She also planned to wear couple pajamas with Lu Xuan, buy couple phone cases, couple clothes, etc. In short, as long as there are couple items, she wants to use them with Lu Xuan. When she has a baby, she also wants to buy parent-child outfits for the family of 4 and take lots and lots of photos to record every beautiful moment so that she and Lu Xuan can reminisce about them when they are old. Thinking back, she realized how good Lu Xuan was to her and how happy she was. After Lu Xuan understood Jiang Yuqin's thoughts, he let her make the arrangements. So, Lu Xuan just watched Jiang Yuqin pick and choose. Her attention was always on the pink slippers. Perhaps she thought that Lu Xuan would not look good in pink, so she picked them up and put them down several times. Looking at her cute and conflicted look, Lu Xuan couldn't help but laugh. Wife, let's buy these 2 pairs. He picked up 2 pairs of couples slippers with fans and said to Jiang Yuqin. The girl's version is all pink. Unexpectedly, his wife is still a little girl who likes little female fans. It is so rare for her to maintain such a heart. Naturally, he must protect her well. Jiang Yuqin looked at him and was stunned for a moment, then she realized that he saw through her thoughts. She chuckled and felt a little touched. This is probably how a person tells you whether he loves you or not. If someone loves you, he will know what you are thinking just from a small gesture or a look. If someone doesn't love you, he will not take it to heart even if you say it clearly. But, if you, a grown man, wear pink, will you? Before Jiang Yuqin finished speaking, she was interrupted by Lu Xuan. What does it matter? As long as you like it, these slippers are worn at home anyway, and outsiders can't see them. I'll wear them at home, wife, you see. Jiang Yuqin immediately hugged Lu Xuan's arm. Hubby, you are really, really good. These words were very useful to Lu Xuan. With Lu Xuan's indulgence at the beginning, Jiang Yuqin no longer felt such a heavy burden when choosing couples items for the two of them. As she chose, she simply let herself go. The two of them walked around for half an hour, and Jiang Yuqin directly took out their pajamas, toothbrushes, shoes, socks. Jiang Yuqin basically bought all the couple items in the mall. Seeing Jiang Yuqin so cute, Lu Xuan's mood was also infected. Women shop and men pay, this is an unchanging rule, but after Jiang Yuqin bought the things, Lu Xuan consciously went to pay the bill and acted as a laborer, carrying all the large and small bags of things that Jiang Yuqin bought. Suddenly, the familiar voice of the system sounded in Lu Xuan's mind. Ding, the system has detected that their host dotes on his wife, triggering a special reward. You will receive a cash reward of 100 times the amount of this consumption bill. As soon as the system finished speaking, Lu Xuan's mobile phone rang with text messages. Lu Xuan smiled helplessly. This system is so humorous that even when he pampers his wife, he can trigger special rewards. He just spent more than 10,000. If it is 100 times, won't that be a reward of more than 1 million? This system is so cute. Lu Xuan looked at the bags in his hands and really felt that he needed to buy a car quickly, otherwise it would be inconvenient to take a taxi when going out. By the time they finished shopping, it was already afternoon, and there wouldn't be enough time to go home and cook. He didn't care, but Jiang Yuqin and the baby in her belly definitely couldn't wait. Lu Xuan decided to take Jiang Yuqin out for dinner before going home. After dinner, the two returned home. Jiang Yuqin lay down on the bed. After Lu Xuan packed up the things he bought, he went to the kitchen and prepared various ingredients, intending to give Jiang Yuqin a little surprise. Jiang Yuqin was probably thinking about the delicious food that Lu Xuan would make for her in the evening, so she took a much shorter nap than usual. After waking up, she took out the couple's items she had bought at noon and looked at them. She tried on all the ones that were wearable. While trying it on herself, she also imagined Lu Xuan wearing it and the two of them together. As she thought about it, she laughed happily. She happily put on her pajamas and slippers, came to the kitchen, and turned around happily. Honey, do you think my clothes look good? You can try them on too. Jiang Yuqin said as she gave Lu Xuan his slippers. Chapter 20. What great good things did I do in my previous life? The only time in Lu Xuan's life that he wore something pink was probably the pair of slippers given to him by Jiang Yuqin. He put it on without any hesitation. Jiang Yuqin looked at his natural movements and was instantly moved. How could this man be so nice that he put it on without any burden? Lu Xuan pinched Jiang Yuqin's face and said, "It's nice, but I've never worn this style before. What do you think?" Jiang Yuqin laughed out loud, and Lu Xuan also laughed. Lu Xuan is a boy, and a male god-level figure in the hearts of many goddesses. Now he and his wife are wearing couple's clothes at home, and the slippers are pink. The picture is as funny as it can be. Jiang Yuqin knew that Lu Xuan actually wouldn't like this color, but because she liked it, he wore it. Isn't this also a kind of pampering? She was quite nervous when she bought it. In this world, there are many couples who wear couple outfits, but it is rare to find a man who is willing to cooperate with a girl unconditionally. Jiang Yuqin has seen so many couples, and in her opinion, Lu Xuan's love is truly unique. Where is my pajamas? What do you think of them? Jiang Yuqin asked. Lu Xuan looked at it very seriously and said, "It looks good. My wife is beautiful, so whatever she wears, she will make it look even better as soon as possible." Jiang Yuqin was very happy to be praised. She looked at the dish that Lu Xuan was cooking and said, "Honey, what are you cooking? Let me see." She opened a pot where something was cooking, and as soon as she opened it, she was attracted by the aroma from the pot. "Wow, husband, you are so amazing. The food you cook is so delicious. I feel hungry all of a sudden when I smell it." Lu Xuan pulled her back and said, "Stay away, it's not safe. I'm going to make you a big meal tonight. The dishes are ready and I'm about to start cooking." With the skills rewarded by the system, someone who had basically never been in the kitchen before was able to cook very easily, as if he was born for the kitchen. He was quite satisfied with this skill. Although he had no interest in developing his cooking skills, with this skill, he could take good care of Jiang Yuqin. Lu Xuan had seen that it was almost time for Jiang Yuqin to wake up from her nap, so he prepared the fruits in advance. "Come on, wife, go watch TV and eat some fruit. I'll prepare it in a moment." Lu Xuan brought the salad to the coffee table and placed Jiang Yuqin on the sofa. "The fumes in the kitchen are bad for you and your baby, and may make you feel uncomfortable." Jiang Yuqin sat quietly on the sofa, eating fruit while waiting for Lu Xuan to cook. Soon, Lu Xuan prepared the dish, and Jiang Yuqin couldn't wait to come to the dining table. "It smells so good, husband, you are so amazing, aren't you?" Jiang Yuqin watched Lu Xuan bring out plates of delicious dishes, and she was already getting eager to eat. She was so touched that her nose was sore. "Hubby, you are so kind. Tell me, did I do something great in my previous life, so I can find a husband like you in this life? Not only are you so great, but you are also so kind to me." Lu Xuan pinched her face and said, "You are really good at making your husband happy. I like to hear that. Go wash your hands first, and I will bring the rest of the dishes." After Lu Xuan brought the dishes, he turned off the lights and lit candles. Afterwards, he poured a drink for Jiang Yuqin. "Wife, you have a baby now, you can't drink alcohol, so you can only drink some drinks. I'm sorry for that." Jiang Yuqin was so moved that she didn't feel wronged. "Hubby, you are so thoughtful. I feel so happy to be with you. I love you." Because Jiang Yuqin couldn't drink alcohol, Lu Xuan didn't drink either, and accompanied Jiang Yuqin to drink juice. This small detail really touched Jiang Yuqin. Seeing Jiang Yuqin couldn't wait, Lu Xuan thoughtfully picked up some food for her. "Eat it, you look so greedy." Jiang Yuqin chuckled and said, "The food you cook is really delicious. It's the best food I've ever eaten." Lu Xuan laughed and picked up some food for Jiang Yuqin while eating. Jiang Yuqin was very considerate and ate all the dishes he had picked for her. Lu Xuan felt that she had almost finished eating, so he stopped her and said, "Wife, you can't eat anymore. It's time to go to bed soon. If you eat too much, you won't be able to digest it." Jiang Yuqin then reluctantly put down her chopsticks. Jiang Yuqin stood up and wanted to help clean up the dishes, but as soon as her hand touched the bowl, Lu Xuan took it over. "You don't have to do this kind of thing. Not to mention that you are pregnant now. Even if you are not pregnant, you don't have to do this kind of thing in our family. You just need to watch TV now. Wait for me to clean up the kitchen and then I will come to accompany you." Lu Xuan pulled Jiang Yuqin to sit on the sofa and went to the kitchen. Jiang Yuqin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did Lu Xuan want to spoil her to the point where she couldn't take care of herself? Before being with Lu Xuan, she never thought that she could be with someone as outstanding as Lu Xuan. He is rich, capable, and handsome. I have heard many people say before that marriages among wealthy families are not as harmonious as imagined. Most rich men are patriarchal. They have money, but they are not willing to spend so much money on women. As for taking care of one's daily life personally, that is even more impossible. In some marriages, there is a phenomenon that the man does not seem to have much ability, but has a bad temper. There are some relatively good ones, but Jiang Yuqin has never heard of anyone as good as Lu Xuan. She thought that kind of perfect relationship only existed in novels and on TV. Unexpectedly, such a relationship would happen to her. Jiang Yuqin felt that she was really lucky. Just as Lu Xuan picked up the bowl and entered the kitchen, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind again. "Ding, the host has completed the task of pampering his wife and will receive a cash prize of 100,000 yuan from the system." Lu Xuan paused and smiled. Life is so comfortable this time. I can spend more than 100,000 yuan on a meal. Is there anything better than this in the world? The next day, Lu Xuan, whose biological clock is always very accurate, got up early. After washing up, he went straight to the kitchen. Mrs. Li was not at home, so he had to prepare breakfast before Jiang Yuqin got up. He couldn't let his wife and children go hungry. He made breakfast and was just about to call Jiang Yuqin when she saw that she had already gotten up and was coming downstairs. "Wife, why did you get up? I was just about to call you." Lu Xuan stepped forward and helped Jiang Yuqin downstairs. Jiang Yuqin smiled sweetly. This husband was so nice. He fed her sweets in the morning. "I woke up when I realized you were not there. I just got up." Chapter 21. Your husband is not short of money. Sweet, pampering, and really addictive. In just a few days, Jiang Yuqin had become accustomed to Lu Xuan's favor. When she found out that he was not there in the morning, she instantly lost her sleepiness. Jiang Yuqin is actually a relatively independent girl, but after being with Lu Xuan, she found that this trait of hers disappeared without a trace, and she turned into a clingy little goblin who wished she could stay with Lu Xuan 24 hours a day. At the beginning, Jiang Yuqin was able to restrain herself, but as the two spent more and more time together, she slowly began to let herself go. After breakfast, Lu Xuan received another reward from the system. With more and more rewards, Lu Xuan gradually got used to it. As long as he was nice to his wife and children, he would always get some strange rewards. Then he should just treat his wife and children well from now on. If he treats his wife and children well all his life, he will never have to worry about food and drink. Baby, why don't we go to the place where cars are sold later? Lu Xuan suggested. It was originally agreed that he would go and see the doctor himself yesterday afternoon, but something delayed him and he didn't go. So he could take Jiang Yuqin with him this morning. But I don't know much about cars. I only know whether it looks good or not. I don't know anything else, said Jiang Yuqin. As long as it looks good, it's just a means of transportation anyway, and we don't have too many requirements. Just buy a more expensive one. You get what you pay for. The more expensive one is naturally better and more comfortable to sit in. Lu Xuan replied, I want to buy you a car you like, so that I can serve you better in the future. Jiang Yuqin joked, really? If I saw something worth tens of millions, would you buy it without hesitation? There is definitely no problem with spending millions. Lu Xuan gave her 2 million casually, so there is naturally no problem with buying her $1 million car. I don't know how expensive the price is. Jiang Yuqin has no idea how much money Lu Xuan has. Buy it. If you like it, let's buy it. Lu Jia said without hesitation. In fact, Jiang Yuqin was just joking, but she didn't expect Lu Xuan to agree without saying a word, which made Jiang Yuqin not know how to respond. So, is Lu Xuan really rich? Even a car worth tens of millions, without any hesitation. Jiang Yuqin looked at Lu Xuan in shock. How powerful is this man? After a long while, Jiang Yuqin finally came to her senses and said, I was just joking. You don't have to buy something so expensive. It's fine as long as it works. Although Lu Xuan always gave Jiang Yuqin the impression that he was very rich, they were still students and Jiang Yuqin didn't want to spend money so lavishly. They are both young and have a long way to go. They will also have 2 babies coming into their lives. Living and raising children will be a huge expense, so money should naturally be spent on useful things. The purpose of a car is to make it convenient when you go out, as long as it can be used. Seeing Jiang Yuqin was so sensible, Lu Xuan smiled and said, okay, I'll listen to you, my wife. So you have to go with me to have a look. It's also good for reference. I want to buy a car for daily use, a nanny car, and another one for Aunt Lee to buy groceries. For now, I'll buy 3 cars. As for the budget, it's within 10 million. We'll see when we get there. After hearing Lu Xuan's budget, Jiang Yuqin exclaimed, less than 10 million. Husband, are you serious? You actually have so much money, how did you make it? Even if you pick up leaves, it can't be that fast, right? Are you really a senior student? That's tens of millions. Even if it's a wealthy family, it's amazing to come up with so much money at once. If it was Lu Xuan's parents who gave the money, she could still understand it, but Lu Xuan had told her before that he earned the money himself. In fact, she already felt that it was impressive that Lu Xuan had several million. Jiang Yuqin suddenly started to wonder, since Lu Xuan's budget for buying a car was less than 10 million, did that mean that he had far more than 10 million? Lu Xuan wouldn't empty his wallet just to buy a car, right? Their baby is about to be born. You know, she is pregnant with twins, and raising children is very expensive. Jiang Yuqin's facial expressions were so dramatic that Lu Xuan guessed what was in her mind. He comforted her, don't worry. Didn't I tell you before? Your husband is not short of money and has the ability to support you and the baby. I won't spend all the money at once. After hearing what Lu Xuan said, Jiang Yuqin felt relieved. Come on, let's take a taxi to the car dealership. It's a good idea to buy a ready-made car so that we can drive back directly. I'm tired of taking a taxi every day. I also feel that I'm wronging you and the baby. It's hard enough for you to be pregnant, and you still have to wait for the car so often. Jiang Yuqin laughed when she saw Lu Xuan's impatient look. Men's love for cars is the same as women's love for lipstick. As soon as it is mentioned, they are absolutely passionate. Men all like cars, and now that they can finally buy a car, they will naturally be extremely happy. The two immediately took a taxi to a very famous car dealership in Qingcheng, called Jihong Car Dealership. Last night, when Lu Xuan was at home, he carefully checked all kinds of information about this car dealership on the internet. This car dealership has the most complete range of cars, and all of them are high-end configurations, which meets his requirements. Although he didn't think of buying something very expensive, since he had money, he couldn't buy something too bad. He has learned a lot about cars, and he is afraid that he will not understand anything when he goes to see the cars today. He now has more than 10 million yuan in his card, so he can basically buy any car he wants. Honey, do you have a favorite car? Jiang Yuqin was dazzled by the cars when she arrived at the car dealership. She felt that every car looked good. The main thing was that she didn't recognize many of the cars at all and didn't know how to choose. In the past, she did recognize many luxury cars, but when she came here, she found that she was really too ignorant. Lu Xuan smiled and said, "Look, we'll buy whatever you like. As long as his wife likes it, he can definitely afford it." Jiang Yuqin is such a sensible person, she would never buy a luxury sports car or something like that. She is responsible for choosing and he is responsible for paying the bill. Seeing that Lu Xuan was so insistent, Jiang Yuqin boldly made her choice. She chose the appearance, and Lu Xuan told her about the performance issues, and the two of them combined their opinions. Jiang Yuqin pointed at a white BMW and said, "Honey, what do you think of that car?" "I think it's a good car. It's white, looks clean, and looks classy." Lu Xuan asked, "Do you really like it?" He doesn't want his wife to be too complacent. Chapter 22: A small make-up. She looked at the other cars again. "Well, this car is pretty good, grand and simple, unlike the other cars, which are too flashy, expensive and exaggerated." Jiang Yuqin still prefers a more low-key style. That kind of flashy car feels like the kind driven by a nouveau riche, as if they are afraid that others don't know they are rich. The car she chose was only over 1 million, which was well within Lu Xuan's means. Lu Xuan replied, "But this car is not that good. If my wife drives it, I will definitely buy a good one. You can take a look at it. What if you like other cars?" Jiang Yuqin shook her head and said, "No, let's take this one. I like it very much." Seeing Jiang Yuqin's insistence, he could only agree, "Okay, let's buy this one first. I also chose a Lamborghini. If you have a car you like in the future, we can buy another one. For Sister Lee, let's buy a Mercedes-Benz. If you like mine then, we can switch. But husband, don't we want to buy a nanny car? When the baby is born, these cars will definitely not be able to accommodate it. We have spent so much money in one go, will it be?" Although Lu Xuan has assured her again and again, Jiang Yuqin is still very worried about Lu Xuan's wallet. Lu Xuan replied, "Don't worry, you can't buy your husband out of poverty. Money is not something you save, it's something you earn. Don't worry about your husband's ability to make money. For now, his ability to make money is equal to his ability to pamper his wife and children. So, there is nothing wrong with him confidently saying that he is good at making money. Since we got together, I haven't given you anything except a ring. It just so happens that I'm buying you a car today, which can be regarded as a small compensation for you." The salesperson beside him secretly rejoiced when hearing this. 3 cars, all luxury cars, this is a rare big order. If it weren't for the occasion, she would have wanted to scream excitedly. The salesperson quickly invited Jiang Yuqin and Lu Xuan to the VIP lounge and made scented tea for them. The salesperson listened carefully to the conversation between the two and knew that Jiang Yuqin was pregnant, so he brewed the best rose tea. Afterwards, the salesperson brought in the introductory books and calculator, introduced Jiang Yuqin and Lu Xuan, and asked, "Mr. Lu, Mrs. Lu, do you want a top-of-the-line car or something else?" Lu Xuan replied without hesitation, "I want the top configuration." The salesperson was delighted again. He didn't expect that this customer would be so straightforward. He felt really lucky today. The salesperson told Lu Xuan the price of each car and took out a calculator to do the math. "Mr. Lu, the 3 cars together cost 8.5 million. Do you want to arrange for you to sign the contract now?" The salesperson's heart was pounding with joy. As long as the order was successful, the commission alone would be hundreds of thousands. When the salesperson first met Lu Xuan, he had no idea that the two of them would have such strong spending power. They didn't look very old, and people of their age, even if they had a good family background, wouldn't be able to come up with a lot of money at once. Luxury car dealerships like theirs often receive some young men who like to play with cars, but they don't pay for it themselves. We bought 3 cars, but there is no discount at all. Lu Xuan asked calmly. In this case, if you don't ask and the salesperson doesn't tell you, then if you buy it, the buyer will be cheated. If the buyers don't raise any objections, then the sellers will naturally have no objections either. Who would complain about making too much money? Seeing Lu Xuan's attitude, the salesperson immediately called the manager. Some discounts are not something that ordinary salespeople like them can decide. Soon, the sales manager arrived. I wonder if Mr. Lu paid for the car in full at one time, or one time. Lu Xuan answered concisely. It's just over 8 million. He can afford to pay it off in one go, so why should he pay in installments? The manager immediately smiled and said, Mr. Lu, you will be our VIP customer in the future. Do you think this is okay? I will calculate it for you according to the internal employee price of the company. The original price is 8.5 million, and the discounted price is 8.15 million. Do you think this is okay? This is the best price I can offer. Lu Xuan's heart moved. How could so much money be lost just because of this sentence? The profit margin is too big. If he had not asked anything and just paid the bill, wouldn't he have contributed hundreds of thousands of dollars to others in vain? Even with this, the other party must have made a lot of money. Lu Xuan thought so in his heart, but his face remained calm. Wife, how do you feel? Money is a small matter, my wife's opinion is the most important. Little did he know that Jiang Yuqin was already dumbfounded when she heard the prices of these cars. That's more than 8 million. Jiang Yuwei's father is a businessman, but she has never heard her parents say that the family has so much money. Lu Xuan, a college student who hasn't even graduated yet, can take it out easily. I have no objection. It depends on what you think. Jiang Yuqin really didn't know how much money was in Lu Xuan's wallet, so she didn't say much. Lu Xuan looked at the manager. Do you have a car in stock? Can we drive away now? The manager replied, yes, Mr. Lu, the formalities have been completed and you can drive away. Then go ahead and do it. Swipe the card. Just as Lu Xuan paid the money, the voice of the system suddenly rang in his mind. Ding, congratulations host, you bought a car for your wife. You will receive a cash reward of 3 times the amount you spent on the car purchase today. It will be transferred to your account later, please check it carefully. Lu Xuan was stunned for a moment, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Can I get a reward for buying a car? It's like he bought a car. Not only did he not spend any money, he even made money. The car cost 8 million, so if it costs 300, that would be 27 million. So, he made a net profit of more than 10 million. This system is so cute, isn't it? That is, why didn't he give a reminder earlier? If he had known that the system would have this function, he would have bought a few better cars. Anyway, the system will pay for it, so it won't be his money. After a while, Lu Xuan received money in his account. Just as the system said, it was 3 times the amount he had just paid for the car, both in decimal and in whole. By the time all the formalities were completed, it was already close to afternoon. The 2 men drove away the Lamborghini and had the others delivered to their homes by the car dealership. They had already arrived home, but Jiang Yuqin had not yet recovered from the shock of buying a car. Lu Xuan just bought several cars worth millions. Honey, where did you get so much money? Jiang Yuqin couldn't help but ask. Lu Xuan always refreshes her cognition and gives her surprises. Looking at this surprise, it also has a bit of frightening meaning. He has already bought a house worth tens of millions, and bought her so many odds and ends. After giving her 2 million, he can still afford a car worth more than 8 million in full. Chapter 23 Anyway, he has no shortage of money. Although Lu Xuan had already said when they went there that the budget was within 10 million, but when Lu Xuan actually paid so much money, it still hit Jiang Yuqin hard. Wife, don't worry. They are just a few cars. They don't cost much. I have told you many times that you can buy whatever you like. Your husband can totally afford it, okay? Lu Xuan comforted her patiently. Lu Xuan really wanted to show Jiang Yuqin his account balance, but he couldn't do that. The system is always giving out rewards, and the balance in his account is uncertain. He doesn't know if he has a reasonable source of income. If Jiang Yuqin asks him about it, he won't be able to explain. Jiang Yuqi nodded. Okay, I believe my husband. Although she said so, she still had some doubts in her heart. She didn't see it with her own eyes, so she was really worried. However, she couldn't tell Lu Xuan about her doubts directly, and she couldn't show her distrust of him, as that would affect the relationship between the two. Jiang Yuqi walked forward and hugged Lu Xuan. No matter what, he was her most beloved boy, the father of her child, and their husband who doted on her. In a blink of an eye, it's time to go for a 4-dimensional checkup to see the baby's condition. During this period, Lu Xuan has been taking care of Jiang Yuqi. Someone in Li's family is sick and hospitalized, so she has to go back to take care of him, which takes a long time. Because Lu Xuan had always taken good care of Jiang Yuqi, the family did not arrange another nanny for Jiang Yuqi. In order to accompany Jiang Yuqi, Lu Xuan stopped going to school, so he could take good care of Jiang Yuqi. However, Lu Xuan is already looking for a better nanny. As Jiang Yuqi's pregnancy gets further and further, Lu Xuan has to put these things on the agenda quickly, otherwise it will be too late when the baby is born. It is better to prepare these things in advance to be prepared. Anyway, he is not short of money, and he wants his wife and children to have the best. Every morning, Lu Xuan would get up early to make breakfast for Jiang Yuqi, and then call Jiang Yuqi to get up. As the months went by, Jiang Yuqi became heavier, her temper became worse, and she became more sleepy. He is becoming more and more dependent on Lu Xuan. Women need the most care at this time. No matter what Jiang Yuqi is like, Lu Xuan can tolerate her. In fact, she is just not as gentle as before. Come to think of it, her body needs to provide nutrition for 2 babies every day. When the body is under pressure, whose temper can be good? In Lu Xuan's opinion, her temper is much better than those of other pregnant women. These days, Lu Xuan pampered his wife every day, communicated with the babies, and received a lot of rewards from the system. The balance in his account is already tens of millions. He enjoys this money-making activity every day. He can take good care of his wife and children and make money. It is such a wonderful thing, so naturally he is happy doing it. If he works harder and earns more money, he will be able to better guarantee the life of his family after the child is born. He didn't want his wife and children to suffer even the slightest bit of injustice because of him. The day when money was needed to check Sui's situation, Lu Xuan got up even earlier than usual. After preparing breakfast for both of them, he also prepared everything he needed to take with him and put them in the car. After breakfast, he drove Jiang Yuqi to their hospital. The child is 6 months old, and is in the stage of rapid weight gain. You can also clearly see the child's small hands and feet, as well as the general outline of his face. Jiang Yuqi and Lu Xuan were both looking forward to this examination. Lu Xuan cares a lot about Jiang Yuqi. Whenever she walks, Lu Xuan has to protect her carefully, for fear that she might get bumped into something. If the belly was bigger, he would have to take care of it more carefully. Jiang Yuqi herself is also very careful. When she walks, she has to use one hand to protect her belly. Although she is only 6 months old, the baby is developing very well. She is now about the same size as others who are 8 months old, and her body is also much heavier. She was very careful every day, fearing that she would make some mistakes and hurt the baby in her belly. The fatal thing is that Jiang Yuqi's appetite is really good. She is worried that when she gives birth, she will be so fat that she can't even walk. During this period of time, as the two of them got along, Jiang Yuqi became quite close to Lu Xuan, and whenever she was worried, she would talk to Lu Xuan about it. Now seeing Jiang Yuqi's cautious look, Lu Xuan knew that she was starting to worry again. Don't worry, honey. I'm here. I'll protect you. Jiang Yuqi and Lu Xuan held hands tightly. The reason why she was so worried was mainly because it was her first pregnancy and she had no experience. Another reason was that Lu Xuan was really good to her. Lu Xuan and her family were particularly looking forward to these 2 children. She didn't want to disappoint her family, so she was very nervous. The 2 waited outside the monitoring room for a while, and then it was their turn. Jiang Yuqi's heart beat faster from the moment she walked into the examination room. She was too nervous and too excited. Lu Xuan was the same. He was waiting with great anticipation and excitement. Soon, he will be able to see his baby. When the inspection began, Lu Xuan watched carefully while recording the video with his mobile phone. Jiang Yuqi said that she wanted to record this exciting moment. Not bad, not bad. The two little ones are very obedient, said the doctor while examining. After a round of examination, Lu Xuan and Jiang Yuqin saw the appearance of the babies. They had healthy limbs and their face shapes looked more like Lu Xuan. After the examination, the doctor listened to the fetal heartbeat. Through the instrument used by the doctor, the baby's heartbeat came out very loudly. Although Lu Xuan bought a fetal heart rate monitor, its effect was still inferior to that of the doctor's examination equipment. At this moment, not only could she hear the baby's heartbeat clearly, but she could also see the baby's heart beating. At that moment, Jiang Yuqin's eyes turned red with excitement. It turns out that this is how a baby's heartbeat sounds, and it beats so powerfully. Both babies are very well behaved. It seems that the little guys know how to love their mother and don't want to make her suffer, said the doctor with a smile. These words touched Jiang Yuqin's heart. These two children were indeed very well behaved and basically never bothered her. The baby's facial features look more like their father. But that doesn't matter much. You and your wife are both so good looking, and the babies you give birth to will definitely be very beautiful, the doctor continued. As soon as the doctor finished speaking, the baby in the belly moved, making the doctor couldn't help laughing. Chapter 24. Write a letter of guarantee. You two little guys, do you think so too? Jiang Yuqin and Lu Xuan were also amused by the little guy's timely activities. What two cute little guys. After getting the four-dimensional results, the two went to see Jiang Yuqin's doctor, Dr. Li. Since Jiang Yuqin became pregnant, all her examinations have been done by this doctor, who is most familiar with her condition. Dr. Li is also very concerned about Jiang Yuqin. She has been a doctor for so long, and the case of twins is relatively rare, so she must pay attention to it to better ensure the safety of Jiang Yuqin and the baby in her belly. She carefully read all of Jiang Yuqin's medical reports and said, both little ones are fine and healthy. However, you need to pay attention to your diet in the later stages. Don't eat too much and don't let the baby grow too big. Otherwise, you will suffer during the birth. Also, a large fetus is not necessarily a good thing for the baby. Also, try to take more walks, but be careful about your physical condition and don't let yourself get too tired. Also, as for the hospital beds, you'd better make reservations in advance. If you don't have any financial pressure, it's best to stay in a VIP ward with a bed for a companion, which is more convenient. You are twins, so if you stay in a regular ward, it might be crowded. You have two little babies. Judging from their size, you may need a cesarean section. It would be much more convenient if you could stay in a better ward. After hearing what the doctor said, Lu Xuan immediately made an appointment and reserved the best ward in the hospital. His wife and children were his dearest ones, and he didn't want them to suffer in an ordinary ward. I hadn't thought about it before, but now that the doctor has reminded me, I naturally have to prepare quickly. Jiang Yuqin would wait quietly on the lounge chair, leaving Lu Xuan to busy himself. Taking care of these two children is really hard for her. She is so heavy that she doesn't even want to walk. This is a big problem. She has two babies in her belly and she doesn't want to move after only 6 months. She will definitely not want to move as time goes by. If she has a cesarean section, won't she be left with a scar on her belly? Jiang Yuqin felt scared just thinking about it. She didn't want to be left with a scar, as it would look so ugly. She also heard from others that after giving birth, there will be a lot of ugly things on the belly. The more Jiang Yuqin thought about it, the more upset she felt. As she thought about it, tears began to well up in her eyes. If she really became that ugly, would Lu Xuan dislike her? This is how it's played out on TV. The woman is very beautiful and her husband is a good one, but after she gives birth, her figure becomes out of shape and the man changes his mind. Will she and Lu Xuan be the same as those people? Jiang Yuqin has become extremely dependent on Lu Xuan in the past few months. If Lu Xuan really changes his mind one day, how can she bear it? If she had never had it, she could still admit it, but if she got it, was happy, and got used to his kindness and then lost it, Jiang Yuqin felt heartbroken just thinking about it. She also heard that many women ended up suffering from depression because of these trivial matters. If she became like that, would Lu Xuan dislike her? When Lu Xuan came back, he saw that she was extremely sad and almost crying. Lu Xuan went forward to ask what was going on. It would have been fine if she hadn't asked. As soon as she asked, her tears rolled down uncontrollably. She told Lu Xuan all her thoughts. After listening to him, Lu Xuan felt distressed and at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Lu Xuan hugged her and comforted her. Wife, don't let your imagination run wild. I promise that I will always love you. You gave birth to 2 lovely babies for me. It would be too much if I disliked you just because you were out of shape. Don't worry, your husband can tolerate everything about you. You will always be the best wife in my heart. So, from now on, all of our family's fixed assets will be in your name. I'll go back and write you a letter of guarantee. I promise that I will never let you down in this life. If I ever do anything to let you down or leave you, all the assets under my name will be yours. Jiang Yuqin quickly stopped Lu Xuan from continuing. You don't need to write any guarantee letter. I know you treat me well. In fact, this is all my own imagination. Lu Xuan scratched Jiang Yuqin's nose lovingly. You don't think too much, just wait for the babies to be born peacefully. You really don't need to think about these things. Your husband is not such a heartless man. Even if you are out of shape or something else, it's all because of me. How can I be such a heartless person? In fact, Lu Xuan had also read about these in books. When a woman is pregnant, her body will feel uncomfortable and she will also have various anxieties. At this time, the company, understanding and tolerance of her husband are very important. After a woman gives birth, things will gradually get better. The reason why many women are unable to come out of such a shadow is that the men around them are not tolerant enough. Some men are unable to give women enough understanding and patience. Instead, they often lose their temper because they cannot understand the changes in women, making an already bad situation even worse. Jiang Yuqin's pregnancy was getting worse and worse, and Lu Xuan's parents and Jiang Yuqin's parents were very concerned. In addition to visiting Jiang Yuqin, they also arranged for them to take leave of absence from school. They cannot take a leave of absence from school by themselves, only their parents can do it. Soon, Jiang Yuqin's leave of absence was arranged, and Mrs. Li's housework was also settled and she had returned to work. That day, Jiang Yuqin was sleeping soundly, but her cell phone kept ringing. Recently, she slept quite well. Even if there was a little noise at home, she would not be woken up. However, the sound of the mobile phone rang persistently for a long time, waking her up from her sleep. When I opened it, I found a lot of missed calls and text messages, as well as many WeChat messages. She usually turns her phone to silent mode when she goes to bed, but she forgot about it today and didn't expect so many people to contact her. Among them, many messages were sent by Zhao Xinran, a good friend from college. Jiang Yuqin was very confused. Why did Zhao Xinran send her so many messages at once? Missed calls, text messages, WeChat messages, everything. Is this something urgent? Jiang Yuqin quickly called back. Yuqin, you finally called me back. I was so worried sick. Zhao Xinran on the other end of the phone sounded anxious. Jiang Yuqin was even more confused, and quickly asked, what's the situation? Do you have something urgent to talk to me about? Chapter 25. What kind of luck is this? As soon as Jiang Yuqin finished her question, Zhao Xinran exploded. Jiang Yuqin, I should be the one asking you this. I'm reminding you first. I'm very angry. I'm especially angry. You'd better think it over before you speak, otherwise I won't forgive you. You actually got married secretly and had a child without telling me anything. This is too much. This is really too much. Don't you consider me a friend? Jiang Yuqin asked in surprise. Yes, who told you that I was married and had a child? Zhao Xinran said angrily, you asked me how I knew it, but you didn't even tell me. If someone in school hadn't seen you going to their hospital for a prenatal checkup with a man accompanying you, calling you husband and wife, were you planning to keep it a secret from me and not tell me? Now, their whole school knows that you're married and pregnant. As your best sister, I'm not the first one to know about it. Tell me, how are you going to explain this to me? I was wondering why you were so strange. You hadn't come to class for so long and I couldn't contact you. It turned out you were getting married. Jiang Yuqin looked at Lu Xuan opposite her with a guilty look on her face. Lu Xuan asked her quietly, what's wrong? Jiang Yuqin chuckled and didn't answer. At this moment, only Jiang Yuqin and Lu Xuan were at home. Mrs. Li was out. After their parents arranged for them to take leave of absence from school, they went back to their own homes. Lu Xuan's parents planned to let Lu Xuan take over the family company so that after the child was born, they could take care of their grandson with peace of mind without being distracted by company matters. Jiang Yuqin's father also returned to his hometown, but Jiang Yuqin's mother stayed and went to the vegetable market with Mrs. Li. Jiang Yuqin thought about it, and said to her sister Zhao Xinran a little shyly, "Well, I am married, yes. I am married to Lu Xuan, the man from Qingcheng University of Science. Our baby is about to be born, so I didn't go to school." Zhao Xinran on the other end of the phone was stunned for a long time before she recovered. Are you talking about the Lu Xuan you've liked for 4 years? Is your child the one you told me you had that night? Knowing that Zhao Xinran couldn't see it, Jiang Yuqin still blushed. Yeah. Zhao Xinran exploded. "Oh my god, you actually married yourself like this, and you married secretly. Don't you feel that something is missing? By the way, does he love you? Is he good to you?" Jiang Yuqin looked up at Lu Xuan again. "You married yourself quietly, right? We are still students, right? I am pregnant with 2 babies, and I am afraid that my body can't handle it, so we just got the marriage certificate. The wedding will be held after I give birth to the children and my body recovers. He treats me very well. He told me that, in fact, he has liked me for a long time, so we can be considered to like each other. The child has brought us closer. He has always been the one taking care of me. He is really good to me. The man I like is naturally the best," Jiang Yuqin said, glancing at Lu Xuan in the kitchen. She really loved Lu Xuan to the extreme. Especially after getting married, Lu Xuan's meticulous care for her made her love this man even more. Zhao Xinran was so frightened by Jiang Yuqin's words that she exclaimed, "You said you are pregnant with twins? My god, what kind of luck is this?" Jiang Yuqin replied, "I was also surprised when I found out about it, so shouldn't we be careful at all times?" Zhao Xinran sighed, "You are so lucky. You are pregnant with the boy you like, and they are twins. And from your tone, you seem to be very happy. I feel relieved to see that you are doing well. I'm telling you, when the child is born, I have to be the child's godmother. If you secretly give this identity to someone else, I will be really angry." Jiang Yuqin responded repeatedly, Okay, I will definitely keep the position of godmother of the child for you." Zhao Xinran was finally satisfied. "This is pretty good. Yuqin, let's find a time to meet. I have a lot to tell you. Otherwise, tell me your home address and I can come to your house to find you. By the way, has the Lu Xuan family bought you a house? Don't leave you without a decent place to live. I heard that the Lu Xuan family's business suffered a heavy blow and went bankrupt." Jiang Yuqin quickly explained, "No, his company did encounter a crisis, but it got through it safely. He even bought a house for himself. The house I live in is the one he bought, in Century Garden Villa District. His parents are also very good to me. Lu Xuan is the only son in the family, and they want the best of everything. When they first met me, they were very, very nice to me. Moreover, they are looking forward to the birth of the baby. Now they come to see me every 2 days, as if they are worried that something is wrong with me. When you have time, come and play with me. I'm older and heavier, and it's a bit difficult for me to walk." Zhao Xinran was surprised and said, "What? You said he bought a villa in Century Garden Villa District? My god, that's a luxurious villa. I'll come to see you in 2 days when I have time. It's a good opportunity to see what the villa in Century Garden looks like. I've only heard about it before, but I haven't seen it properly. If you want to eat anything, tell your sister and I'll bring it to you when I go." Jiang Yuqin replied, "Okay, I'll tell you when I remember it later." Zhao Xinran, "Okay, I won't talk to you for now. I have something to do. I'll come to see you when I have time. Otherwise, what if you get bored at home? I'll feel bad for you." After the two ended the call, Jiang Yuqin was just about to see what Lu Xuan was doing, when she turned around and saw Lu Xuan, who was looking at her with a smile on his face. Why are you looking at me like that?" Jiang Yuqin asked a little embarrassedly. Lu Xuan stepped forward and hugged her in his arms. "I heard something. Did your friend know about our marriage?" Jiang Yuqin said helplessly, "I really can't hide anything from you. A classmate saw us in the hospital. Now, everyone in the school knows that we are together. They are all talking about us, but it's all speculation." Lu Xuan asked him, "Do you want them to know?" Jiang Yuqin looked at him puzzledly. "What do you mean by asking me this?" Lu Xuan smiled and said, "Because you are the school belle, and I am just a person that no one knows. If you marry me, it will definitely have a huge impact on you, so I am asking you." Jiang Yuqin shook her head. "Hubby, what are you thinking about? I am very satisfied to be able to marry you. I don't care whether you are a school beauty or not. Being able to marry you has always been the happiest thing for me. Chapter 26. You can't be offering a buy one get one free deal, right? Jiang Yuqin blushed and hugged Lu Xuan tightly. As the two were talking, Lu Xuan's cell phone rang. He opened it and saw that it was a WeChat message from his roommates. After Lu Xuan sat down on the sofa with Jiang Yuqin, he opened his phone and read the group messages sent by his roommates one by one. Lu Xuan, there are rumors in school that you and the campus beauty of Qingcheng University are getting married and making babies. Is this true or false? You are really good at hiding things, aren't you? We heard that the school beauty's family is very rich and she is definitely a second-generation rich. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. That's right. Not only is her family rich, but she's also very pretty. Tell me, what kind of luck do you have? Master Lu, please tell us how you managed to win over the school beauty. Teach us so that we brothers can find our partners sooner. Yes, please share some experience with us. We don't expect to find a school beauty or anything like that. As long as we can find someone who is decent, it will be fine. If she is a rich second generation, that would be great. What if we can reach the pinnacle of life from now on? Brother, can you be a little self-aware? Lu Xuan is good looking, don't mention anything else. Look at what you have. If you look so ugly, stop daydreaming. That's right. No matter how you look at it, Lu Xuan is better looking than you. You really don't even have the right to dream. I don't know what other people think, but Lu Xuan couldn't stand it anymore. The flattery was going too high. Lu Xuan replied, I've already told you guys that I'm getting married to Jiang Yuqin, but you guys don't believe me, so I can't do anything about it. Whether you believe it or not, Jiang Yuqin and I are now legally married. As soon as Lu Xuan said this, the group went wild. What? A legal couple? This is actually true. At that time, we all thought you were joking. It was really because that school beauty was so beautiful and there were so many people who liked her. We thought it would never be your turn. Yes, I thought so at the time, so I didn't believe it. I never thought that what you said was actually true. You disappeared for several months. Did you actually spend a happy life with the campus beauty of Qingcheng University? This news is so shocking. Not only are you married, but you even made a baby. Is this true? We all heard that Jiang Yuqin's belly is so big that it seems like she's about to give birth. This is too fast. Even if you have a child, what's going on here? Even if you have a child, it can't be so fast. You can't be buying one and getting one free, right? Yes, is it buy one get one free? Lu Xuan was helpless. Where did this rumor come from? It was a buy one get one free deal. Jiang Yuqin is pregnant with his Lu Xuan's children, okay? And 2 of them. He wouldn't do a buy one get one free deal like this. Let me tell you, when I was getting married, she was already pregnant with my child. I just knew she was pregnant with my child at that time. Please, who am I, Lu Xuan? How could I possibly accept a buy one get one free deal like that? Lu Xuan's words made the group quiet down instantly. After a brief silence, the group exploded again. You're so good, you've actually been dating the school beauty for a long time. Not only are you lucky, you're also fast. You've made her pregnant before you even graduate. I don't submit to anyone except you, Lu Xuan. You are so amazing. Now that you have a child and it's legal, why haven't you heard about having a wedding? Yeah, that's really not nice of you. You didn't tell us anything and you didn't even want to buy us a drink. Lu Xuan replied helplessly, I want to do it too, but my wife is pregnant with 2 babies, and time is too tight. For the sake of my wife's health, I won't do it for now. I will do it after the babies are born, and I can't do without your wine. However, I'll buy you a drink when I have time, and you can go wherever you want. Lu Xuan has a very good relationship with his roommate. After hearing what Lu Xuan said, his roommate stopped insisting and just asked Lu Xuan to fulfill his promise to treat them to drinks as soon as possible. Lu Xuan finished chatting and was about to put away his phone to talk to Jiang Yuqin, but then he found that she had been looking down at her phone and seemed to be in a good mood. Lu Xuan pinched her nose. What are you looking at? Why are you so happy? Jiang Yuqin quickly put away her phone. No, I didn't see anything. Seeing her flustered look, Lu Xuan would not believe her perfunctory attitude. Stop fooling your husband. Am I that stupid? Tell me what happened that makes you so happy. As soon as Lu Xuan finished speaking, his cell phone rang again. Seeing that Jiang Yuqin didn't say anything, he could only look at the message first. Let me see who sent me the message again. Think carefully about how to explain it to your husband. Lu Xuan took a look and found that it was sent by his roommates again. He opened it and looked, and as he looked at it, the smile on his face became more and more wanton. In the group, his roommate posted photos of him and Jiang Yuqin. Some were wearing home clothes, some were wearing couple slippers, some were wearing engagement rings, and some were of the two of them going for prenatal checkups together. They were all their daily life. At the end, there is a message Jiang Yuqin posted on the school forum: the one I love, and the one who loves me. The accompanying picture is a photo of them holding hands. Lu Xuan didn't expect that Jiang Yuqin would use this method to announce their relationship to the world. He knew that since Jiang Yuqin was with him, she would naturally stop thinking about anything else. Wasn't she thinking about him all the time? He knew that she had no second thoughts about him, but it took a lot of courage for a little girl to tell the world such a thing. Lu Xuan smiled and took Jiang Yuqin into his arms, and said to her, "Wife, I thought that as a man, I should take the initiative to tell everyone about my love for you, but you were quicker than me and announced our relationship early on." Jiang Yuqin looked at him in surprise. "I didn't expect you to know it so soon. I often hear other people confessing their love, but that's not what I like. You are my favorite boy. I want to tell everyone in the world that I like you, Lu Xuan." Lu Xuan touched her head lovingly. "Silly girl." Lu Xuan took out his phone, registered an account on Qiebar, and replied to the message Jiang Yuqin had just sent: the one I love, and the one who loves me. After sending the message, he handed the phone to Jiang Yuqin. Jiang Yuqin blushed after just one look. Lu Xuan said, "Wife, from now on, no matter what happens, let your husband do it, okay?" Jiang Yuqin nodded shyly. "Okay, I understand." Chapter 27. I am so envious that I am crying. Jiang Yuqin told her good sister about Zhao Xinran's home address, and within 2 days, Zhao Xinran came. With Zhao Xinran accompanying Jiang Yuqin, Lu Xuan took this opportunity to treat his roommate to a drink. When Zhao Xinran arrived home, she was stunned by the sight of the luxurious villa. "Oh my god, this is too luxurious. I wish I could live in such a nice villa. If I could live in such a nice villa, I would wake up laughing in my dreams." Zhao Xinran looked around and sighed. Jiang Yuqin was secretly happy in her heart, but she still said modestly, "It's not that exaggerated." "Isn't it an exaggeration? This is a villa in Century Garden, one of the best villa areas in Qingcheng. Not only do you live in such a high-end place, but the villa is so big. I am really envious of you, sister, you are so lucky." Zhao Xinran said to Jiang Yuqin with envy in her eyes. "Not everyone can afford to live in such a nice villa. This villa alone costs tens of millions. Some people can't earn tens of millions even if they live for several lifetimes, let alone buy a house. Who said that the Lu family has lost everything? That's really a lie. You don't know, after I heard that you and Lu Xuan were together, I was worried that you would have a hard life. Judging from the situation, I might as well worry about myself." Zhao Xinran pursed her lips. Jiang Yuqin smiled and took Zhao Xinran to sit on the sofa. Because she was Jiang Yuqin's friend, Mrs. Li greeted her with extra enthusiasm. Jiang Yuqin's mother also came over. "Xinran, you are finally here. I often heard Yuqin talk about you, but I didn't expect you to be so beautiful." Zhao Xinran smiled embarrassedly. Thank you for your exaggeration, auntie." After a simple greeting, Jiang Yuqin's mother left. This way, the two little sisters can have a good chat. "Oh my god, Yuqin, even your mother lives here." After Jiang Yuqin's mother left, Zhao Xinran was surprised and pulled Jiang Yuqin to gossip. "Yes, I am getting weaker and weaker now. My mother is worried about me, so she came here. When the baby is about to be born, Lu Xuan's parents will also move in. There are many rooms in the house. They said that they will hire 2 more nannies, which will make it more convenient to take care of me and the baby." Zhao Xinran was dumbfounded. "Oh my god, what kind of fairy family is this? So many people live together. I was worried that Lu Xuan would treat you badly and you would have a hard time. But in the end, you are the baby of this family. Everyone is taking care of you carefully. Yuqin, you are so happy. You are really so happy." Jiang Yuqin smiled and said, "Yes, they are all very nice to me. Seeing Jiang Yuqin so happy, Zhao Xinran was really envious to the extreme. Zhao Xinran was like a curious baby, with endless questions to ask. Yuqin, who bought your house? Jiang Yuqin replied, Lu Xuan bought it. Zhao Xinran was surprised again. What? He bought it? I thought it was Lu Xuan's family who bought it for you. Does Lu Xuan have a job? This villa in Century Garden is very expensive, at least tens of millions. Where did he get so much money? Zhao Xinran really couldn't accept so much information all at once. It was really too shocking. It was no secret that Lu Xuan was a second-generation rich man, so it was understandable that Lu Xuan had some money or was doted on by his family, but being able to buy a villa in Century Garden was truly amazing. Lu Xuan bought this villa half a year ago. He said that he earned it by investing in stocks with the pocket money his parents gave him. I don't know much else about him, but he is very responsible. His company did have a crisis, but it was resolved later. When Jiang Yuqin talked about Lu Xuan, she felt particularly proud. Naturally, she would be proud to marry such an outstanding man. She had never dared to imagine such a happy day before, and it is also something that many people cannot even imagine. You're almost there. Zhao Xinran pinched her face helplessly. Look at your happy adopted son. If you keep talking, I'll cry with envy. Who of you two proposed getting married? Zhao Xinran asked curiously. Jiang Yuqin blushed and lowered her head and said, He proposed it. Talking about what happened at that time, Jiang Yuqin still can't calm down her excitement when she thinks about it now. She told Zhao Xinran everything that happened at that time. Zhao Xinran listened and replied, This is too shocking. I didn't expect Lu Xuan to be such a responsible man. If he is a scumbag, what are you going to do? Jiang Yuqin seemed to be silencing herself. Don't be so loud. No one at home knows why we got married. I really don't know how to tell them. If you are so loud, it will be bad if my mother finds out. Zhao Xinran quickly raised her hand to cover her mouth and looked at the diamond ring on Jiang Yuqin's hand. The ring on Jiang Yuqin's hand, although not too big, was very shiny, and it was obvious at first glance that it was a diamond of great value. This ring is the engagement ring that Lu Xuan bought for Jiang Yuqin. It is comparable to many people's wedding rings, and is even more beautiful and more valuable. Jiang Yuqin said to Zhao Xinran, He gave it to me on the day we went to get our marriage certificate. Lu Xuan said he would buy me another one when we get married. Do you think it looks good? I like it very much, not because it's expensive, but because it was given to me by Lu Xuan. I like everything he gives me. Zhao Xinran looked at her obsessed look, raised his head and poked her forehead. No matter how I look at you, I feel that you are too young to be kept. You are the campus belle of our school, okay? You are so obsessed with a man. If those boys who like you and pursued you knew about this, how would they live? Are his parents really good to you, or is it because of the baby in your belly? Zhao Xinran asked. Although Zhao Xinran herself has little experience, she often says that the most difficult relationship in the world is the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Moreover, she also heard that being the daughter-in-law of a wealthy family is the most difficult job. Although Lu Xuan treats Jiang Yuqin very well, marriage is a matter between two families, not between two people. Jiang Yuqin replied, They are very nice to me, really nice. They are also looking forward to the baby in my belly. They are nice to me because of the baby, but more because of Lu Xuan. They love Lu Xuan and his family. Jiang Yuqin had nothing to complain about Lu Xuan's family. They were really nice and it couldn't be better. With such a good husband and such a good in-law family, Jiang Yuqin feels that she is the luckiest person in the world to be able to come into such a family. Chapter 28, I ate a lot of dog food. Lu Xuan guessed that since Jiang Yuqin's best sister had come, she would naturally stay at home for dinner before leaving. So, Lu Xuan came back a little late. When he came back, he saw Jiang Yuqin and Zhao Xinran chatting in the garden. Lu Xuan smiled. As expected, when two good girls are together, they have endless things to talk about. Lu Xuan drove out in the Lamborghini he had bought before. When Zhao Xinran saw Lu Xuan getting out of the Lamborghini, she was dumbfounded. That's a luxury car, Lamborghini, one costs several million. Oh my god, what kind of magical family is this Lu family? Are they so rich? Although Zhao Xinran didn't know much about cars, he still recognized this Lamborghini. This kind of car was not something that ordinary rich people could afford. While Zhao Xinran was amazed, Lu Xuan had already arrived in front of Jiang Yuqin and said gently, "Wife, I'm here." Then, he looked at Zhao Xinran, and the gentleness in his eyes faded. "Hello, I'm Lu Xuan, you must be Zhao Xinran, right? My wife told me that you are her best sister." Zhao Xinran replied, "Yes, I am Zhao Xinran." "Lu Xuan, what kind of luck do you have? You actually captured our school beauty, Xinshan, and secretly married you without even telling me, your good sister." Lu Xuan smiled and nodded, "I think so too. I am really lucky to be with my wife." Zhao Xinran had long been envious to the point of numbness. After hearing what Lu Xuan said, apart from feeling a little sour, she had already gotten used to it. "Well, can I have a meal here today?" Zhao Xinran asked. Lu Xuan smiled and replied, "Of course you can." Lu Xuan looked at Jiang Yuqin and said, "Wife, what do you want to eat? I'll go buy some groceries and come back to cook for you." Zhao Xinran's mood, which had calmed down, instantly became boiling again. "What, Lu Xuan, you can actually buy vegetables and cook?" Jiang Yuqin has endless things to say about Lu Xuan. When it comes to cooking, Jiang Yuqin starts to talk again. "Yes, I forgot to tell you before that the dishes cooked by Lu Xuan are especially delicious. You probably won't believe it if I tell you that the dishes he cooks are the best I've ever eaten in my life. There are not many people in this world who can compare with his cooking skills." Jiang Yuqin finished speaking and looked at Lu Xuan. The love in her eyes could not be hidden. "Hubby, didn't you go out to play with your friends? Why are you back so early?" Lu Xuan replied gently, "Because I miss you and the baby." Zhao Xinran was almost choked by the unexpected mouthful of dog food. "Oh my god, you guys are going too far. Is it really okay to show off your affection to a single person like me?" However, they are so loving that she can't stop them with just a few words. Jiang Yuqin not only ignored Zhao Xinran's protest, but also walked forward, took Lu Xuan's hand and smiled sweetly. Zhao Xinran sighed helplessly. But unexpectedly, something even more fatal was yet to come. Lu Xuan protected Jiang Yuqin as if she were his beloved baby. Jiang Yuqin is now quite pregnant, and as long as Lu Xuan is around, he can't help but hold her in his hands. Even though she was not around, all he thought about was Jiang Yuqin and the baby in her belly. Zhao Xinran sighed helplessly and walked away silently. She should be more conscious of this kind of dog abuse and not get involved. Otherwise, you'll get depressed before you even have time to eat. Seeing her best friend living a happy life, although she felt envious and jealous, she was also sincerely happy for her best friend. Zhao Xinran stayed to eat and ate the meal that Lu Xuan cooked. It's not that he is so hospitable that he cooks himself, but Jiang Yuqin likes the food he cooks, so Zhao Xinran is lucky to be able to eat the food cooked by Lu Xuan. When Zhao Xinran heard Jiang Yuqin say that Lu Xuan was good at cooking, she just thought it was a joke. After all, beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. She just thought that Jiang Yuqin loved Lu Xuan too much, and that was why she thought everything about Lu Xuan was good. As a result, when she actually saw the dishes cooked by Lu Xuan, she was shocked again. The dishes cooked by Lu Xuan not only look good, but also smell good. Seeing this, Zhao Xinran's appetite increased. "Hey, I'll start eating." Zhao Xinran took a big lobster and started eating without hesitation. While eating, he said, "Yuqin, I read in a book that pregnant women can't eat so many good foods when their bellies are big. Eat less and I'll help you solve the problem." Jiang Yuqin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at Lu Xuan, who was still busy in the kitchen, and said with a smile, "It's okay, you can eat. Lu Xuan is making other dishes, which will be enough for you. But you have to be careful and don't eat too much or you can't walk. My dear, if you want, you can stay here. Then you can have delicious food every day." Zhao Xinran quickly refused. "No, it's better not to. It's true that I can have delicious food every day here, but I still have to go for internship and find a job. You can rest and don't need to think about these things for the time being. Even if you don't work in the future, you still have a husband who pampers and loves you. I can't do that. I'm a single guy and I can only rely on myself, so I'd better go back to work." Jiang Yuqin smiled helplessly. What Zhao Xinran said was right. She never thought that she would be in this situation today. She didn't have to worry about the future because she had Lu Xuan. No matter what happened, as long as Lu Xuan was there, nothing was a problem. If Zhao Xinran really stayed, she would not be able to accompany Zhao Xinran. She is too heavy now, and she cannot rest well at night. It is even difficult for her to take care of herself, so how can she have the energy to play with her little sisters? Zhao Xinran ate a lot of dog food during this meal, and left quickly after dinner. As Jiang Yuqin's belly grew bigger, her family members discussed having Jiang Yuqin admitted to their hospital half a month in advance. They were mainly worried about Jiang Yuqin's safety, so that if there was any emergency, it could be prevented in time. Jiang Yuqin was admitted to the hospital half a month before her due date. Not only did she check into the hospital ahead of time, but a nanny had also been found to take care of her and the children. We will hire 2 nannies in total. Mrs. Li will be the manager, leading the other 2 nannies to take care of the 2 babies. Jiang Yuqin will be taken care of by Lu Xuan and her family, so there is no need to hire a nanny for the time being. Soon the day of production came. Although preparations were made in advance, when the day really came, the family was still in a panic. Although Lu Xuan's parents were experienced and had experience in taking care of Lu Xuan, when the day really came, they didn't know what they should prepare for a moment. Chapter 29 Nutrition Fund. Jiang Yuqin's parents were also extremely busy and completely at a loss as to what to do. Lu Xuan had read many related books a long time ago, but even now, he was still very nervous. Where are Jiang Yuqin's family? At this time, the doctor suddenly came out and asked. Yes, I'm Jiang Yuqin's husband. Lu Xuan hurried over and asked, how is my wife? The doctor replied, she's fine, she and the baby are fine. After hearing so much from the doctor, Lu Xuan and his family finally felt relieved. Because the 2 children are twins, they didn't cry very well when they were born. They need to be taken to the neonatal department for a careful examination. If there is no problem, you can take the children back. This is just for safety reasons. Don't worry too much. Lu Xuan's heart, which had just been put at ease, became anxious again. Doctor, is the problem serious? The doctor smiled and replied, it's okay, just for safety reasons, take the children to get checked out. After all, you are twins, go get checked out, don't you agree? Although the doctor said so, Lu Xuan was still very worried. After all, this was his first time as a father, and he was always worried without seeing his child. After the doctor finished speaking, he took out an admission notice for Lu Xuan to sign, and then returned to the operating room. For safety reasons, Jiang Yuqin chose a cesarean section. Soon, the children were pushed out. Seeing the children, Lu Xuan felt relieved a lot. Looking at the 2 lovely little lives, he became gentle. As he looked at the child tenderly, the voice of the system suddenly came into his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for meeting the babies for the first time. You will receive a 5 million child nutrition fund. Lu Xuan was just stunned for a moment and didn't think about it anymore. At this moment, any reward is secondary. He only has his eyes on the child. He hopes that the child can be safe and come back to him after the examination. Lu Xuan's parents and Jiang Yuqin's parents also quickly took pictures of their children and looked at them lovingly. While the parents were surrounding their children, Lu Xuan quickly asked the nurse, Nurse, where is my wife? Why hasn't she come out yet? The nurse replied, considering that she is pregnant with twins, she needs to be observed in the operating room for a while. If there is any problem, just wait patiently. By the way, find someone to help me send the baby to the neonatal hospital. 2 people can stay here and wait. Hearing that her daughter needed observation, Jiang Yuqin's mother rushed over and said, Nurse, how is my daughter? Is she okay? She is my only precious daughter. She must not be in any danger. The nurse quickly explained, Auntie, don't worry. She has completed the operation now. She just needs to be observed. This is for safety reasons. She will be wheeled back to the ward when she is fine. Let's wait patiently for a while, okay? Okay, I'll wait. Although the nurse explained, what mother would not worry about her child? Jiang Yuqin's mother's gaze never left the door of the operating room, and her eyes were full of anticipation. She couldn't feel at ease until her daughter came out. Lu Xuan's parents, together with the nurse, sent the child to the pediatric department, while Lu Xuan and Jiang Yuqin's parents stayed to wait for Jiang Yuqin. Finally, after more than an hour, Jiang Yuqin was pushed out. Jiang Yuqin's face did not look good, and her forehead was covered with sweat. This made Lu Xuan and Jiang Yuqin's parents very distressed. Yuqin, are you okay? Lu Xuan touched her face distressedly. Wife, you have suffered. Nurse, why does my wife react like this? Lu Xuan asked worriedly. Seeing Jiang Yuqin's condition, she didn't look very good. They had been waiting outside the operating room and saw many women being pushed out in labor. They all looked in good condition except Jiang Yuqin, who looked like she had lost half her life. Don't worry, everyone's reactions are different. It's normal for your wife to have such a reaction. You just need to take good care of her. If you have any questions, feel free to tell the doctor. Let's push her back to the ward. The nurse explained patiently. The doctor quickly sent Jiang Yuqin back to the ward. Although the doctor had explained everything, Lu Xuan was still worried because Jiang Yuqin's condition did not improve. Fortunately, he had read a lot of books about the care issues for women after cesarean section, so he did not appear to be flustered when taking care of Jiang Yuqin. The nannies also came to the hospital and saw that Lu Xuan and Jiang Yuqin's parents all looked sad and were very worried about Jiang Yuqin. One of the nannies comforted her, "This is all normal, don't worry. Although she is indeed feeling very uncomfortable right now, she will be much better after a few hours of rest. Just take good care of her. Mr. Lu, you can help her massage her legs more. This will help her recover. The anesthetic should have worn off by now, and she is in great pain now." Lu Xuan did as he was told immediately. He had read all of this in books, but being overly concerned would lead to confusion and he would not be able to focus on the details. While Lu Xuan was massaging Jiang Yuqin, he carefully asked her if she felt any discomfort anywhere. The doctor had specifically told her not to fall asleep at this time. During the confinement period, the most feared thing is catching a cold, so you have to keep warm. A nanny said as she covered Jiang Yuqin with a thin blanket. In this weather, although you cannot catch a cold, you cannot cover yourself too much, otherwise the mother will feel uncomfortable. Jiang Yuqin regained some strength and quickly asked, "Where is the child? Where is the child?" Lu Xuan quickly took her hand and replied, "The children are fine, nothing's wrong, you don't have to worry. They were sent to the pediatric department for a checkup. The doctor said that our babies are twins. Going for a checkup will make us feel more at ease." In fact, Lu Xuan was very worried about the child, but Jiang Yuqin needed to calm down and recover now, and he couldn't let Jiang Yuqin worry about the child anymore. Jiang Yuqin is in a critical period of recovery now, and her emotions must not fluctuate too much, so he must take good care of Jiang Yuqin's emotions. As for the child's condition, we will have to wait for the test results to come out. Soon, Lu Xuan's parents came back. They didn't look very well, but seeing Jiang Yuqin's condition, they didn't dare to show it. They could only suppress their worry and asked about Jiang Yuqin's condition with a smile. Seeing Jiang Yuqin in so much pain, Lu Xuan's parents were heartbroken, especially Lu Xuan's mother Lu Xuan, who almost cried. Lu Xuan quickly comforted her, "Mom, Yuqin is fine, she will be fine after a rest, please don't affect her." Chapter 30 I'm so awesome. After Lu Xuan's reminder, Lu Xuan didn't even dare to be sad and quickly held back her tears. About 2 hours later, Jiang Yuqin's condition gradually improved, and her breathing became much smoother. Finally calming down a little, Jiang Yuqin's tears suddenly flowed uncontrollably. This scared the parents and Lu Xuan. Lu Xuan quickly comforted her, wife, don't be sad, it's all my fault, I made you suffer, when you get better, I will apologize to you, please don't cry, okay? The doctor said that you can't cry at this time, and you can't have too much emotional fluctuations. Jiang Yuqin replied weakly, yes, I understand. I was just worried about the baby. They were fine when they were born, but I didn't expect them to go to the pediatric department. It's all my fault for not taking good care of them. At this time, Lu Xuan could only patiently comfort her, it's okay, the babies are fine, don't worry, you have done very well, really, you are very brave, and our babies are also very brave. The doctor said that you can't eat or drink water now, just bear with it. I have seen our little babies, they are twins, a boy and a girl. The girl looks very cute like you, and the boy looks like me. It's perfect. Our family will be balanced in the future. My son and I will protect you two little princesses. Have you seen the babies? I took a photo and I'll show it to you. This is our Dabao, a son, and this is our little princess. Lu Xuan took out the photos from his mobile phone and showed them to Jiang Yuqin, introducing them to her while looking at them. Jiang Yuqin was so excited. This was the baby in her belly. She finally met the babies. The two little guys look very small, but they are living beings. Jiang Yuqin once again feels that life is really a very magical thing. It was also at this moment that she deeply understood how difficult it is to be a mother. It turned out that giving birth to a baby was such a hard thing. Her mother also worked so hard for her. Jiang Yuqin told her mother everything that was in her heart, and also told Lu Xuan that she must be filial to her mother in the future, as their life was not easy. These words made the two old mothers cry. They work hard all their lives, and all they want is this kind of understanding. After one night, Jiang Yuqin's condition improved a lot, and Lu Xuan could help her walk slowly. The family's nanny also brought porridge specially suitable for drinking after the operation room. Jiang Yuqin had a cesarean section and can only eat light food. Not only did Jiang Yuqin's condition improve, but the baby also passed the observation period and the examination results were also good. Their whole family felt relieved when they heard that the children were all fine. After taking care of Jiang Yuqin's meal, Lu Xuan hurried to the pediatric department to pick up his two little babies. Jiang Yuqin was waiting anxiously in the ward. She wanted to see her baby as soon as possible. Before she saw the child, she had no mood to do anything. Finally, after the family's anxious wait, Lu Xuan and his mother Lu Xuan came back with the children. Their whole family looked at the two little ones and everyone couldn't stop smiling. Lu Xuan's father usually spoke very little, and he would not talk if he could. But when he saw his precious grandson and granddaughter, he became more talkative and kept saying, that's great, these are our Lu family's children. She's so pretty. Yuqin is a great contributor to our Lu family. Lu Xuan is right. This daughter looks like Yuqin, very pretty. This son looks like our Xiaoxian, not bad either. Good. Seeing how moved Lu Hongzhuo was, their whole family couldn't help but smile bitterly. Wu Huan quickly stepped forward to take the child and said, "What's wrong with you, old man? You talk so much today. Stop disturbing the little babies. Give it to me." This scene made everyone in the family laugh. Jiang Yuqin had a wound on her stomach, so she could only try to hold back from laughing so wildly. The two little guys are very well behaved and don't make any noise at all. Jiang Yuqin asked the nanny, "Auntie, they have been eating their hands. Are they hungry?" The nanny explained, "No, they were just fed with milk powder. They just took a bath and felt so comfortable. They are going to sleep now." When children are this old, they like to suck their own hands. If they are hungry, they will just cry. Jiang Yuqin listened and nodded quickly, "So that's how it is. Yes, by the way, it is better to breastfeed the child. Breastfed children are more receptive and have much better resistance. However, there are also many people who care about their figure, so they feed them with formula," said the nanny. Lu Xuan had no requirements for this, he respected Jiang Yuqin's decision. It was already good enough that his wife could give birth to a child for him, and he didn't want to impose anything else on Jiang Yuqin. She is free to do whatever she wants. "Lu Xuan, I want to hold the baby," Jiang Yuqin said to Lu Xuan. Lu Xuan gave the child in his arms to Jiang Yuqin, and went to pick up the other child. As soon as I held it in my arms, a familiar system voice came into my mind. Ding, congratulations to their host for having close contact with the baby for the first time. You will receive a cash prize of 100,000 yuan from the system. It will be transferred to your account later. Please check it carefully. Lu Xuan was no longer surprised by the system's rewards, so he quickly brought the child over so that Jiang Yuqin could feel the baby up close. Jiang Yuqin pulled the baby's hand and cried happily. Seeing her crying, Lu Xuan panicked. Wife, what are you doing? Don't cry. Is it because your husband did something wrong? If I did something wrong, you can tell me and I will change. Don't cry. Please don't cry, okay? Jiang Yuqin shook her head. It's not your fault, I'm just too happy. How could she not be happy? This was the baby she had been carrying for so long and had been looking forward to for so long. It was her and Lu Xuan's baby. Now, holding the two children in my arms, a deep sense of happiness wells up in my heart. I'm so amazing. I gave birth to two babies at once. They are so cute. Jiang Yuqin said. Their whole family felt relieved instantly. When they saw Jiang Yuqin crying just now, their hearts were suddenly lifted up, but they didn't know what was going on and didn't dare to say anything. They could only worry in their hearts. Lu Xuan actually felt the same way. He was also very excited, but he was a man and he needed to take good care of his wife and children, so he couldn't be too emotional. He gently stroked Jiang Yuqin's hair. At this moment, his palm suddenly felt warm. Wife, do you think our daughter likes me very much? She peed in my palm. The child was too small, so Lu Xuan could only hold the child's little butt with his hands. The weather was quite hot, and the child was only wrapped in a thin blanket. The first time he held his daughter in his arms, she gave him such a big gift. Chapter 31, Things Are Changing. Jiang Yuqin was so amused that she laughed. Go change your diaper quickly. Lu Xuan hurriedly did as he was told. He had learned this kind of work before and had practiced it countless times using a simulated baby. Although he was not very skilled at it at the moment, he was able to complete the job completely. Jiang Yuqin accidentally pulled her yuan while laughing, causing her to gasp in pain, but the more this happened, the funnier she found it. It's really uncomfortable to feel like wanting to laugh but not being able to. Lu Xuan quickly comforted her. Honey, calm down, don't laugh, or your wound will split open. After Lu Xuan's comfort, she was even more at a loss whether to laugh or cry. After finally recovering from the shock, Jiang Yuqin looked at Lu Xuan angrily. Humph, this is all your fault. If it weren't for giving birth to a baby for you, I wouldn't have suffered so much. So, from now on, you have to take care of the baby. Lu Xuan nodded repeatedly. Okay, I will do my best to take good care of you, the big baby, and these two little babies. The daughter was mainly taken care of by a nanny. Lu Xuan was only responsible for changing the dirty quilt and holding her and comforting her. Just as her daughter was done, Jiang Yuqin suddenly shouted nervously, Lu Xuan, come quickly, your son has peed too. During the pregnancy, Lu Xuan read all the parenting books and attended all the parenting classes. Jiang Yuqin only learned a little bit by listening and watching, and she had no idea how to take care of the baby. Lu Xuan quickly took his son from Jiang Yuqin's hands. The daughter just finished and the son is here? Har, they must both think like me that you should accept the punishment. You are such a good baby. You know how to form a united front with your mother as soon as you are born. Jiang Yuqin looked at Lu Xuan, who was busy and anxious, and she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Several parents watched and laughed as well. They have no intention of helping. This is the fun of their small family. The elders should stop trying to make a presence known and just watch and enjoy it from the side. Jiang Yuqin finished speaking and looked at her mother-in-law Lu Xuan. Mom, didn't Lu Xuan make you angry when you were a child? Look how thoughtful your grandchildren are. They have avenged you. Lu Xuan laughed. That's right, this kid was really naughty when he was young, and made your father and I very angry. Now, the people who are going to deal with you are here. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant in the future. Lu Xuan sighed helplessly. Alas, things change over time. Lu Xuan's father, Lu Hongzhua, said earnestly, Lu Xuan, you will be a father in the future, so you can't be lazy like before. You have to work hard and make progress, so that you can take good care of your wife and children. This is the responsibility of us men. Dad, haven't I been working very hard? Lu Xuan replied with a smile. Dad, let's wait a moment before you teach me a lesson. I'll go take care of your precious grandson first. Lu Xuan started to take care of his son. Lu Xuan quickly cleaned up for his son. Jiang Yuqin was secretly happy to see how well Lu Xuan did. Sure enough, Lu Xuan is really a very good parent, which can be seen from how attentively he takes care of his children. Last night, Lu Xuan was worried about her and didn't get much rest the whole night. He is actually very tired now, but he still takes care of her and the baby patiently. During Jiang Yuqin's hospitalization, several of her parents got up during the day and stayed with her in the hospital, never leaving her side. At night, only the two babies stayed behind out of worry. Naturally, Lu Xuan stayed with Jiang Yuqin all the time. Even when he slept, he got a small bed and lay beside Jiang Yuqin's bed. As long as there was any movement from Jiang Yuqin's side, he would get up quickly to check. Lu Xuan was originally a rich second generation. He had lived a life of luxury since childhood and had basically never suffered any hardship. Jiang Yuqin was deeply touched seeing how hard he worked. It's great that she didn't love the wrong person. Jiang Yuqin was worried that Lu Xuan would not be able to take care of her and the baby, and had planned to go to a confinement center, but Lu Xuan repeatedly assured her that he could take good care of them. Jiang Yuqin is already an adult and has seen a lot of human warmth and coldness. When it comes to taking care of people, men are basically unreliable. She had never heard of anyone as attentive as Lu Xuan, let alone seen one. In order to help Jiang Yuqin recover as soon as possible, Lu Xuan also contacted a professional postpartum manager. Lu Xuan had only one idea, that was that he must not let Jiang Yuqin suffer any injustice. As long as the problem could be solved by spending money, he could solve it. Not only did he try his best to take good care of Jiang Yuqin physically, he also paid great attention to her mental health. Not only did he hire a professional psychology teacher, he also studied it carefully himself. It is said on the internet that the hardest time for women is during the period of giving birth and raising children. Many women have mental problems and some even go to extremes because no one cares about them or sympathizes with them during this special period. If a man does something very bad at this time, the woman will bear a grudge against him for the rest of her life, and many people's marriages come to an end at this time. He doesn't want to do anything that would alienate him from his wife. 2 more days passed. Jiang Yuqin was already able to breastfeed her child. Lu Xuan had just come back from outside, and Jiang Yuqin suddenly looked like she had seen a ghost and couldn't hide from him. Lu Xuan didn't expect to see this scene suddenly, and he was suddenly confused. Although the two had a child, they had only been intimate once. In the following life, Jiang Yuqin was always dressed tightly in front of him, and the most intimate thing they had ever done was kiss. This kind of seeing of the body has never happened before. Lu Xuan also blushed. After hesitating for a few seconds, he quickly said, "Well, I'll go first and wait outside." When the nanny and the adults in the family saw this, they were all at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and said, "You are already parents, why are you still shy?" In their opinion, if 2 people can have a child, it means that their relationship is very close. They never thought that their intimacy would only happen once. Lu Xuan didn't know whether to leave or not. Seeing Lu Xuan at a loss, Jiang Yuqin stammered, "You, just wait here, I'll be well soon." Jiang Yuqin is also a first-time mother. She is very stiff when taking care of her child and needs a nanny to help. Lu Xuan nodded, sat down aside, and lowered his head. The arrival of these 2 little guys made Lu Xuan feel like he was dreaming. While taking care of the baby and Jiang Yuqin in the past 2 days, he gradually realized that he was already a father and no longer a child. From now on, I will have to take on the responsibility of the family. Looking at his wife and children, Lu Xuan's face was full of tenderness. He already has a wife and children. The children are so cute, and his wife is so beautiful and sensible. What else can he not be satisfied with? From now on, I will have only one goal, which is to work hard to make money, provide a good life for my wife and children, and give my children a good education. Chapter 32: A disagreement and a reward of 100,000 yuan. As he thought about it, the corners of Lu Xuan's mouth unconsciously raised. He has already completed the life mission of starting a family. All he needs to do now is to maintain it well and then build up his career, then his life will be complete. Jiang Yuqin recovered quickly, so after staying in the hospital for 4 or 5 days and recovering almost completely, she was discharged. On their way home, Lu Xuan was worried that Jiang Yuqin would catch a cold, so he wrapped her tightly from head to toe. The old man said that catching a cold during the confinement period is a lifelong problem. It is only a month, so he must take good care of Jiang Yuqin and keep her healthy. After arriving home, Lu Xuan didn't even let Jiang Yuqin walk, and carried her back home. There is no need to worry about the children, as there is a nanny and grandparents. The 2 little ones have been the darling of the group since they were born. The 2 nannies hired were admitted to their hospital with Jiang Yuqin as soon as they started working, and have never been home at all. These days, it was Mrs. Li who was running back and forth between the home and the hospital. The 2 of them have never been to Lu Xuan's home. At this moment, the 2 nannies were stunned when they saw that Lu Xuan's family actually lived in this luxurious villa. It's not like they had never been to a wealthy family to serve before, but they had never been to such a wealthy family. How could they not be surprised by such a luxurious villa and such a luxurious car? Lu Xuan had already left with Jiang Yuqin in his arms. The 2 of them ignored the shock in their hearts and quickly followed with their things. Lu Xuan held Jiang Yuqin and carried her directly into the bedroom. Jiang Yuqin was very happy. "Hubby, you can hold me if you want. I can walk now, but I will walk a little slower." Lu Xuan said domineeringly, "No, I'd better carry you back. You can only move slowly. If you want to walk, just walk around the room. I'm worried about you going up and down the stairs." Jiang Yuqin leaned into Lu Xuan's arms and said, Honey, I'm very heavy, right? After I gave birth to the baby, I only lost more than 20 pounds, and now I still weigh more than 120 pounds. This weight is nothing. Even if you were a little fatter, your husband would still be able to carry you. Lu Xuan replied confidently. This time, Jiang Yuqin was very satisfied. Husband, the doctor said that the wound needs to be disinfected and medicated every day. I can't do it myself, you have to help me. She buried her head in Lu Xuan's arms. She was still a little embarrassed about this kind of thing. However, Lu Xuan is her husband, so it is reasonable to let Lu Xuan take care of her. She also wanted their relationship to be closer, like a real couple. She was too embarrassed to even breastfeed in front of Lu Xuan, let alone changing the bandage on the wound. She felt her face starting to get hot just thinking about it. Lu Xuan replied, "Okay, I'll help you. We'll go upstairs and change them later, okay?" Jiang Yuqin panicked and quickly replied, "No, no, no, just change it in the evening." Lu Xuan nodded seriously, "Okay, wife, does your wound still hurt?" Jiang Yuqin, "It doesn't hurt anymore. As long as I don't laugh and don't do large arc movements, I won't pull on the wound and it won't hurt." Hearing Jiang Yuqin say this, Lu Xuan felt relieved. "Then you lie down and have a good rest first. I'll go buy the iodine and cotton swabs and gauze that the doctor asked me to use for changing the dressing." Jiang Yuqin, "Yeah, okay. Honey, drive slower." Lu Xuan nodded, picked up his phone and went out. He had asked the doctor in advance about what he needed to buy and wrote it down. He quickly arrived at the drugstore, bought everything he needed, and prepared to go home without even a moment's delay. With a wife and children at home, Lu Xuan doesn't want to go out unless it is necessary. He wishes he could be with his wife and children 24 hours a day. As soon as she got in the car, the sound of the system came to her mind. Ding, the system has detected the system's behavior of loving children and wife. You will receive a cash reward of 100,000 yuan from the system. It will be transferred to your account later. Please check it carefully. Lu Xuan couldn't help but smile bitterly. "System guy, what are you doing? When I just brought my wife home, why didn't you come out to show your presence? You didn't even give me a reward." It was just a matter of buying some small things, but he gave me a reward of 100,000 yuan without saying a word. When Lu Xuan returned home, Jiang Yuqin looked at the large and small bags of things and was dumbfounded. "Husband, why did you buy so much?" Lu Xuan replied seriously, "The doctor said that your wound needs to be changed frequently, and the baby's belly button also needs to be disinfected every day. I was afraid that it would not be enough, so I bought a little more." Jiang Yuqin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "There are so many, we can't use them all up even if we use them until next year. Husband, you are exaggerating." Lu Xuan chuckled and said, "Come on, wife, let me change the gauze on your stomach first." Jiang Yuqin quickly refused. No, change it tonight, change it tonight." She looked away with a red face, too embarrassed to even look at Lu Xuan. Letting Lu Xuan see her belly directly made her blush. Lu Xuan had no choice but to obey her and went to pack up the things he brought back. Looking at Lu Xuan busy in the background, Jiang Yuqin smiled unconsciously. Lu Xuan was really good to her. During the past few days in the hospital, Lu Xuan didn't get much rest, but up to now, he hasn't said a word of complaint, or even shown any impatience. After cleaning up, Lu Xuan took a short rest in the room. In the afternoon, it was time to give the two little ones a bath. The nanny helped wash his daughter, while Lu Xuan washed his son himself. While in the hospital, he went to the bathing area and learned carefully from the nurse so that he could take good care of the two little ones after returning home. Seeing how cute the two little guys were, Lu Xuan couldn't help but feel his fatherly love surge up. If it weren't for the hygiene issue, he would have wanted to kiss them right away. He had read in a book that babies have just been born and their resistance is relatively weak, so the bacteria on adults can easily harm them. In particular, you should not kiss your children all the time, as this is a great threat to their health. Lu Xuan particularly likes the smell of the two children, which is milky and smells very good. "My little ones, you smell so good, just like your mommy." Speaking of the mother of these little cuties, Lu Xuan suddenly thought that probably because of breastfeeding, Jiang Yuqin always had the smell of a child on her body. Several times, he couldn't help but hug Jiang Yuqin because of the smell on her body. The nanny was holding the son, while Lu Xuan was holding his daughter lovingly. He loved this little girl so much. It is said that a daughter is her father's little lover in the previous life. He has heard this countless times but never understood its true meaning. Now he finally understood, and he was willing to be a daughter slave. The little girl is fair and clean, and looks adorable. She is as adorable as she can be. Chapter 33, All About My Daughter. When he was taking a bath, he kept crying loudly, with such a loud voice, as if he was afraid that others couldn't hear him crying. Lu Xuan's mother, Lu Xuan, has been coaxing her baby boy. Okay, baby, don't be afraid, grandma is holding my little baby. Lu Xuan's father had been watching from the side, his eyes never leaving the baby boy. He wanted to help coax him, but he didn't know where to start. Mrs. Li was helping Lu Xuan. Lu Xuan held his daughter in his arms the whole time. The little girl was very brave and was not affected by her brother's crying at all. She kept sucking her little hands cutely. Jiang Yuqin heard her son crying, so she came to see what was going on. Seeing how different the two children were, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Son, you are man. It's just a shower, but you keep crying. You have too much stamina, don't you? Lu Xuan immediately replied, that's right, look at how weird our little girl is, she doesn't even make a fuss. Jiang Yuqin pinched the little girl's face lovingly, the little girl is very well behaved. She said to her son helplessly, son, look at your sister. You have to be brave like your sister, okay? Lu Xuan's mother Lu Xuan came over and said caringly, Yuqin, go back and rest quickly. You must rest well during the confinement period. Otherwise, if you get a confinement disease, it will be incurable for a lifetime. Jiang Yuqin nodded repeatedly, okay, mom, I get it. Don't worry, I will take care of myself. I just heard Lu Xuan say that you guys are going to give the baby a bath, so I wanted to come over and take a look and take some pictures. I'll send the photos and videos to our group in a bit, you can all take a look and save them. After Jiang Yuqin finished speaking, she sent the photos and videos she had just taken to their family group. Lu Xuan was hugging his daughter and kissing her passionately when suddenly the system's voice came into his head. Ding, congratulations to their host for giving the babies a bath for the first time. You have received a cash reward of 100,000 yuan from the system. It will be sent to your account later. Please check it. Lu Xuan smiled indifferently. This reward was already within his expectations. His daughter had always been very well behaved, so Lu Xuan couldn't let go of her and held her in his arms. After about half an hour, his son had stopped crying, but his daughter started crying. Lu Xuan quickly picked him up and tried to comfort him, but no matter how he did, he couldn't be comforted. The nanny came over and reminded, Mr. Lu, the child must be hungry. It has been more than 3 hours since she had the milk powder. At this time, the nanny had already prepared the milk powder and was about to feed Lu Xuan's son. Jiang Yuqin's body was rather thin, and she could not breastfeed two children at the same time, so she could only feed them with a mixture of formula and breast milk. However, the two children were quite well behaved and not picky at all, and would eat whatever they were told to eat. Hearing what the nanny said, Lu Xuan quickly got up and carried his daughter to find Jiang Yuqin. After he entered the room, he saw Jiang Yuqin was actually using a breast pump to pump milk. Lu Xuan was so shocked that he forgot to react for a moment. Jiang Yuqin obviously didn't expect Lu Xuan to suddenly barge in, and was so shocked that she forgot to react. About a minute later, Jiang Yuqin came back to her senses, turned her back quickly, and asked in a panicked tone, husband, why didn't you knock on the door? I didn't know you were. I'm sorry. Lu Xuan quickly closed the door from the outside and walked out. Usually, Lu Xuan was quite respectful to Jiang Yuqin. He would knock on the door and give her reminders. However, he was so focused on his daughter just now that he forgot about this. After a while, Jiang Yuqin's voice came, hubby, I'm ready, come in. Lu Xuan carried his daughter in. He looked at Jiang Yuqin cautiously and saw that except for a little shyness on her face, there was no sign of unhappiness. Lu Xuan felt relieved. Jiang Yuqin explained, I saw that you guys didn't bring the baby, and I was bloated and uncomfortable, so I. Come, bring the girl over here. Lu Xuan tiptoed and carried his daughter over. After giving his daughter to Jiang Yuqin, Lu Xuan smelled the scent on Jiang Yuqin, which was exactly the same as that on the child, so he quickly stayed away from Jiang Yuqin. The taste was so addictive that he didn't dare stay any longer, as he would not be able to resist the urge to get close to Jiang Yuqin. After he left, he closed the door behind him. It was quiet all of a sudden, and the scene just now reappeared in his mind. After thinking for a while, he came to his senses and quickly slapped his face. What was he doing? In order to stop himself from thinking too much, Lu Xuan went to see the eldest son next door. At that moment, the eldest son was drinking milk powder in big gulps. His cute look made Lu Xuan want to pinch him. "Mom, let me hold him so I can learn how to feed a baby." The baby son seemed quite happy to have his father serve him. He let his grandmother Wu Huan take away their bottle without crying or making a fuss. Seeing this, Wu Huan smiled and said, "Look at the child, he is quite fond of his father. Normally, if he is not allowed to drink, he would not be willing to do so. I didn't expect him to be so obedient." Lu Xuan also smiled and said, "My daughter likes me, and my son likes me too. It seems that these two children love their mother and grandmother more. In short, they love everyone but their father, and they just want their father to serve them." Although he said words that seemed like complaints, Lu Xuan was actually very willing to take care of the children. His own children would only be close to him if he raised them himself. He loved children so much that he wished that both of his children would know him as their father when they grew up. After Lu Xuan held the child, he put the bottle handed to him by Wu Huan into his son's mouth. His son began to suck very hard, which made Wu Huan, who was standing next to him, laugh. Lu Xuan was feeding his son seriously when the system's voice rang in his mind again. "Ding, congratulations to their host for feeding the baby milk powder for the first time. You will receive a cash reward of 100,000 yuan from the system. It will be transferred to your account later. Please check it." Lu Xuan smiled knowingly, as if he was used to it. Wu Huan looked at the cute little guy and smiled. He likes his dad so much. If he pesters him too much and only lets his dad feed him milk powder, that will be a problem. Lu Xuan smiled and replied, "That's fine. I'll come here every day to serve these two little ancestors and be a full-time dad. I can't let these two little darlings suffer." Everyone couldn't help laughing after hearing this. It is said that contentment is the greatest happiness. The family members like these two little cuties very much. The elders are also happy to see that Lu Xuan gets along well with the two children. As long as the family is happy, nothing else matters. For Lu Xuan, he is also happy to take care of two babies. He can earn money and be with his children every day. What's wrong with that? Chapter 34 held her in his hands. It's 100,000 each time. The money he earns from taking care of the patient for a whole day is more than the annual salary of an average person. Hundreds of thousands, some people can't even earn hundreds of thousands in a year. Isn't it all about money? Since he is not short of money, he doesn't need to be obsessed with that. He wants to start a business, but there is no need to rush. He can start a business when his children grow up. Moreover, he is not alone in taking care of the babies. There is a nanny and parents at home to help. With so many people helping to take care of the children, he does not feel tired at all. You can rest when you want to, do whatever you want, completely free. After dinner, Sister Li came to Jiang Yuqin's room, holding a large basin and a bucket of boiling water. She came to the bathroom in Jiang Yuqin's room, fiddled with it for a while, and then said to Jiang Yuqin, "Madam, you can wash your hair and wipe your body. I put wormwood and some medicinal baths in it. It can drive away the cold and nourish the body. Wash with this water first, and then use clean water." Lu Xuan asked, "Can I use shampoo or something?" Mrs. Li replied, "Of course you can. Wash your hair with shampoo first, then wash it thoroughly with this water, and then rinse it with clean water. This way, there will be no smell left." Lu Xuan nodded, "Okay, then give it to me, I'll do it." Lu Xuan took some hair washing supplies from Mrs. Li. Sister Li hesitated for a moment, nodded with a smile, gave all the things to Lu Xuan, and taught him how to use each tool. Afterwards, he ordered someone to bring in a reclining chair for washing hair. Under the guidance of Mrs. Li, Lu Xuan prepared everything. Jiang Yuqin looked at Lu Xuan's serious expression and was shocked. Lu Xuan actually wanted to wash her hair? With Lu Xuan's help, she slowly went to the recliner and lay down. "Put some pads on your back to prevent your clothes from getting wet." Mrs. Li's instructor Lu Xuan used a towel to cover the collar of Jiang Yuqin's back, using the same method as in a barber shop. Remember, keep pouring hot water on her. This is called a head bath. You can use a small basin to soak her head, but you must always pay attention to the water temperature. Also, the soaking time should not be too long, otherwise if she catches a cold, it will be troublesome. You cannot catch a cold during the confinement period. Sister Lee gave instructions as she spoke. After everything was almost ready, Mrs. Lee left Jiang Yuqin's bedroom, leaving the space to the two young people. For a moment, they were the only two people in the room. Lu Xuan gently stroked Jiang Yuqin's hair, held most of her hair in his hand, and then gently moistened her hair with warm water. Afterwards, Lu Xuan gently washed Jiang Yuqin's hair. The room was very quiet. The only sound was the sound of Lu Xuan busying around. No one spoke first. After a long while, Jiang Yuqin suddenly said, "Lu Xuan, you are so good to me." Lu Xuan was stunned. "Why don't you call me husband? Why do you suddenly call me by my name? Your serious attitude makes me a little nervous." Lu Xuan's teasing livened up the atmosphere. Jiang Yuqin chuckled, okay, husband." Jiang Yuqin was genuinely happy. She was happy to meet such a good man like Lu Xuan, who was so kind to her and respected her very much. Moreover, just like what was said in the fairy tale, he held her in his hands. This made her happier than picking up money. After laughing for a while, Jiang Yuqin calmed down and said to Lu Xuan seriously, "Husband, after I entered the operating room, I had a feeling that I was going to die." Lu Xuan replied lovingly, "Silly girl, what are you thinking about? Why didn't you tell me at the time? I was afraid you would worry, but I was really scared at the time, especially when the doctor delivered the baby by cesarean section. The anesthesia didn't seem to have much effect on me. I was in a semi-anesthetized state, and I really felt like I was about to die. I felt very uncomfortable. I felt that I was lacking oxygen and wanted to sleep. A nurse kept yelling in my ear that I should not sleep. It was really uncomfortable. I heard the sounds of various instruments and I was very scared. I was worried that I would never be able to leave the operating room again. At that time, I was thinking, if I really died, what would happen to the two little ones? I didn't even have the time to take a look at them. In the future, if they don't have a mother, how are they supposed to live?" Lu Xuan hurried forward and held Jiang Yuqin's hand tightly in his palm. "Wife, why didn't you tell me before? I may not be able to do a lot, but I can comfort you more and accompany you more. I won't let you heal slowly alone. I didn't even know you were under so much pressure. I'm sorry I made you feel wronged." After a close encounter with Jiang Yuqin, Lu Jianyuor saw that Jiang Yuqin's body was covered with bruises and asked, "Wife, what's this?" Jiang Yuqin replied, "I was extremely sleepy at the time and felt like I might faint at any moment, so I pinched my own shoulders with my backhand. I was so scared that I would fall asleep and not wake up. Those injuries were all on the shoulders." At that time, Jiang Yuqin's hands were on both sides, and the only place she could touch was her shoulders. But at that time, she was so painful that she became numb. Even though she was seriously injured, she still couldn't be clear-headed. She was in a dazed state the whole time and felt extremely uncomfortable. Lu Xuan gently stroked her wound, his eyes full of pain and a feeling of suffocation in his heart. He and Jiang Yuqin were not that close in physical contact. Jiang Yuqin always wrapped herself tightly in front of him, so Lu Xuan never noticed. The atmosphere was very heavy. Suddenly, Jiang Yuqin patted Lu Xuan and said, "What are you doing? Stop touching me. Wash my hair quickly." Lu Xuan suddenly came back to his senses and said, "I felt so sorry for you that I lost my mind for a moment. I just want to tell you so that I won't keep it to myself. Don't feel too burdened. And don't let my parents know, or they will be very worried." Jiang Yuqin explained. Lu Xuan nodded, "Yes, wife, I won't let you suffer so much in the future. We already have 2 babies, a boy and a girl. We only want these 2 children, okay?" Lu Xuan didn't want Jiang Yuqin to endure the pain of childbirth. Everything else was fine, and he could love her well, but when it came to childbirth, he couldn't do it for her even if he wanted to. She had to face it alone, which was too hard. For Lu Xuan, having 2 children is enough. As long as their family is happy, Lu Xuan will be content. Lu Xuan quickly washed Jiang Yuqin's hair and helped her dry it. Mrs. Li said that she was in a special period now and could not be exposed to the wind. Chapter 35. It hurts just looking at it. He asked Jiang Yuqin to sit in the bed quickly and wiped her hair attentively with a highly absorbent disposable towel. At the same time, he asked the nanny to come and clean up the bedroom, and asked someone to bring the child over for Jiang Yuqin and Lu Xuan to see. The two little guys slept quite well. Looking at the two sleeping sweetly, Jiang Yuqin and Lu Xuan's hearts were almost melted. Except when he cries, his voice is a little loud, but otherwise he is so cute no matter how you look at him. Both parents have gone to rest. They have not had a good rest these past few days in the hospital with Jiang Yuqin. Now that they are back home, they are very tired and went to bed early. Hubby, let's go to bed. You see, the little ones are already asleep. They might be having sweet dreams right now. Jiang Yuqin said to Lu Xuan. Lu Xuan nodded. Okay, let's go and rest. Lu Xuan looked at the two children with loving eyes and asked the nanny to take them to the baby room. Jiang Yuqin lay on the bed, exhaled heavily, and said, "Oh, I'm so tired. I've been in the hospital these days. Not only does my wound hurt, but I have all kinds of things to do every day. I can't rest well. It's more comfortable to be at home. I can sleep peacefully." Lu Xuan also agreed, "Yeah, that kind of crowded place is really not good at all. The main thing is that it affects our rest. Fortunately, we didn't choose to go to a confinement center before, otherwise I guess I wouldn't be able to rest well." Jiang Yuqin continued, "Yes, it's good to be at home if someone takes care of me. When I was in the hospital, I had to overcome various problems. I was still accustomed to the place, and it felt like it wasn't my own home. I felt uncomfortable no matter how I lived there. I couldn't fall asleep unless I was extremely sleepy. Then have a good sleep." Lu Xuan stroked her face. Just as Lu Xuan was about to get into bed, Jiang Yuqin looked at him and said hesitantly, "Husband, you wait a moment, we. What's wrong? Just tell me what you want to say. If you need your husband to do something, he will do it without hesitation. Just tell me." Lu Xuan promised. Jiang Yuqin turned her face away and whispered, "You haven't treated my wound yet. I need to change the dressing and gauze." Lu Xuan suddenly remembered, yes, I'm sorry, honey, I almost forgot about it, don't be angry." As Lu Xuan said this, he quickly got out of bed to get the gauze, iodine and other things he had bought, but he couldn't get them. Coming to Jiang Yuqin's side, he gently lifted the quilt. Jiang Yuqin's face turned red to the extreme, but she still cooperated and lifted her clothes to reveal the wound. Jiang Yuqin was really embarrassed. One reason was that the wound was close to her private parts. Second, she had secretly looked in the mirror when she was in the hospital, and the scar on her stomach was really ugly. I heard that many women have scars on their stomachs and their bodies become deformed after giving birth, and they are disliked by their husbands. Jiang Yuqin was also worried that Lu Xuan would not like it if he saw her, so when Lu Xuan approached her, she looked at him evasively, wanting to see how he would react. Lu Xuan didn't have any special reaction. He didn't say anything disgusting, nor did he say anything to comfort Jiang Yuqin. In fact, in Lu Xuan's opinion, this was nothing. He didn't feel any disgust in his heart, so naturally there was nothing to say. He gently lifted the gauze on Jiang Yuqin's belly. After seeing the scar, he frowned slightly. The wound was too big and it looked red and swollen. It must be because the weather was too hot and there was a slight infection. It's a bit painful, but for Jiang Yuqin, it's already mild. It will be more painful when cleaning the wound later. Lu Xuan noticed her forbearance and quickly said, "Wife, I will go slower. If it hurts, tell me and I will let you take it easy before cleaning." Jiang Yuqin replied, "Just tear it off quickly. It will hurt more if you take your time. If you do it quickly, the pain will only last for a moment and then go away." Lu Xuan smiled and replied, "Wife, you have to do this. If you have anything to say, just tell me. Only when you tell me can I know your needs. Otherwise, your husband is really a bit stupid. I can't bear to see you being wronged, but if you don't tell me, I won't know. This is too difficult." Jiang Yuqin was touched when she heard this. She also realized that she was slowly starting to show herself in front of Lu Xuan. In the past, it was Lu Xuan who took the initiative to be nice to her. As long as Lu Xuan is nice, she will accept it. As for the things Lu Xuan can't imagine, she won't force it. In fact, she really had nothing to say about Lu Xuan. Lu Xuan was considerate enough to her. Sometimes he would not care so much, but Lu Xuan was not a worm in her stomach, so how could he be so considerate of everything? Lu Xuan reminded, "Wife, be prepared, I'm going to tear it apart." Jiang Yuqin nodded, but before she had time to prepare herself mentally, Lu Xuan had already torn off the gauze in the next second, which caught Jiang Yuqin off guard. Tear. Lu Xuan quickly explained, I'm sorry, honey, I did this on purpose, thinking that I would tear it when you weren't paying attention, otherwise you would slowly prepare yourself mentally. You're already scared before I even started. Jiang Yuqin felt pain for a while, but soon recovered. She said with a smile, you know what, this is really useful. I thought you had to wait for a while. I didn't pay attention, and it didn't seem to hurt that much. After Lu Xuan comforted Jiang Yuqin, he looked at her scar. He had only seen a little bit of it just now, but now, the entire scar appeared in front of him, making Lu Xuan gasp. It hurts just looking at it. You can imagine how much pain Jiang Yuqin is in. Lu Xuan said distressedly, baby, you have worked hard to give birth to our baby. You left such a big scar. Does it still hurt now? Jiang Yuqin shook her head, actually it's fine now, it doesn't hurt that much, it just hurts when I change the dressing, and it's itchy and uncomfortable, but I checked online, this is all normal. If you cut a hole in your body, it will certainly hurt. However, seeing how much Lu Xuan cared about her, Jiang Yuqin suddenly didn't feel so painful anymore. As long as Nai Li is sweet, the pain in her body can be ignored. Lu Xuan picked up the cotton swabs, iodine, etc. for treating the wound and began to carefully treat Jiang Yuqin's wound. Seeing Lu Xuan being so gentle, Jiang Yuqin's mouth corners raised. Since being with Lu Xuan, Jiang Yuqin has sighed countless times that she is so lucky to marry such a good husband. Now, she has parents-in-law who love her, a caring husband, and two lovely little ones. Jiang Yuqin feels that her life is complete. In the future, as long as she can take good care of her two children in their old age and the family lives happily together, she will be content. I have nothing else to ask for in this life. It took Lu Xuan about 10 minutes to treat Jiang Yuqin's wound. Chapter 36. At least there will be no psychological burden. Baby, it's okay. Lu Xuan said. Thank you, husband. Jiang Yuqin thanked him while putting her clothes on. Lu Xuan quickly and considerately covered her with a blanket. Lu Xuan got into bed, gently hugged Jiang Yuqin and asked, Wife, will you breastfeed the child quickly? You are very tired. No, I read in books that breast milk is good for children. I think they are all very cute and I hope they can be healthy. I don't do anything at ordinary times. I just need the nanny to bring the baby over and I can feed him when the time comes. Jiang Yuqin said. Okay. Lu Xuan pinched her face and said, What I want to tell you is that if you don't like breastfeeding and feel tired, then we can feed the baby with milk powder. It's mainly for feeding the baby, and it will also be harmful to your health. Lu Xuan said what was in his mind. As for what choice to make, that was Jiang Yuqin's choice. No matter what she chose, Lu Xuan would support her. Jiang Yuqin shook her head and said, No, I hope both of them are healthy. If they don't have enough to eat, I would like to feed them exclusively with breast milk. Don't say I'm not tired. Even if I am tired, I am happy to do it for my children. Lu Xuan replied, Breast milk is indeed good, and the child's resistance is stronger, but it is very hard for you, you will not sleep well, and your body will be very tired. I don't want to see you working so hard. I just want your body to recover quickly. After that, we can go back to school. Jiang Yuqin smiled and replied, Hubby, you really think about me. With your words, I am willing to work harder. I am not a child anymore. I am a mother, so I should think more about my child. So, I am not tired. I will always insist on breastfeeding my child. Otherwise, I would definitely feel guilty towards my child and would be unhappy. At least this way I won't have any psychological burden. Didn't you just say that? We will only have these two children in the future. If I don't breastfeed now, I will never have another chance. This is the only way to be a mother. I don't want to have any regrets. Breastfeeding doesn't last long. They are usually weaned after they are over a year old. It's only a little over a year. I can do it. You believe me, okay? Lu Xuan could only listen to her. Okay, I'll listen to you, as long as you don't feel tired. I actually like children very much. If you plan to have another one, then I must fully cooperate. Lu Xuan's words were meaningful. Jiang Yuqin also understood what he meant, and her little face suddenly turned as red as an apple. The two of them hugged each other gently and talked about having children. The woman in his arms was still shy. The scene was full of ambiguity. A kind of fire in Lu Xuan's bones suddenly burned, and just when he was trying his best to suppress it, Jiang Yuqin in his arms suddenly moved and kissed him deeply on the lips. Lu Xuan was afraid of hurting her wound, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Seeing Lu Xuan's nervous look, Jiang Yuqin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I did it on purpose. Lu Xuan was helpless. He didn't expect that this little woman had such a naughty side. Relying on the fact that she was in a special period, she dared to tease him so unscrupulously. Lu Xuan made a small note of Jiang Yuqin in his heart. Afterwards, Jiang Yuqin seemed to feel that provoking Lu Xuan was not enough, and pressed her soft body tightly against Lu Xuan's. Lu Xuan took a breath. This was truly a fatal temptation. A school beauty was clinging tightly to him, but the terrible thing was that he couldn't do anything about it. Lu Xuan could only endure it motionlessly, and the two of them just lay there. At night, Jiang Yuqin got up 3 times to feed the little one. Every time, after she was done, as soon as the nanny left with the child, Jiang Yuqin immediately fell asleep. Seeing how hard she worked, Lu Xuan wished that he was the one who was suffering. If it weren't for his insistence, Lu Xuan really wouldn't want to let her suffer like this. He had plenty of money and could buy very good milk powder. In fact, children who drink milk powder can also grow up well and healthily. However, breast milk is not only good for the child, but also has great benefits for Jiang Yuqin, as it can help her restore her figure as soon as possible. The only thing is that you can't do that. The thing that Lu Xuan was most concerned about. The next day, just after dawn, the 2 little ones felt they had had enough sleep and started crying. After cleaning the 2 children, the nanny gave one of them to Jiang Yuqin. Jiang Yuqin couldn't sleep because of the milk retention. If the baby didn't come to eat, she would have to get up and start pumping milk. Otherwise, if the milk duct was blocked, it would be a big problem. At this moment, she was feeding her son. Her son was eating and defecating, and the noise he made Lu Xuan and Jiang Yuqin both laugh and cry. Jiang Yuqin quickly gave the child to Lu Xuan. His son couldn't continue to breastfeed, which made War think tank very angry. Lu Xuan quickly carried his son to the children's area, the baby room. Afterwards, he began to clean up for his son, wiping and washing. At this moment, the little girl was full, but his son had not eaten yet. He had done something bad and delayed him. When Lu Xuan was halfway through cleaning up for him, he was already crying very sadly. Okay, son, don't cry. Once we're done cleaning up, we'll take you to mom to eat, okay? Who made you so naughty? You said you didn't poop earlier or later, but you had to poop when you were breastfeeding. Lu Xuan was packing for his son while comforting him. There are 2 children. Probably because the son is a boy, he was more domineering in the belly and was white and chubby when he was born. The little girl looked a little petite, but now she is chubby and very cute. His son was big to begin with, and he was even more powerful when he was naughty. After Lu Xuan cleaned him up, he was sweating from exhaustion. After packing up, Lu Xuan hurriedly went to find Jiang Yuqin with his crying son in his arms. Our son's voice is really too loud. I can't comfort him anymore. You have to come and comfort him. Lu Xuan put his son in Jiang Yuqin's arms, saying with a smile. After Jiang Yuqin took it, she patted the child gently. Okay, don't cry, son. Don't cry, son. Mommy will hold you. I don't know if the little baby could recognize his mother's voice, but as soon as Jiang Yuqin held him, he stopped crying immediately. He hummed and opened his little mouth to look around. He looked so cute. Lu Xuan couldn't help crying, and symbolically pinched the little guy's butt. You little thing, you only know how to bully me, right? You are so well behaved when you are in your mother's arms. Do you have any problem with me? Jiang Yuqin argued for herself. My son is not bullying you. He just knows that you are unreliable. If he is too obedient in your arms, he will go hungry. Chapter 37. These 2 relatives are really reasonable. Lu Xuan replied helplessly, yes, you and your son are both right, I'm leaving now. Knowing that Jiang Yuqin was shy and always had her back to him when feeding her, Lu Xuan tactfully left. During the meal, Lu Xuan's father Lu Hongzhuo suddenly asked, Xiao Xian, Yuqin, have you decided on the names of the 2 children? Lu Xuan was confused. No, why are you in such a hurry? The baby has just been born, it won't be too late to think about it slowly. Lu Hongzhuo didn't know whether to laugh or cry, you silly boy, you have to go to them to apply for a birth certificate. How can you get a birth certificate without a name? If you don't have a birth certificate, how are you going to register the two children in the future? You two should quickly pick names for the children when you have time. Jiang Yuqin's father also said with a smile, Xiaoxian is a new father and has been so busy these days. It's normal that he doesn't have this awareness. In-laws, have you thought of a name? Someone brought up this topic, which was exactly what Lu Hongzhuo wanted to say, so he said, I have thought about it. I'll tell you my thoughts. You can take a look. If it's okay, then it's fine. If not, we can discuss it again and think about it again. Jiang Yuan, Jiang Yuqin's father, naturally had no objection. This child was a child of the Lu family, and they had no say. He still understood this point of propriety. Jiang Yuqin's mother agreed, we need to discuss this carefully. The child's name will accompany them for the rest of their lives, so we can't be too particular about it. At this time, Lu Xuan's mother, Lu Xuan, suggested, I do have a suggestion. Otherwise, you, the in-laws, will name the first baby, and the second baby will be named by my husband and me. Finally, we will ask Xiaoxian and Yuqin for their opinions. What do you think? Jiang Yuqin immediately agreed, okay, this method is fine. Naming is too troublesome. When the time comes, think of two more. Everyone can combine their opinions and give the children a nice name. Jiang Yuqin's mother, Feng Lan, said, okay, but you guys can pick the name for the eldest child, and we'll pick the name for the youngest child. It's easier to pick a name for the little girl, har. The in-laws asked them to help name Dabao, which was to give them face, but Dabao was a son who would inherit everything from the Lu family in the future. They were Jiang Yuqin's maternal family, and it was inappropriate for them to name someone else's son. Okay, I'll listen to my in-laws. Let's think about it after we finish our meal. After dinner, we'll have a good discussion. Lu Hongzhuo agreed. My dear relatives, Yuqin, when we give a name, there are no restrictions on the characters in the name and the generation. As long as it sounds nice, there is no need to be so particular. Lu Hongzhuo said to Jiang Yuqin. These words made Jiang Yuqin's parents feel relieved. At the same time, they secretly sighed in their hearts that these two in-laws were really reasonable and that their daughter was so lucky to have such parents-in-law. Feng Lan replied, Sure. That way, it will be much easier to get. After dinner, Lu Xuan and Jiang Yuqin returned to the bedroom and planned to take a nap. After Jiang Yuqin fell asleep, he picked up his mobile phone and started looking at it. He also wanted to give his daughter a good name. Lu Xuan really loves his baby daughter. She is so cute no matter how he looks at her. Before the child was born, he had no idea about the child's gender, but he didn't expect that after the child was born, he would suddenly become a daughter slave. Of course, he likes his son very much, but he likes to hug his daughter more when he has nothing to do. As for my son, there is nothing wrong in raising him to be tough. But it was different for his daughter. He heard from others that a daughter should be raised in wealth. If she was spoiled too much at home, she would have higher standards in the future and would not be interested in casual men. Therefore, Lu Xuan already had a plan in mind. He must raise his daughter as a little princess and pamper her as much as possible. In order not to disturb Jiang Yuqin's rest, he took paper, pen and mobile phone, went to the balcony, and wrote down all the names that he thought were nice. As he thought about it, his thoughts wandered. Because Jiang Yuqin's body is still recovering, her milk supply is not much yet. After a while, she can breastfeed both babies. Although he couldn't get too close to Jiang Yuqin, Lu Xuan could still clearly see the changes in a certain part of her body even through her clothes. From time to time, Lu Xuan couldn't help but imagine some scenes in his mind, and would stare at Jiang Yuqin's body in a daze. Whenever Jiang Yuqin found out, she would blush and turn away. When Jiang Yuqin has enough milk, she will squeeze it out and put it in a milk storage refrigerator beside the bed. That was specially bought by Jiang Yuqin so that her baby could have breast milk. This way no money will be wasted. The two of them had more and more intimate contact. Although Lu Xuan had to consider Jiang Yuqin's body now, he was much more tolerant than when she was pregnant. If things continue to develop, their relationship should be able to become that of a normal couple once Jiang Yuqin's body recovers. At first, when the two of them were a little close, Jiang Yuqin would be shy and blush, but over time, she gradually became much bolder. For example, before, Jiang Yuqin was embarrassed to breastfeed even with her back to Lu Xuan. But today it is much better. She no longer minds being in the same space with Lu Xuan. Although she still turns her back to Lu Xuan, compared with before, she is already tolerant enough. Maybe in 2 days, I can do it right in front of him. Lu Xuan was on the balcony. When he heard Jiang Yuqin wake up, he quickly came to the bedroom and said to Jiang Yuqin, "Baby, I just checked and thought of 2 names for the little girls. I'll tell you what you think. One is Lu Yuan, the other is Lu Lingxian. Which one do you think sounds better?" Lu Xuan asked. Jiang Yuqin read the 2 names and replied, "I think both of them sound good. Which one should we choose?" Although the elders discussed and decided to give the little girl a name that would be suitable for her, Jiang Yuqin's parents later told Lu Xuan and Jiang Yuqin to go back and think about it carefully. This is their child, so Jiang Yuqin's parents still respect their opinions. Jiang Yuqin and Lu Xuan kept repeating the 2 names and carefully looked up the meanings of the words. Finally, Jiang Yuqin said, "Hubby, I feel that Yuan sounds better. Although it sounds simple, it also feels clean. For a girl, we don't need to have any heavy expectations on her. Just be a simple little cotton padded jacket. What do you think?" Lu Xuan nodded. "Well, now that you put it that way, I think it makes sense. Then let's call her Lu Yuan." Jiang Yuqin nodded. "Well, let's decide it this way for now. We'll ask our parents what they think during dinner. If they have no objection, then we'll use this name." Chapter 38. He will definitely be a competent father. Jiang Yuqin suggested again, "Hubby, should we give the little girl a nickname?" After hearing this, Lu Xuan immediately agreed. Compared to a full name, a nickname is much easier to choose, and the 2 of them happily began to discuss it. "We all hope that our daughter can grow up happily, otherwise, just call it Happy." "Little Happy, husband, how do you feel?" Jiang Yuqin looked at Lu Xuan with great expectation. Lu Xuan could clearly feel that Jiang Yuqin liked this nickname very much, so he nodded and agreed, "Okay, then let's call her Xiao Kaisen. I hope she can grow up happily and be our happy fruit." As soon as Lu Xuan finished speaking, the system's voice came into his mind. "Ding, congratulations to their host for naming the baby. You will receive a cash prize of 1 million from the system. It will be transferred to your account later. Please check it carefully." Lu Xuan was stunned. It was just a name. Was the system so generous? It cost 1 million at a time. Wasn't this name too valuable? If that's the case, then if he had just told his parents to let him choose both names, wouldn't that be 2 million? However, Lu Xuan just thought about it. He should be content with this kind of thing. Since his parents are so looking forward to naming their child, then let them choose the name. He will be happy enough to have the 1 million. Looking at the bank notification text message on his mobile phone, Lu Xuan felt happy. Now that he has money, when his daughter grows up, he can buy all kinds of things for her without restraint. Beautiful princess dresses, all kinds of cute toys, all kinds of pretty little clothes. Lu Xuan imagined those scenes in his mind and couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Yuqin was watching him grinning foolishly and couldn't help but laugh along with him. Lu Xuan cares a lot about both her and the children. When she was pregnant, she liked to read various posts on the internet. She saw someone say that if a man loves his wife very much, he will definitely be a competent father. But on the contrary, a father who cares about his children does not necessarily care about his wife. Fortunately, Lu Xuan is the first type of man who loves her and their children. Jiang Yuqin couldn't help laughing out loud as she thought about this. The 2 of them seemed to look at each other and laughed again. Children, with loving parents, will also grow up in a healthy environment. This is a blessing for both the child and her. The 2 of them were lying on the bed and talking. Jiang Yuqin fell asleep again in a daze, and Lu Xuan also lay on top of her and took a short nap. This time, Jiang Yuqin was woken up by the alarm clock before she woke up. It was time to feed the baby again. Since Jiang Yuqin returned home, she would only go downstairs for a while to eat. The rest of the time, she spent time in her bedroom. Every day, apart from sleeping, she either feeds the baby or chats with Lu Xuan. After Lu Xuan was discharged from the hospital, unless there was something else, he would basically stay by her side and take good care of her. Every time Jiang Yuqin told Lu Xuan that she was not that pretentious, Lu Xuan would quote his parents' words to her, saying that confinement after childbirth is very important. If you develop any health problems during this period, it will be with you for the rest of your life. Seeing that Lu Xuan remembered it better than she did, Jiang Yuqin was so happy. Although she felt like she was living the life of a pig, Jiang Yuqin did not gain weight. There is no woman who doesn't care about her figure. Jiang Yuqin bought a scale and weighs herself every day. Although she still weighs over 120 pounds, she is nearly 1.7 meters tall, so this weight is not too heavy. As long as she loses weight every day, Jiang Yuqin will be very happy. Lu Xuan learned a lot about the care of children, pregnant women and postpartum women during her pregnancy. Lu Xuan suggested that she should be allowed to take a confinement for more than 2 months. He would not let her stay in her room every day like a confinement, but he would forbid her to overwork herself during these 2 months. These 2 or 3 months will allow the body to recover to its best condition as much as possible. Jiang Yuqin has also been looking online for some fitness places or yoga studios nearby. She thought that when her scars are almost healed, she will find a suitable one and exercise more to help her regain her figure. Her good friend Zhao Xinran went to the hospital to see Jiang Yuqin when she gave birth, and she also brought gifts for the 2 babies. Except for Zhao Xinran, no one knew that Jiang Yuqin had given birth to a child. She also didn't want many people to know. It wasn't that it was a matter of face, but sometimes, excessive attention from others would bring troubles to life. Therefore, Jiang Yuqin didn't want anyone to pay attention to her. She wanted to get her figure back before going back to school. Lu Xuan had the same idea as Jiang Yuqin, and he didn't tell anyone. He wanted to wait until Jiang Yuqin recovered before inviting his good brothers out for dinner, and also talk to them about being best men at their wedding. When getting married, Lu Xuan wanted to prepare a romantic wedding for Jiang Yuqin, and everything that was necessary must be included. Especially now that she has given birth to a child, it is even more indispensable. Otherwise, if a woman holds a grudge, it can be fatal. Even if Jiang Yuqin doesn't hold a grudge, he would still feel guilty about it. Jiang Yuqin had suffered so much, gone through so much hardship, and gave birth to 2 such lovely babies for him. He would never do anything to let Jiang Yuqin suffer any injustice. Lu Xuan thought about it and decided that for a normal wedding, $1 million would be enough. He wanted to hold a wedding for Jiang Yuqin worth tens of millions, so that Jiang Yuqin would have an unforgettable wedding. However, the marriage can be planned slowly. It will take several months for Jiang Yuqin to recover. It will be in time for him to prepare after Jiang Yuqin finishes the confinement period. At dinner time, as soon as the family sat down at the table, they happily discussed the names of their 2 children. Especially Lu Xuan's father, Lu Hongzhue, who has always been a man of few words and rarely asks about matters big or small at home, seemed particularly active this time. In terms of enthusiasm, he is definitely number 1. Lu Xuan even suspected that his father had been thinking about names for the children this afternoon, and that he had thought carefully about the names of both children. Judging from his posture, this possibility is quite high. Mom and Dad, you should eat first. We'll talk after that. Lu Xuan reminded. Yes, let's eat first. There's still time to talk after we finish eating. Jiang Yuqin also agreed. Okay, let's listen to my daughter-in-law and talk about it after dinner. Come on, let's eat. Lu Hongzhue said happily. Lu Xuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had a feeling that he was not his biological son. His mother was always partial to him and made him fall out of favor. It was a common occurrence. He didn't expect that his father would do the same now. Chapter 39, Look at your daughter slave look. When he asked for food, no one paid attention to him. When Jiang Yuqin asked for food, Dad obeyed. However, seeing that the whole family was so kind to Jiang Yuqin and the family was so harmonious, Lu Xuan was also very happy. A harmonious family is the key to success. It seems that nothing unhappy has happened in this family since he and Jiang Yuqin got married. After a good meal, Lu Hongzhue excitedly talked about the name with everyone. Sister Li brought some fruits, but Lu Hongzhue didn't even look at them. Sister Li also prepared some fruit for Jiang Yuqin. It was in a large bowl and soaked in hot water. She could take it whenever she wanted to eat. She was still in confinement after childbirth and could not eat anything cold. Lu Hongzhue said, I thought of a name for Dabao, Lu Yikan, which means that I hope this child can grow up healthy and carefree. I think that children come into this world to bring us warmth, and there is no need to let children's names carry heavy pressure. It's more important than anything else that they grow up healthy. We don't have a lot of money, so we don't need them to grow up to be successful. It doesn't matter how big their children are. They can inherit our family property in the future. As long as they grow up healthy, that's enough. What do you think? This idea touched the hearts of Lu Xuan and Jiang Yuqin. They all grew up under the care of their parents. Lu Xuan's parents and your father, Jiang Yuqin, are both relatively open-minded. Therefore, the two of them had no anxiety since childhood and grew up happily. Jiang Yuqin, in particular, is a girl and is often more sensitive. She sees some of her classmates unhappy every day because of the pressure from their parents who want their children to be successful. Jiang Yuqin feels distressed every time she sees such classmates. Now that she has her own child, she doesn't want to be that unenlightened mother and let her child suffer such grievances. Xiaoxian, Yuqin, what do you think? Wu Huan looked at Lu Xuan and Jiang Yuqin and asked. The two looked at each other and nodded. Lu Xuan replied, we feel pretty good too. It's great that the children can grow up healthy. Jiang Yuqin also echoed, yes, I think so too. Growing up healthy is more important than anything else. As for other things, it is said that children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. Lu Xuan and I have discussed it. We will guide the two children well, but we will not put too much pressure on them. Jiang Yuqin's parents also nodded in approval. Okay, since you all have no objection, Dabao will be called Lu Yikan. Wu Huan made the decision. Next, it's the little girl's name. Lu Hongzhuo asked Jiang Yuqin's parents, my dear relatives, what name did you think of for the little girl? Jiang Yuan and Feng Lan looked at each other, then they both looked at Lu Xuan and Jiang Yuqin. Feng Lan asked, have you two thought of a name for your child? Tell us about it. Jiang Yuqin looked back at Lu Xuan and said, Lu Xuan and I have discussed it and we want to name the child Lu Yuqin. We also hope that the child can grow up simply and healthily. After Jiang Yuqin finished speaking, the elders thought about it in silence and nodded. Feng Lan said, I think this name is pretty good. It's much better than what your father and I thought of. Since this name sounds good, we won't talk about the name we thought of. Relatives, what do you two think of this name? Wu Huan and Lu Hongzhuo both nodded. The little girl's name was chosen and decided upon. Lu Xuan continued, we also gave the little girl a nickname, Happy. We hope that this little girl can be the happy fruit of our family. Jiang Yuqin teased, I think it's your happy pill, right? Look at how you are like a daughter slave. The elders all laughed when they heard this. The children's names were decided. The next day, Lu Xuan wrote the names of the two children on a piece of paper and took the relevant documents to the hospital. As long as he got the birth certificates for the two little guys, he could register them when he came back. Then the children would have names and residence. It would be much more convenient to get these things done earlier so that when the confinement period is over, it will be more convenient to take the child for vaccinations. Otherwise you will be in a panic and not know what to do. The doctor has already told me that after the confinement period, I should get a vaccination basically once a month. Lu Xuan arrived at the hospital very quickly. The hospital was always crowded at any time. He had arrived very early, but there was still a long line in front of him. Lu Xuan waited in line for 40 or 50 minutes before it was finally his turn. After the nurse took the information Lu Xuan handed over, the next second, she looked up at him in shock. So you guys are the couple who gave birth to twins? Lu Xuan was slightly shocked. Twins were indeed rare, but this should not be a strange thing in the hospital. Yes, it's us. Lu Xuan replied. The fact that you and your wife have twins has become a popular topic in the hospital. I heard that your wife is very pretty and you are also very handsome. The two babies have perfectly inherited your looks. They are soft and cute. Also, we heard that when you were in the hospital, you brought several nannies with you. Your parents and your wife's parents were also with you in the hospital every day. You were also very kind to your wife. We have worked in the hospital for so many years and have never seen such a harmonious family. This kind of family is really enviable, said the nurse excitedly. As girls, they all envied Lu Xuan's wife for having such a good husband, parents-in-law and parents. Lu Xuan thanked him, thank you for the compliment. The nurse looked at the information Lu Xuan handed over and asked, have you decided on the child's name? Lu Xuan nodded, yes, it's confirmed, these are the two names. After getting the birth certificate, I can go back and register the baby. It will be 1 month old soon, so I don't have to worry about getting the vaccinations. The nurse replied, Okay, I'll do it for you now. Please wait a moment. It will take some time. Don't be anxious. After that, the nurse started to get busy. Behind Lu Xuan, people who were close by also heard the conversation between the nurse and Lu Xuan and were all amazed. I'm so lucky that I gave birth to twins. Yes, and the nurse just said that the two children are very good looking. How good looking must they be to have everyone in the hospital talking about them? Brother, is your child a boy or a girl? A man asked Lu Xuan. Lu Xuan replied, one son and one daughter. The man exclaimed, a son and a daughter, my God, this is such a good fortune, isn't it? Others also sighed, in this era, having both a son and a daughter is the most perfect. Little brother, you are so lucky. You have two children at once, and they are a boy and a girl. It's so enviable. Lu Xuan smiled and nodded without saying anything. Chapter 40, even if you sit at home and do nothing, you will still receive money. So it must be tiring to take care of children in your family. One child is tiring enough, let alone two. How tiring it must be. A woman standing further away did not hear the nurse say anything about hiring a few nannies, but heard someone say that Lu Xuan's family had given birth to twins, so she sighed. With two children, they must be fed with formula milk, and they will eat more of it. The people around him kept talking and asking all kinds of questions, but Lu Xuan just smiled faintly and didn't say much. If he kept answering these people's questions, he probably wouldn't be able to finish answering them in the whole morning. Lu Xuan only waited for about 10 minutes before the doctor issued the birth certificates for the two little ones. As soon as he got it, the familiar voice of the system came to his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining birth certificates for the two children. You will receive 30% of the shares of the high-end maternal and infant brand Smart Baby company. It was normal for Lu Xuan to receive rewards from the system. However, today's reward was quite different. The system had rewarded him with money every time before, so why did it suddenly reward him with something else? Lu Xuan quickly took out his cell phone to check what kind of company this was. He was shocked to find that this was actually a high-end maternal and infant brand with a market value of 50 billion yuan. So this 30% is 15 billion, right? The system gave him so much money all at once. That's shares in a company worth 50 billion yuan, which means that even if he no longer gets the system rewards and just sits at home doing nothing, he will still have money coming in, and it's more than enough for his family to live a good life. In this era, maternal and infant products are very easy to sell. With these shares in hand, the money you can get every year is tens of billions. After this, he became a wealthy man. Lu Xuan was so happy that he forgot to walk until the people behind him urged him several times. Only then did he react and left quickly. After leaving the hospital, Lu Xuan drove directly to register the child. Since he was already out, he might as well get everything done at once. Now Lu Xuan tries not to go out unless he can. At home, he is basically the one taking care of Jiang Yuqin's daily life. It is said that the grudges during the confinement period are irreconcilable. Lu Xuan doesn't want Jiang Yuqin to bear a grudge against him during the confinement period. Although there is a nanny at home, the care of a nanny and the care of a husband are definitely different. It is also said on the internet that women are prone to depression after giving birth. At this time, the company of family members and close people is most important, and the most important of them is their husband. Therefore, he would spend a lot of time accompanying Jiang Yuqin. Soon, Lu Xuan also registered the two little ones. He had just obtained his new household registration when the familiar voice of the system came into his mind again. Ding, congratulations to their host for successfully registering the child. You will receive 500 million yuan as a system reward, and the 2,000 square meter Qingyi Villa Building 9. You will receive the property certificate and keys tomorrow. Please keep your phone open and check it. Lu Xuan was once again surprised by the system's reward. It actually rewarded him with a villa worth 500 million. Qingyi Villa District is the most luxurious among all the luxury villas. Any random villa costs hundreds of millions. What's more, the system rewards you with a villa worth 500 million. How luxurious can that be? My God, a villa worth 500 million yuan, so that means they can have enough space for their whole family to live in it, hire a few nannies, build a children's room for the children, a small bedroom, a gym, a study, etc. There is plenty of space for everything. Children are young now and don't need their own rooms, but as they grow up, they will also need their own space, a place to play and a place to sleep, and there should be enough rooms for all of these. Qingyi Villa District, that is Qingyi Villa District, a luxury house that cannot be bought even with money, and now he owns it. It's so cool. The system's reward this time is really awesome. At this moment, Lu Xuan suddenly thought of a question, and asked in his mind, System, under whose name is the house? Lu Xuan originally wanted to buy a house for Jiang Yuqin. It didn't matter whether she lived in it or not. He just wanted to buy a house for Jiang Yuqin, to make her happy, and put her name on it alone. Now that the system has given the reward, we can give the villa directly to Jiang Yuqin. Reply to their host, it is written with the names of their husband and wife. Lu Xuan quickly asked in his heart, can I change my name? The system replied, yes. Lu Xuan quickly said in his heart, please change it to my wife's name, and only write her name. The system replied, the system understands and will change the name of the landlord for you now. After a while, the system prompts, changes have been completed. In the past few hours, Lu Xuan not only got the baby born, but also received so many unexpected surprises. He was so happy that he whistled a little tune on the way home. When he got home, Jiang Yuqin had already finished lunch and went to take a nap. However, Sister Li said that when Jiang Yuqin went for lunch break, she specifically told Sister Li to save some food for Lu Xuan. Lu Xuan felt a little sweet in his heart. His wife was so nice that she even thought about him while eating lunch. Recently, Lu Xuan's parents still go to the company occasionally, but they don't go that often anymore, especially Lu Xuan's mother. If it is not really necessary, she doesn't want to go to the company. She just wants to see her precious grandson and granddaughter all the time. There are enough rooms in her son's house, so she has a place to live here. The surrounding environment is also good, not noisy. After dinner, she can go out for a walk. I can chat with my mother-in-law when I have nothing to do. This kind of fairy tale life is so wonderful. Lu Hongzhuo felt bitter, he also wanted to live such a godly life, but the company could not be left without anyone in charge. So the couple discussed it and decided to just be hands-off managers. While Lu Xuan was having lunch, Mother Wu came over. Xiaoxian, I have something to discuss with you. What are your plans for the future? Asked Mother Wu. Lu Xuan shook his head, I haven't thought about this question yet. What's wrong, Mom? Wu Huan said truthfully, it's like this, I discussed it with your father and want you to take over our company. Lu Xuan looked at his mother in confusion, Mom, why did you suddenly make this decision? Are you worried that I won't be able to support Yuqin and her son because I don't have a job? Wu Huan said, yes, you can go to our company and gain some experience first. It's also a stable job. You will have to take over sooner or later anyway. It doesn't affect your stock trading. Mom doesn't object to you playing around with those things, but you still have to work hard. Although you are not very old now, you are already a father. You can't act like a child anymore. You have to think carefully about the future. Now you have made some money, so your parents don't have to worry about you, but stocks and the like are not a long-term solution after all. You still have to learn some skills of your own. Chapter 41 Getting Rich is just a matter of minutes. Lu Xuan nodded seriously, Mom, I know. He understood this principle, and he had thought about pursuing a career, but Jiang Yuqin had just given birth to a child and needed him right now. If he went to work at this time, he would have a lot to learn and would probably have no time to take care of his wife and children. He still wanted to spend more time with them during this time. Although there were parents and servants at home, Jiang Yuqin and the children were taken care of, the children were still young and didn't understand anything. Even if Lu Xuan didn't take care of them, they wouldn't know anything. But Lu Xuan himself wanted to spend more time with the children and witness their growth. As for Jiang Yuqin, he really couldn't bear to see her feel any grievance, so he also wanted to spend more time with her. He had no intention of taking over his father's company and did not want to be so busy. He could also understand that his parents had reached a certain age and did not want to work anymore. But he couldn't just tell his father to shut it up. That was the life's work of my father and mother. Therefore, this question stumped Lu Xuan all of a sudden. He could only reply, Mom, I don't want to accept our company for the time being. You don't have to worry about the money. Have you heard of the maternal and infant brand Jiu Baby? I am a shareholder of that company with 30% of the shares, so I am fully capable of supporting my family. What? Wu Huan looked at her son in surprise. You said you are shareholder of Jiu Baby? And you still hold 30% of the shares? I have heard of that company, but it is worth tens of billions. The scale is many times larger than that of the Lu family's company. That company was just established in the past few years. Their products are of high quality and very popular with the public. There are fewer children nowadays. Unlike our generation, when a family had several children, nowadays, the whole family revolves around one child and wants to give the child all the good things. This company really understands people's hearts. In just a few years, it has become the leader in this industry. You said you are a shareholder of this company. When did you start investing in this company? Lu Xuan thought about it and felt that he was still too young. If he said that he had invested recently, that would not make sense. I invested in their company when it was just opened. I had just learned how to trade stocks and made a little money, so I wanted to try my hand at it. It just so happened that their company had just been opened at that time. I didn't actually invest much money. The company was just starting out, and the scale was not that big. I didn't expect it to be a dark horse. To be honest, I was lucky. Lu Xuan was so shocked that she didn't know what to say. 30% of the shares meant tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of dollars. That being said, my son really doesn't have to worry about money. Then why did you say some time ago that you needed us to help you with the money for the wedding? Your dad and I went back and discussed it for a long time. Lu Xuan muttered casually. Lu Xuan chuckled. At that time, I had no money and was confused, but now I don't need it. You just need to help me worry about it. I can solve the money problem myself. The Lu family's companies only have a few hundred million in total, and the money they have is even pitifully small. This means that their annual income is not even a fraction of their son's income. It's no wonder that his mother was so surprised. Lu Xuan was also shocked when he received this reward. This system really understands him. Knowing that he is ambitious, it directly brings him career. In fact, no matter how ambitious you are, it all comes down to money. Now, the system is equivalent to sending the money directly into his hands, and he doesn't even have to work, he can just wait to receive the money. Fortunately, although Lu Xuan was shocked, she believed his words. Business is something that cannot be rationalized in many cases. If you are lucky, it only takes a few minutes to get rich. Lu Xuan and her husband have been in the business circle for so many years, and they have seen many lucky people make a comeback in a very short period of time. Whenever they see others having such good luck, they feel particularly envious. They just didn't expect that one day, such good luck would happen to their son. Lu Xuan was very happy, but she scolded him, "You kid, you didn't tell us about such a big thing, it's too much." Lu Xuan scratched his head embarrassedly. "Wasn't I in school before? I was afraid that if I told you, you would think I was not doing my job properly and would worry, so I didn't tell you. It just so happens that we are talking about this today, so I told you now, didn't I?" Lu Xuan poked his forehead and said nothing more. She was naturally happy that her son was so successful. Lu Xuan continued, "So, Mom, now that I have the ability to support my family, I don't want to go to work so early. I want to spend more time with my wife and children. Once these things are lost, there will never be a chance to make up for them. As for our company, you and my dad shouldn't work too hard. You can manage it yourselves. If you don't want to manage it, then find someone to manage it. You two have worked hard all your lives, and it's just right for you to take a break." Lu Xuan nodded with relief. Okay, I'll tell your dad later." Lu Xuan replied, "Okay, Mom, now that I have the ability, you don't have to work so hard. If you need money, just tell me and I'll give it to you. It's said that raising a son is a way to prepare for old age. I will be filial to you. By the way, Mom, I'm going to buy a villa for Yuqin." Lu Xuan had just recovered from her joy, and was shocked by Lu Xuan's words again. "Villa? Where to buy it?" Lu Xuan replied, "We bought a house in Qingyi Villa district, which is 2,000 square meters. It's a big house. I thought, I'll discuss it with Yuqin later. Then our whole family, you and my dad, as well as Yuqin's parents, can move in. Anyway, there's plenty of room at home, and it'll be lively for the whole family to live together. Yuqin is also an only child, so I think her parents should be happy to stay by their daughter's side." In Qingyi Villa district, Lu Xuan suddenly felt that she didn't know her son Lu Xuan very well. She had always thought that her son was still a child. Although he was a father, he was still a young boy. However, she didn't expect that after this conversation, her son would bring her such a big surprise. The surprises came one after another. If she hadn't been through a lot, she would have been scared to death by her son. Wu Huan asked in surprise, "Son, the villa in Qingyi Villa district is not cheap, and it is 2,000 square meters. How much did you pay for it?" Lu Xuan replied, "I bought it for 500 million. Isn't it because we wanted to make it more spacious and comfortable for our family to live together? So we bought a bigger one." Wu Huan was once again shocked by her son's words and was speechless for a long time. Chapter 42, A Small Rich Man. She stared at her son for nearly a minute before she spoke. "Oh my God, son, you actually have so much money to buy such an expensive house. You have grown up without me noticing. Mom is really surprised. Dad and Mom originally thought that as long as you could take over the company and make money to support the family, that would be enough. Dad and Mom didn't expect you to achieve much. They just hoped that you and Eugene could be happy. Who would have thought that you would be so successful? Mom was really surprised by your success. If you weren't right in front of me, I would have thought I was dreaming." After saying that, Wu Huan reached out and patted Lu Xuan's hand. "It feels very real, not a dream, not a dream." Lu Xuan took his mother's hand and said, "This is not a dream, this is real. So, you and Dad don't have to worry about me anymore. Just think about how to take good care of your grandchildren and enjoy life." Wu Huan nodded heavily, her eyes red with emotion. Suddenly, Wu Huan slapped him again. "You bastard, you are so powerful now, why don't you tell your parents?" After Lu Xuan was slapped, he saw his mother's hand reaching out again, and he quickly dodged. "Mom, I have a lot more investments, but I can't tell you now." Wu Huan felt her heart was about to jump out of her chest. "You said you have other investments." Lu Xuan thought, this was the first industry given to him by the system, maybe there would be other rewards in the future, so he couldn't say it for sure, and left some suspense. If he really got it in the future, he would have an excuse to face his family. Otherwise, he couldn't keep refuting his own statements again and again. If he did that too often, there would inevitably be a crisis of trust between him and his family. Lu Xuan said, "Yes, but they are all bits and pieces, and I can't go into detail, so I won't tell you for now. Anyway, you just need to know that your son has plenty of money. If you need me for anything, just tell me directly. Also, didn't our company encounter a crisis before? If there is anything that has not been resolved, tell me." In fact, the company's problems were not completely resolved. He knew this. Although he had a little money before, he couldn't tell his parents so much. Every time he vaguely said that he made money from stock trading, and his parents didn't delve into it. Now, with this company as an explanation, he can simply say that his money came from this company, making it much easier to manage. Wu Huan tried to take several deep breaths, then stood up and turned around a few times before she calmed herself down. Afterwards, she returned to sit next to Lu Xuan and said, "It's okay, son. You don't have to worry about your parents. We can handle it ourselves. But there is one thing I must tell you. You must make clean money when you earn it. Don't do anything illegal. Otherwise, it will not only affect you, but also our big family. As a family, we can spend less money and cherish this hard-earned happiness, okay?" Wu Huan once said earnestly. Lu Xuan nodded quickly. Okay, Mom, even if you don't tell me, I know this truth, and I won't do anything that violates the rules. In fact, I am so lucky to have everything I have today. I just happened to encounter such a good thing. Maybe it's because you and my father are good people, and the accumulated blessings just happen to be rewarded to me. That's why people often say that we should accumulate virtue and do good deeds for our descendants." Wu Huan said this because she was shocked to find out her son was so rich. That's tens of billions, hundreds of billions, which already makes him a small rich man. But her son is just a college student who hasn't graduated yet. There are college students who start their own businesses while they are still studying, but this one is too rich. That's why she was worried that her son would be young and impetuous, blinded by money, lose his mind, and do something illegal. Lu Xuan said that he was lucky, which successfully convinced Wu Huan. Lu Xuan is indeed lucky enough, that's why he has the system and has everything he has now. Otherwise, after graduation, whether he goes to work or works in his father's company, he will live a very difficult life. The family does have a villa, but the Lu family's villa was bought many years ago. There is also a problem. Whether Jiang Yuqin is willing to live with her parents is still a question. The pressure of buying a house and a car is very high. He still had to support 2 babies and Jiang Yuqin, so why did he go to work? He had some ability, but at most he could find a job with a monthly salary of 10,000 or 20,000 yuan, which was far from enough for their family's expenses. Even for an average family, the expenses for 2 children would be tens of thousands of yuan. Even if I go to my father's company, the situation at home is not very good. Life will be more comfortable, but it will also be very stressful. How much effort will he and his father have to put in to change the company's current situation and let his family live a good life? It's hard to say whether he can do it, but even if he can, he will have to devote a lot of time and energy, and will have no time to take care of Jiang Yuqin and the 2 children. No one can say whether it will cause family conflicts at that time. But now that Lu Xuan has the system, he is no longer short of money and he has plenty of time to do what he wants to do. Lu Xuan nodded in satisfaction. After a while, she suddenly asked in confusion, "Son, since you are the major shareholder of your company, why don't you buy your company's maternal and infant products? Since you are a shareholder, will it be much cheaper if you buy it? Your 2 little kids are such big eaters, plus other supplies, it's a big expense every month. Although you're not short of money, you can't just treat money as money. You should save money if you can. If you have money, save it. As your kids grow up, there will be many more places to spend money. Those 2 little ones are our family's treasures. We want the best for everything they eat, wear and use. Your company's products are all high-end products. Isn't that just what we want?" When talking about the 2 little ones, Lu Xuan's tone became much gentler. The daily necessities of the 2 little ones need to be replenished. They can only be used for 1 or 2 days at most. Lu Xuan had been busy for the whole morning and was quite tired. Suddenly he heard his mother say that the children's things were gone, so he thought about going out and buying some more. Just as he was about to go out, he remembered that the store they had visited before seemed to be Jiu Baby's store. The store manager also gave him a business card and said that the goods could be delivered to the door. He immediately went to find the store manager's phone number and asked the nanny if there was anything else that needed to be replenished. Then he called the store manager and reported everything he needed. Chapter 43. Can you allow your husband to live in your territory? This door-to-door delivery service is quite good. In some families, women take care of their children alone and sometimes they may not have time to go shopping, making it inconvenient to go out. This door-to-door delivery service solves this problem very well. What's more conscientious is that there is no extra charge for door-to-door delivery. Of course, all this money will definitely be included in the profit, but door-to-door delivery is very convenient, and this alone can win the hearts of most customers. This time, Lu Xuan bought a lot of everything, even medium-sized diapers, in case the family ran out of supply when they were needed. Lu Xuan also bought a lot of milk powder and other things. He couldn't buy so much before. The appetite of these 2 little guys is increasing every day, and he doesn't want to let his 2 little darlings down. Lu Xuan spent over 100,000 yuan on this order, but this amount of money was nothing to Lu Xuan now. The female store manager on the other end of the phone was so happy after hearing Lu Xuan's order report, and thought to herself that after delivering this order, she would get at least several thousand yuan in commission. As salespeople, they only earn a few thousand yuan a month, so it's already very good if they can get a commission. But I didn't expect that this time, I would receive such a large order. The female store manager did not dare to be negligent. "Hello, where do you want it delivered to?" Lu Xuan replied, "Villa number 9 in the World Garden Villa District." Century Garden Villa District? That's where rich people live, so the female manager treated this customer even more attentively. Judging from the diapers and other items the customer just bought, the child should have just been born. Rich families would not save on their children's food, clothing and other daily necessities, so as long as she maintains this big customer, her salary will not be reduced in the next 2 or 3 years. The female store manager thought about it and felt so happy that she immediately replied, "Okay, sir, please wait for about an hour. I will go to the warehouse to prepare the goods you want and send them to you as soon as possible. By the way, sir, your place is a high-end villa area, and we outsiders cannot enter. Do you think I should send it to the gate?" Lu Xuan replied, "I'll call the security guard later and you can take me directly to my door." After finishing the call with the female store manager, Lu Xuan immediately called the security guard. After that, he went to the baby's room. Lu Xuan felt that he was becoming more and more dependent on his children. He had only been out for half a day, but his mind was already full of Jiang Yuqin and his 2 little babies. If possible, he would like to keep these 3 babies with him all the time no matter what he does. When I went to the baby room, I saw that there was no one in the room, and the Lu family went back upstairs. As soon as I opened the door, I heard the sound of my son sucking milk vigorously. This guy is really a big eater. When Jiang Yuqin saw Lu Xuan, she was not as resistant as before. She just turned her back to him, and he no longer needed to avoid her. Jiang Yuqin saw Lu Xuan coming in and asked while feeding her baby, "Are you done with everything?" Lu Xuan responded, "Well, it's all done. Feed the child first. I have something to tell you later." Seeing Lu Xuan's mysterious look, Jiang Yuqin couldn't help but become curious about what he was going to say. Seeing that Jiang Yuqin was not shy about him now, Lu Xuan had a bold idea in his mind. It would be great if she could breastfeed him directly one day without being on guard against him. While Jiang Yuqin was feeding her son, Lu Xuan picked up his daughter and said, "Daddy's happy pill. I haven't seen you this morning. I miss you so much. Come here and let me see if you have gained weight." Jiang Yuqin was listening at the side and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "It's only been a few hours since we last saw each other, and you've gained weight. Even if you did, you can't tell, right? Do you really think you have sharp eyes?" Lu Xuan disagreed. "My precious daughter, I can notice even the slightest change." Seeing that Lu Xuan looked like a complete daughter slave, Jiang Yuqin said nothing more. The daughter is someone else's. If he favors her so much, what can others do? The daughter seemed to feel her father as well and kept humming in response to Lu Xuan, which made Lu Xuan very happy. "Oh, my little baby knows how to talk to daddy, that's great, little happy, you have to grow up quickly, I'm still waiting for you to call me daddy. When you grow up, daddy will take you to buy a princess dress and dress you up beautifully, okay?" Jiang Yuqin now has more milk, and sometimes she can feed 2 babies at the same time. At this moment, she has already fed her son. The son fell asleep after eating. Seeing his son sleeping so soundly, Lu Xuan couldn't help but teasing, "This son really has the potential to be a pig." He fell asleep after eating. Both children sleep a lot and basically don't make noises unless they are hungry. Although my son has a loud voice, it's only when he's taking a bath or hungry. He is easy to take care of at other times. Children are easier to take care of and adults don't have to suffer as well. Afterwards, Jiang Yuqin fed her daughter again and asked Lu Xuan to send them all back to the nanny. Jiang Yuqin had been waiting for Lu Xuan in the room. When she saw Lu Xuan come in, she quickly asked, "Don't you have something to tell me? You looked so mysterious just now. Tell me what it is." Lu Xuan stepped forward, took Jiang Yuqin's hand and said, "Wife, I want to give you a gift." When Jiang Yuqin heard that there was a gift, her eyes immediately lit up. It doesn't matter what the gift is. What matters is that the gift was given by Lu Xuan. This alone is enough to make her happy. "What gift? Let me see it." Jiang Yuqin stretched out her hand. After spending a long time with Lu Xuan, she was not so shy anymore. When she heard there was a gift, she directly reached out to take it. Lu Xuan held her hand and said, "I can't give you the gift now, but I've prepared it. I just want to tell you, baby, I bought you a villa and put it in your own name." Jiang Yuqin was so shocked that she subconsciously raised her hand to cover her mouth and looked at Lu Xuan for a long time without even blinking. You tell me?" Lu Xuan nodded, "Yes, I bought a villa." "You heard it right." Jiang Yuqin was so moved that she almost cried. "Husband, why did you think of giving me a gift?" "Because I love you. After a while, let's move into the new house, right? Can you allow your husband to live in your territory?" Lu Xuan said jokingly. "Moving into a new house? Why?" Jiang Yuqin asked puzzledly. "Wasn't their current house also newly purchased? The villa over there is much bigger. When the time comes, we can discuss it with several parents and have the whole family live together. It will be lively and there will be enough space. When the children grow up, we can get a children's room with room for all kinds of toys. Even if we have a whole family, it won't be crowded. It's 6 or 7 times bigger than here." Lu Xuan explained. Chapter 44, Encountering 2 children with such deep affection. Jiang Yuqin was moved but also shocked to the extreme after hearing this. How many times bigger than this place? This villa is big enough. If it is several times bigger than this one, wouldn't it be like what we see on TV, with not only a big house but also a garden and something? So, husband, where is the villa now? Jiang Yuqin was so excited that her brain became a mess and she couldn't speak clearly. Lu Xuan took a few steps closer to Jiang Yuqin, and Jiang Yuqin subconsciously stepped back. The two soon came to the wall, in Chinyi Villa District, Building 9. When I get there tomorrow, I will give it to you as soon as possible. Then you will understand whether what I said is true or not. I didn't say I don't believe you. Jiang Yuqin got closer and closer to Lu Xuan. She was so nervous that she quickly lowered her head, embarrassed to look at Lu Xuan's face again. Lu Xuan moved closer to her, and the distance between them became closer. Jiang Yuqin was so nervous that her breathing was unstable. Actually, he wasn't too close to her, so it shouldn't be that she couldn't breathe smoothly, right? Looking at Jiang Yuqin's cute little appearance, Lu Xuan's heart softened. Jiang Yuqin was already blushing, and now Lu Xuan suddenly approached her, making her feel that the air pressure around her suddenly became a lot heavier, which made Jiang Yuqin's heartbeat disordered. Lu Xuan's face suddenly moved forward and whispered in Jiang Yuqin's ear, "Baby, my love may be different from others. I love you, and I will prove it to you with practical actions. I won't say sweet words, and I won't make all kinds of promises. All I have is action. Do you like such a husband?" Jiang Yuqin listened to Lu Xuan's extremely provocative words and felt that not only her heart but also her body was trembling. Lu Xuan is not only good-looking, but also has a very pleasant voice. During the years that she had a crush on Lu Xuan, her heartbeat would speed up whenever she thought of Lu Xuan's voice. At this moment, Lu Xuan's charming voice was so close to her, how could she remain calm? Jiang Yuqin closed her eyes, took a few deep breaths, and whispered in Lu Xuan's ear, I like it very much, husband, I love you." Jiang Yuqin's voice was trembling when she spoke. Then, she put her arms around Lu Xuan's neck and kissed him on the lips. Lu Xuan was stunned for a moment. Jiang Yuqin had just given birth to a child and her body had not recovered yet. He didn't want to do anything to Jiang Yuqin. He just wanted to tease Jiang Yuqin. He didn't expect Jiang Yuqin to kiss him suddenly. Did he shoot himself in the foot? Because Jiang Yuqin teased him so unexpectedly that his body reacted immediately. Yuqin. The next second, Lu Xuan suddenly hugged Jiang Yuqin and called her softly in her ear. Jiang Yuqin responded in a low voice, which almost broke the string in Lu Xuan's heart. He held Jiang Yuqin's face and kissed her. Jiang Yuqin's mind went blank in an instant, and she instinctively responded to Lu Xuan's kiss. The two kissed each other passionately, and just when Lu Xuan was about to take a step closer, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open. The person who came was Lu Xuan's mother Lu Xuan. The two were so shocked that they quickly separated. Jiang Yuqin's face was so red that blood seemed to be dripping out. Lu Xuan was also at a loss, but he still immediately blocked Jiang Yuqin behind him. Lu Xuan didn't expect that she would suddenly encounter two children being so affectionate. I'm sorry, you guys continue. Lu Xuan quickly left their bedroom, remembering to close the door when she left. Lu Xuan actually just wanted to give some fruits to her daughter-in-law to supplement her with vitamins, but she never expected to encounter two people doing such a thing. Not only were the young couple scared, but she herself was also shocked and her face turned red. But even though she was blushing, she had to take good care of her son. Her daughter-in-law had a cesarean section, and she couldn't do such things at this time, as it would cause great harm to her body. She is embarrassed to tell her daughter-in-law, but she can tell her son. After leaving, Lu Xuan quickly called her son and asked him to come downstairs to see her. At this time, Jiang Yuqin and Lu Xuan had not yet recovered from the shocking incident. This happened too suddenly. Because usually the men in the family would not come to Jiang Yuqin's room, even if there was something, they would tell the nanny and ask the nanny to come and find Jiang Yuqin. The nanny might come to Jiang Yuqin with the baby to feed her at any time. For the sake of the room, she no longer had the habit of closing the door during the day. Who would have thought that today the two of them would suddenly become so distracted and infatuated that not only would they do such an uncontrollable thing, but they would also be caught by their mother-in-law, Lu Xuan. It had been quite a while, but Jiang Yuqin still felt her face was burning as if she had a fever. After a long while, Lu Xuan finally spoke, "Baby, my mother didn't mean it, please don't." Jiang Yuqin nodded blankly, I know. She naturally knew that her mother-in-law didn't mean it, but that didn't stop her from blushing shyly. In this situation, Lu Xuan didn't know what to say for a moment. At this time, Lu Xuan's mother Lu Xuan called and said, "Stinky boy, come down quickly. I have something to tell you." Lu Xuan replied, "Okay, I'll be down right away." After hanging up the phone, Lu Xuan said to Jiang Yuqin, "Yuqin, my mother has something to talk to me about. Please stay alone for a while. Don't let your mind wander, okay?" After Lu Xuan comforted Jiang Yuqin, and so that Jiang Yuqin was almost recovered, Lu Xuan left the bedroom. After Lu Xuan went downstairs, he saw his mother waiting for him at the corner. Lu Xuan's heart, which had just calmed down, was startled again by his mother. "Mom, you called me here in such a hurry, is there something wrong?" Wu Huan was afraid that other people might hear her, so she quickly pulled him outside the balcony and whispered, "What are you and Yuqin doing, you little brat? You and Yuqin have a good relationship, so your mother is naturally happy. But Yuqin had a cesarean section and is still in confinement. You can't be so ignorant and hurt Yuqin's body. She had a cesarean section, so she has to wait for her body to recover. A cesarean section requires 2 or 3 months of recuperation. During these 2 or 3 months, you can't be so intimate with her, otherwise, it will hurt her body. Giving birth is already a life of hardship for a woman. If you really love her, you can't hurt her body at this time. Also, even if it's 2 or 3 months later, you still have to take safety measures. It's very easy for someone who just gave birth to a child to get pregnant again. If she gets pregnant at this time, it will be troublesome. You definitely can't keep the baby. Abortion will cause more harm to her body than giving birth." Chapter 45, Knowing the Hardship of Raising a Child. Don't mention that she had a cesarean section. Even if it was a natural birth, she would have to wait until her body recovered before she could have another child. So, you little brat, you better be careful of yourself, otherwise, I won't forgive you. As she said that, Wu Huan punched Lu Xuan in the chest. Lu Xuan covered his chest in pain. Okay, I get it." Wu Huan looked at her son. In fact, she knew her daughter-in-law's appearance. Such a beautiful girl, not to mention her son, even she, the mother-in-law, would be amazed when she saw her. Her son was at the perfect age of youth, and it was normal for him to lose control when he stayed with such a beautiful wife every day. That's why she was so worried that she called her son to come down. Jiang Yuqin is a beautiful and sensible child, which makes Wu Huan feel like she suddenly has a daughter, so she naturally pays attention to her. "Now you know, why were you so reckless just now?" Wu Huan replied with disgust. Lu Xuan replied helplessly, "Mom, I just. Oh, I know you love your daughter-in-law, but don't treat your son as a beast, okay? She is your daughter-in-law, but she is also my wife for life. Not only do you love her, but I love her too, so don't worry, I will know my limits. For 3 months, I promise that I will not touch her within 3 months, okay?" Seeing that Lu Xuan was serious, Wu Huan nodded reluctantly. "Okay, you promised me this. If you dare to do anything out of line, I'll show you how I'll deal with you." After all, Wu Huan has lived a few decades longer than Lu Xuan. She can understand some things, and she also knows what kind of person her son is. Today has already sounded a wake-up call for her son, and she believes that her son will not do such a thing again. Just after finishing talking to his mother, Lu Xuan received a call from the female manager of the maternity and baby store. "Hello, Mr. Lu, I have delivered the things you need downstairs to your house. Please have someone come down to pick them up." Lu Xuan replied, "Okay, I'll be down right away." Lu Xuan didn't want to listen to his mother's nagging anymore, so he took this opportunity to leave quickly. However, he took his mother's words to heart. He was indeed a little impulsive about what happened with Jiang Yuqin today. He should control himself well in the future and not hurt Jiang Yuqin. Otherwise, not to mention that his mother would not be willing to let him go, he himself would not be able to forgive himself. Because Lu Xuan had greeted the security guard in advance, the female manager drove the car in directly. Her trunk was open, and it could be seen that everything Lu Xuan needed was in her trunk. Lu Xuan quickly moved the things into the yard, turned around and asked the female store manager, "How much are these things in total?" The female store manager took out a piece of paper, which clearly recorded what Lu Xuan needed, the corresponding prices, and the total price. Lu Xuan took a look and put it away. "How can I pay you? This is easily tens of thousands, but for Lu Xuan now, this is not a problem. He is not short of money now, so naturally he wants to give his 2 babies the best." The female store manager took out a payment code and Lu Xuan paid readily. When she heard the sound of money being deposited into the account, the female manager's heart skipped a beat. This order for such a large amount of money was the largest order she had ever made since she became a store manager. Moreover, judging by this customer's generous attitude, there will be more orders like this in the future. Mr. Lu, it won't cost so much. The female store manager looked at the amount and found that Lu Xuan transferred an integer, which was more than 200 yuan more than the amount he needed to pay. You drove here and it must have been hard. This money will be used to fill up your gas tank and buy you a bottle of water. Thank you for your hard work today. Lu Xuan said generously. The female store manager was deeply moved when she heard this. Thank you, Mr. Lu. She completed this order and earned several hundred yuan. With her salary, her income today is not low. Rich people know all this. In her opinion, the richer a person is, the more careful they are with money. They would rather squander their money than give any more of the profit to others. I didn't expect Lu Xuan to be so generous. Although the money was not much, it really warmed the heart of the female store manager. After the female manager left, Lu Xuan moved all the baby's things into their house one by one. In fact, he could ask the nanny to do all these things, but as long as it was related to the babies, he wanted to do it himself as much as possible. It was really tiring. He never knew that worrying about children was such a tiring thing, but it was real that he was happy in his heart. Perhaps only after experiencing these things can you understand the hardships of raising a child and become truly close to your child. After moving the baby's things, Lu Xuan returned to the bedroom to see Jiang Yuqin. After entering the room, seeing Jiang Yuqin sleeping, Lu Xuan walked up to her and gently kissed her on the face. Just with that one kiss, Jiang Yuqin's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. She had just heard Lu Xuan's movement, so she quickly pretended to be asleep. She had thought that if Lu Xuan saw her asleep, he would probably leave. But unexpectedly, Lu Xuan would suddenly kiss her on the forehead, causing her heartbeat to speed up. Although the two already have a child, they actually did not enjoy their love time properly. During Jiang Yuqin's pregnancy, they were both afraid to be too unrestrained for fear of hurting the baby, so although they loved each other in their hearts, there was no intimate physical contact. Now, the two of them are getting closer and closer, just like a couple who have just fallen in love. Lu Xuan looked at the sleeping little woman with tenderness in his eyes. Jiang Yuqin could feel that Lu Xuan had not left, and her heartbeat was getting faster and faster. She thought Lu Xuan was going to do something to her, and she felt both excited and nervous. Unable to bear the psychological pressure, Jiang Yuqin opened her eyes. At first, Lu Xuan thought Jiang Yuqin was really asleep, and planned to kiss her and leave. Unexpectedly, after he kissed her, the little woman's face turned red, and he knew that Jiang Yuqin was not asleep. Jiang Yuqin opened her eyes and asked shyly, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Lu Xuan smiled and replied, "I want to see you because I know you are awake." How can a person who is really asleep blush? Lu Xuan reached out and gently pinched Jiang Yuqin's face. Jiang Yuqin pretended to be angry and said, "So, you were teasing me on purpose, right?" Lu Xuan replied confidently, "Yes, is it not possible? You are my wife." The words, "You are my wife," made Jiang Yuqin's heart beat faster again. It was clearly just a simple sentence, but Jiang Yuqin didn't know why she was shy. Chapter 46. This is simply a blessing from heaven. After a moment of silence, Jiang Yuqin whispered, "Hubby, I love you." Lu Xuan laughed, "Baby, if you say nice things to your husband in the future, I will definitely give you a lot of precious things and make you the envy of all women. It would be best if you would be the envy of yourself." Jiang Yuqin laughed out loud at Lu Xuan's words. What Lu Xuan said was right. She was indeed so happy now that even she envied herself. She had never thought that she would have such a day. At this moment, the voice of the system suddenly came into my mind. "Ding, host, take good care of your wife, you will receive a cash reward of 2 million from the system." Lu Xuan instantly perked up. This was simply a godsend. With such a benefit, it would be hard for the couple to have discord. Of course, even if he didn't have that much money, Lu Xuan would still treat his wife well. But there is a saying in the world that ordinary couples have many worries. If they are too poor, they will not be able to care about love. This system was tailor-made for him. As expected, a harmonious family is the key to success. After Lu Xuan had Jiang Yuqin, he had a system, and after he had a system, he had money. With money, many problems are no longer problems. Jiang Yuqin was so moved that she threw herself into Lu Xuan's arms. She and Lu Xuan got married before they even went through any dating stage. She thought that she was lacking a lot compared to others, but she didn't expect that Lu Xuan had given her all the little touches that other couples had, and even compared to other couples, he had more. Jiang Yuqin suddenly approached Lu Xuan, put her arms around his neck, and wanted him to lie down. Lu Xuan quickly refused. No, baby, you are still in confinement, we can't do that. Jiang Yuqin was stunned for a moment, and when she realized what Lu Xuan was talking about, her face immediately turned red again. She lowered her head and whispered, I just want you to lie down and take a rest. You are tired enough today. You didn't get enough rest last night. You must be sleepy now. Lu Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. So this is what he meant. Jiang Yuqin thought about how her mother-in-law had just seen them being intimate, and how Lu Xuan had been called away by her mother-in-law in a hurry, so she asked curiously, Honey, what did Mom call you for just now? Lu Xuan stammered and replied, Just, let me pay more attention to your body. Don't do things that you shouldn't do. Otherwise, if you hurt your body, she will have to deal with me. Jiang Yuqin lowered her head and said nothing more. It was a rare opportunity for her to be intimate with Lu Xuan, but she didn't expect to be caught by her mother-in-law on the spot. It was so embarrassing. But at the same time, she was also very happy in her heart. Not only was her husband good to her, but even her father-in-law and mother-in-law treated her like a daughter. Although it was a bit embarrassing to talk about it, it was also for the sake of her health. Jiang Yuqin was deeply touched. She is truly lucky to be able to marry into such a family. Seeing Jiang Yuqin blushing, Lu Xuan quickly comforted her, Don't think too much, my mother only said that for your health. Jiang Yuqin nodded and said nothing. Lu Xuan added, Baby, I'm sorry. To be honest, this is all my fault. I almost couldn't help it. If I hurt your body, I won't be able to forgive myself. He himself didn't know what he would have done if his mother hadn't appeared. The main reason he lost control was because his wife was so beautiful. It seems he needs to control himself better in the future. Jiang Yuqin blushed, threw herself into Lu Xuan's arms, and whispered, I was wrong too. I shouldn't have flirted with you, otherwise what happened later wouldn't have happened. Lu Xuan felt helpless after hearing this. They were still young, how could they control it? That kind of thing could be controlled, but if the usual little affection could be controlled, could they still be a loving couple? Although we can't do that kind of thing for the time being, there should still be some sweetness between husband and wife. Lu Xuan thought to himself that even if it was that kind of thing, it could only be controlled temporarily. After Jiang Yuqin recovered, he wanted to try all kinds of clothes. After all, he is a real man, how could he be so pure and indifferent? After thinking for a while, Lu Xuan said to Jiang Yu, No, your husband really likes you to tease him actively. Jiang Yuqin smiled and asked, Is that so, husband, do you men all like to be teased by women? Before, for Lu Xuan, Jiang Yuqin searched a lot of information on the internet. She read a lot of tricks on how to make men unable to stop and make men obsessed with women. But when it comes to using it, I get scared. After hearing what Lu Xuan said just now, she suddenly remembered those things again. Lu Xuan replied, I don't know about other men, but I am like this. Not completely. I like to be teased by women, but this woman can only be you. Jiang Yuqin laughed after hearing this. Lu Xuan nodded her nose, Don't laugh, although your husband has good self-control, but facing such a beautiful wife like you, my self-control doesn't seem to be very useful. Are you sure you really want to provoke me? Jiang Yuqin laughed even more wantonly, Don't try to scare me, I have someone backing me up. If you dare to disobey me, my mother will not let you go. Lu Xuan was also helpless, because his wife was not only in a special period, but also had such a high status in the family. The two chatted for a while and then fell asleep in a daze. Although they slept in each other's arms as usual, they both felt that they were closer to each other. Lu Xuan also liked their current state. It seemed as if they had directly entered the love period. There were no conflicts at all. There was only fascination and mutual appreciation between them. Even on this idea, the two of them were surprisingly in sync. Lu Xuan thought so, and Jiang Yuqin thought so too. The two of them slept for a while in a daze. In a daze, she heard the baby crying. She sighed helplessly and got up to feed the baby. This is probably what it means to be both painful and happy. Since having a child, Jiang Yuqin has been unable to sleep peacefully. However, every time she sees her child's cute little face, she feels that everything she has done is worth it. It is also after becoming a mother that she can increasingly understand how difficult life was for her two mothers in the past. Not wanting the child to wake Lu Xuan up, Jiang Yuqin quickly got up to feed him. After feeding, Jiang Yuqin carried the child to the nursery. After feeding before, she let the child sleep directly in her room. Now taking the child to the nursery, she could also feed another child at the same time. Otherwise the nanny would bring the child to her to feed and wake Lu Xuan up. She saw how many tears Lu Xuan shed these days. Chapter 47. Does my wife want to witness the dark history of our two children? Jiang Yuqin's mother and Lu Xuan's mother were both in the baby room. These two old mothers treated their two children as their treasures and wished they could stay with them 24 hours a day. Seeing Jiang Yuqin coming, Jiang Yuqin's mother quickly stood up and hugged the child. "Girl, why are you up?" Jiang Yuqin replied, "Mom, I got up to feed the baby and came over right away." Lu Xuan's mother, Lu Xuan, pulled Jiang Yuqin to sit down and asked, "Did Dabao finish his meal?" Jiang Yuqin nodded, "Well, I'm full, I'll come over to feed Erbao." Jiang Yuqin now has enough breast milk to feed two children at the same time when it is sufficient, but she cannot feed both children every meal, so sometimes she has to feed them with formula. While feeding, Lu Xuan hesitated for a moment and asked, "What is Lu Xuan doing? Is he resting?" Jiang Yuqin nodded, "He is resting. He didn't get enough rest last night and was busy all morning today. I saw that he was sleeping soundly, so I brought the child over to avoid disturbing her." Lu Xuan nodded and responded, "Yes, the child has been very busy these past 2 days and has worked very hard. Let him have a good rest." Yuqin is so considerate and knows how to care for Xiaoxian. Seeing that their daughter-in-law and son have such a good relationship, it is naturally what the parents like to see. Lu Xuan is becoming more and more satisfied with this daughter-in-law. She was nice to Jiang Yuqin before because she loved her and loved her family. Now she is becoming more and more satisfied with Jiang Yuqin. She and Jiang Yuqin had not been in contact for a long time. Although Lu Xuan and she had been married before, they had never gotten along well. Every time she came to see Jiang Yuqin, she was like a guest and left after staying for less than 2 days. It was not until this time when Jiang Yuqin was in confinement that they moved in and started to get along with Jiang Yuqin in a formal way. Lu Xuan and her husband have been in the business world for many years and are quite good at judging people. Through their contact over this period of time, Lu Xuan discovered that her daughter-in-law was very sensible and her parents were also very reasonable and contented. It is said that what kind of parents you have will raise what kind of children you have. This statement is absolutely true. Jiang Yuqin's parents are a good example of this. They also taught Jiang Yuqin very well. It is a blessing for a family to marry a sensible daughter-in-law. Jiang Yuqin blushed and nodded. "He and I are husband and wife, so of course I have to be more considerate. He has always been taking care of me. If I am not more considerate, how can I be worthy of him?" Lu Xuan and Jiang Yuqin's mother Feng Lan looked at each other and smiled softly. Lu Xuan is satisfied with Jiang Yuqin as her daughter-in-law, and Feng Lan is also satisfied with Lu Xuan as her son-in-law and Lu Xuan's family. Seeing how good Lu Xuan was to Jiang Yuqin, even Lu Xuan's parents treated Jiang Yuqin like their own daughter, and they were happy to see it as parents. They only have one daughter, Jiang Yuqin, so of course they hope that she can find a good home. I had met Lu Xuan, the son-in-law, before. He had always been very good to Jiang Yuqin. After Jiang Yuqin was in confinement, they came and the whole family lived together. Feng Lan and his wife also saw what kind of people Lu Xuan's parents were. He is easy to talk to and not the kind of person who would stir up trouble. As a result, the couple can feel relieved about their daughter. The parents are very satisfied, and the two children get along so well, so naturally they are a happy family. Jiang Yuqin will soon be out of confinement. After the confinement period, Jiang Yuqin can move more freely, but Lu Xuan still doesn't let her overwork or be exposed to cold wind. The book says that mothers who have undergone cesarean section need to fully recover and need to rest for about 3 months. Therefore, although Jiang Yuqin has already left the confinement period, Lu Xuan still asked her to take care of herself as best as she could during the confinement period, because health is the foundation of everything. The body was taken care of, but the time for the nanny was up, and Mrs. Li was left alone. The two we hired before are both professional confinement nannies. They will leave once they help you out of the confinement period. As a result, the task of taking care of the two babies fell on their entire family. Originally, Lu Xuan planned to hire 2 more nannies, but his parents and parents-in-law were very happy to take care of the child and treated him like a treasure every day, so Lu Xuan didn't bother. On the full moon day, it was time for the 2 children to go to the hospital for vaccinations. Early in the morning, Lu Xuan loaded all the things the 2 children needed into the car. He had already prepared other things a day in advance. He also prepared strollers for the 2 babies. At this moment, the grandparents were pushing one baby, the grandparents were pushing another baby. Lu Xuan was taking care of Jiang Yuqin, and the family went out. When he got in the car, Lu Xuan remembered that he had been busy with various things and forgot one very important thing, which was to buy a nanny car. If there was a nanny car, their whole family could ride in one car, but now they have no choice but to drive 2 cars. It seems that he has to find some time to buy the nanny car as soon as possible, so that it will be more convenient to take the babies out in the future. Lu Xuan's father had already known at that time that his son was a major shareholder of a well-known maternal and infant products company, and he had long since accepted everything about Lu Xuan. Jiang Yuqin's parents were already very satisfied with Lu Xuan, as he was so capable and so good to their daughter. But they didn't expect that Lu Xuan was even more capable than they knew, and the 2 were extremely surprised. Originally, Lu Xuan didn't want Jiang Yuqin to go out and make trouble. With a few parents accompanying them, he could just take the child to get the injection himself. But Jiang Yuqin insisted on following, so he had no choice but to agree. Jiang Yuqin said, "I want to witness every moment of my child's growth. I don't want to miss the first injection. I must witness it." After hearing this, Lu Xuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After the injection, the 2 children will definitely cry loudly. I think my wife wants to witness the dark history of the 2 children. Lu Xuan wrapped Jiang Yuqin tightly before going out. Lu Xuan was driving, Jiang Yuqin was sitting in the passenger seat, Wu Wan was holding Debao, Feng Lan was holding Erbao, and the 2 of them sat in the back seat holding their children. Lu Hongzhou drove Jiang Yuan and Mrs. Li to the hospital. They arrived at the hospital quickly and there were many people inside. There were basically no parking spaces, and Lu Xuan was too lazy to look for one, so he drove directly to a paid parking space. After parking the car, Lu Hongzhou and Jiang Yuan quickly got out of the car and took out the strollers for the babies. They are men, so naturally they have to do some physical work. Of course, in reality this is not really any physical work at all. At this moment, the 2 little guys were sleeping soundly, and even though they were in a noisy environment, they were not woken up. Chapter 48: Buying an RV. The child was taken care of by his grandparents and grandfather, while Wu Huan went to take care of Jiang Yuqin. After Lu Xuan consulted for a while, he started filling out forms. This was their first time here, so they needed to fill out some information. Lu Xuan did everything by himself, and he enjoyed it. Serving the 2 little babies was what he should do as a father. After filling out the information, the nurse told him where to get the vaccination. The family took the elevator to the 4th floor, where their vaccination was to be taken. After arriving on the 4th floor, the family was shocked again. There are many children coming to get vaccinations, especially newborns. I saw a lot of children in the hospital before, but I didn't expect to meet even more children here. It made the whole family feel very touched. In the vaccination room, the sound of children crying could be heard continuously. Seeing this scene, Lu Xuan regretted not going out earlier. It was almost 11 o'clock now, and it was already past 9 o'clock when they went out. The main reason was that it was his first time here and he had no experience. In the morning, Lu Xuan just wanted Jiang Yuqin to rest for a while longer. Lu Xuan got a queue number and looked around. There were nearly 30 people in front of him. It seemed that it would be almost 12 o'clock by the time they could get their shots. But fortunately, at least their vaccination can be completed in the morning. Lu Xuan had read some books about child care and knew that different children would have different reactions after vaccinations. In order to avoid accidents, doctors would let the children stay in the hospital for observation for half an hour. If nothing happened, they could leave early. If something happened, the child would already be in the hospital and could be treated in time. As soon as Lu Xuan and his friends appeared, they attracted the attention of many people present, because they were with 2 little babies and there were so many people there at once. There were 2 children, Lu Jia and his parents, Jiang Yuqin and his parents, plus Mrs. Li, so there were 9 people on this trip. Some people even started discussing in low voices. I saw that woman calling the man in the khaki suit, Dad. Then, is the woman next to them her mother? The man was holding a baby in his arms. It should be his mother. So, her parents gave her another brother or sister. That should be the case. Many people are starting to want a second child now. Not to mention that this girl doesn't look very old, some of the first children are already married and have children, and some of them want a second child. Their own children's children are older than their second child. What about the one next to him? I saw that boy also called the man next to him Dad. The one traveling with them should be the boy's mother. So, that family also had a second child. Oh my God, what kind of people are they these days? If Dabao was still young, it would be understandable, but now that Dabao is this big, they are still giving birth. That's right. I just became a parent myself. If my parents were to give me another brother or sister, I wouldn't be able to accept it. Although they talked in a low voice, Lu Xuan's whole family heard it and he was furious. In fact, his and Jiang Yuqin's parents are not very young. Many people younger than them have children. So what if their parents have a second child? Besides, it's other people's life and their own choices. Why should others talk about it? It would be fine if he didn't hear it, but since he heard it, he couldn't tolerate it. Before Lu Xuan could get angry, his mother had already started. Wu Huan looked at the people who were discussing the matter angrily and asked, "The quality of people these days is really getting lower and lower. Does it have anything to do with you whether others have a second child or not? Are they eating your rice or occupying your space?" Wu Huan felt that since they were still young, taking their grandchildren out would very likely lead to misunderstanding. If they were well-intentioned, they would naturally not say anything, but these people obviously felt that they were a joke. After Wu Huan finished scolding people, the family found a place to sit down. In his spare time, Lu Xuan talked to everyone about his plan to buy a nanny car. "Mom and Dad, I want to buy a nanny car so that it will be more convenient when I take the children out in the future. Or a motorhome or something will also be fine. We have a large family with children, and a small car can't accommodate them. What do you think?" Lu Xuan asked. Lu Hongzhuo replied, "Nanny cars, I've seen those nanny cars, only the facilities inside are more comfortable, but the space is not big, it's about the same as the number of people that can be seated in a small car. It's better to just buy a larger van that can seat 7 or 8 people." Wu Huan also said, "You can buy an RV. If it is an RV, then the car will be very large. It will take up a lot of space at home. It will also be difficult to go out of the house. You can't go to narrow places. But it can accommodate many people. Moreover, you can put a small bed in it, so that the babies will be more comfortable when they sleep. When they are older, they can play on it, so the car ride won't be too boring for the children." Jiang Yuqin's mother Feng Lan also spoke up, "Sister Huan, I have the same idea as you. I also feel that RVs are convenient. Not only are adults comfortable, but children also have beds to rest and play. It is really convenient. Moreover, if I want to change the child's diaper or make milk powder when I go out, it will be much more convenient." Jiang Yuqin's father also agreed, "Yes, it will be very convenient. Bringing children will cause all kinds of inconveniences. If you have an RV, then basically most of the problems can be solved." Lu Hongzhuo was not a domineering person. Since everyone else agreed, he naturally had no objection. "You are right, I was not thoughtful enough. After hearing what you said, it is true that RVs are more convenient. These two little guys are our sweethearts. I can't bear to see them suffer any grievances. So everyone thinks that RVs are better? Yuqin, what do you think?" Lu Xuan looked at Jiang Yuqin. Jiang Yuqin replied, "I think RVs are good too." Since no one had any objections, Lu Xuan naturally agreed, "Okay, let's buy an RV. We'll go take a look in a couple of days and buy a good one. This way, next time we go out, we don't have to drive 2 cars like we did today." Everyone nodded in agreement. As for the money issue, it was not something they needed to worry about. Now, everyone knows that Lu Xuan is very rich. It's just the money to buy a motorhome, which is not a big deal for him. Naturally, this matter is not within the scope of their discussion. Chapter 49, Making People Jealous to the Point of Crazy. Wu Huan replied, "You guys go ahead and buy the car. I won't worry about it. I'll take care of the 2 little ones at home." Wu Huan is now fully focused on her grandchildren and is not very interested in other things. Feng Lan also said back, "I don't know much about cars either, so you guys should go. Sister Juan and I will stay at home to take care of the children. Few women are interested in cars, but it's different for men. Almost every man has a dream about owning a car. When they talk about cars, they naturally become very interested. Seeing this, Lu Xuan had no choice but to discuss it with the two old fathers. I don't have anything to do tomorrow, dear relative, are you free tomorrow? Lu Hongzhuo asked Jiang Yuan. During this period, Lu Hongzhuo postponed all the work he could in order to see his two children more often. Jiang Yuqian's father often ran back and forth. When there was something going on in his hometown, he would go back there. When there was nothing going on, he would rush back immediately. On the one hand, he missed his grandson and granddaughter, but on the other hand, his daughter was still in confinement and he felt uneasy without looking after her. Jiang Yuan thought about it and replied, "There's nothing to do tomorrow, so let's go tomorrow." He has to go back to his hometown in 2 days, but fortunately it doesn't conflict with the time for buying a car. Lu Xuan replied, "Okay, then let's go look at the car tomorrow." After they chatted for a while, they heard the loudspeaker calling out the number he had gotten. Lu Xuan quickly took the small notebook for the injection and went to register. When registering, Lu Xuan handed the book to the medical staff, who opened it and looked at Ye Zhou in surprise. "Young man, are these two children yours? Isn't it too shocking that such a young guy not only has a child, but also a pair of twins, a boy and a girl?" Lu Xuan nodded, "Yes, both of them are my children, a pair of dragon and phoenix babies." Lu Xuan's words were not only heard by the medical staff, but also by some people in the hall, and they all subconsciously looked at Lu Xuan's family. Just now some people were talking about two families having a second child, but they didn't expect that it was this guy's child. The few people who had just been scolded by Wu Huan were right next to them. They were blushing and were too embarrassed to look at Lu Xuan and his family. The medical staff was shocked and asked, "Is it a natural suspicion?" Lu Xuan nodded and said nothing more. Lu Xuan didn't like to talk about these trivial things with others, otherwise, he would attract other people's attention wherever he went, and others would ask him questions. How tired would he be if he had to explain to everyone? After registering, the medical staff told Lu Xuan some basic knowledge about free injections and paid injections, and then asked Lu Xuan to wait for his number to be called. Lu Xuan came back with his phone to look for his friend and waited together. In the waiting hall, there is a big screen with the names of the babies waiting. There are nearly 20 babies in front of them, so it should only take 20 to 30 minutes. As soon as Lu Xuan came back, Debao woke up. As soon as he woke up, he started crying loudly. Lu Hongzhuo quickly picked up the child and stood up. Okay, Debao, don't cry. Grandpa will take you for a walk." The little girl woke up after a while. I don't know if it's because they are twins, but these two little guys have many similar habits. For example, they go to bed together and wake up together. Even though they are in different places, their schedules are surprisingly similar. If everyone wakes up at once, it can sometimes make people feel flustered. Fortunately, they sleep together, so the adults can have some rest. Otherwise, if the two children take turns making noise, it would be too torturous. I don't know if it was because this was an unfamiliar environment, but the little girl, who usually didn't cry, couldn't help but start crying when she heard Debao crying. Feng Lan quickly picked up the little girl and coaxed her. All right, dear, stop crying. Can Grandma hold you?" Feng Lan coaxed the little girl for a while, but the girl didn't get better. Lu Xuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he took the little girl from his mother-in-law. The magical thing is that the little girl stopped crying as soon as Lu Xuan held her in his arms. She even hummed twice at Lu Xuan, as if she was telling Lu Xuan that she was finally in the baby's arms and felt safe enough, so she stopped crying. When others saw this scene, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Not only is Lu Xuan a daughter slave and loves his daughter, the little girl also likes Lu Xuan very much. It's the same at home. Although the little girl is very well behaved, she is even more well behaved in Lu Xuan's arms. "See, our little girl just loves Daddy, right?" She stops crying once Daddy hugs her. This was Grandpa, Grandma, and Father at the same time, and everyone present finally understood the relationship among the family. Some people began to discuss in low voices again. "So they are family. We thought they were two families. They are twins, a boy and a girl. They are so rare." The grandparents and grandparents all came to get the injections for the two children. Twins, a boy and a girl, this is so enviable. In this era, most people have only one child, but there are also people with 2 children, and it is not common to have 3 children. Having both a son and a daughter is the result that many people want, but not many can actually achieve it. Some people have 2 daughters, and some have 2 sons. Due to the economic pressure of modern young people, those who have 2 daughters are likely to have a 3rd child, while those who have 2 sons dare not have a 3rd one. Like Lu Xuan's family, they have twins, and they have both a boy and a girl. It's so enviable. At the same time, he was also shocked by the looks of Jiang Yuqin and Lu Xuan. There's nothing unusual about the appearance of a handsome man and a beautiful woman. But both husband and wife are so good looking, which makes people jealous to the point of going crazy. Their whole family was busy coaxing their children and didn't bother to care what people around them said. Just say whatever you want to say. As long as it's not something very rare, they can ignore it. Could Dabao be hungry? Boys are boys. His appetite is getting bigger and bigger. Lu Xuan said. Jiang Yuqin replied, Mom, Dabao must be hungry. When I went out this morning, he was busy playing with me and didn't eat properly. Give it to me, I'll feed him. Everyone then realized that the little thing was too naughty and didn't eat properly when it had food, so it was crying because of hunger. I just saw there's a mother and baby room over there. You go there. The nurse said that after the injection, you can't eat or drink for half an hour. The little guy will definitely not be able to bear it. Lu Xuan pointed to the entrance, where there was a sign for a mother and baby room. Lu Xuan was holding his daughter and was about to go with Jiang Yuqin, but Jiang Yuqin stopped him. Don't go, there are only mothers there, it's inconvenient for you to go, I can go. Lu Xuan was stunned for a moment. He didn't think too much about it. During this period of time, he had become accustomed to staying by Jiang Yuqin's side to take care of her. He didn't realize that the mother and baby room was a place for women and it would be inconvenient to have a man there.